As a freshman, Mo Qingyan unexpectedly traverses into the world of Harry Potter, becoming the sentient embodiment of the Blood Pact bottle. Contemplating her innate talent for dark magic, which is fully realized, she falls into a deep reverie. Albus Dumbledore, I have been honest. I beseech you to spare me. Baelial Grindelwald, Mo Qingyan Tom, look, one of us is called Voldemort. The other is named Baelial. They're truly a match made in heaven. Diary, not a child? Newt, Merlin, how could a Grindelwald possess such an affinity for magical creatures? Severus, a witch with a modicum of talent in potion making. However, it would be preferable if she did not disturb her poor old professor while being confined. Chapter 70, A Betrayal of Ancestry. Once Aberforth officially became Belial's personal chef, the small cottage began to be suffused with the warm aroma of delectable foods. The elderly man diligently prepared a variety of dishes each day, ranging from traditional English roasts to exquisite French desserts. He even ventured to experiment with some Chinese cuisine he had learned during his youthful travels. Baelial, in turn, always responded to each of his culinary creations with praise and twinkling eyes. Basharat chuckled heartily. How many years has it been? How long has it been since I witnessed such a harmonious scene? Uncle Aberforth, this pudding tastes like paradise. She cradled her face in her hands, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. The elderly man grunted gruffly, but the faint blush on his ears betrayed his true feelings. Cease flattering me, little girl. As he turned towards the kitchen, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted in a smile. Initially, Aberforth maintained a frosty demeanor towards Dumbledore and Gellert. Whenever they encountered one another in the corridor, he would deliberately avert his gaze. Yet, during those moments, Baelial would gaze at him with her big, glistening blue eyes, filled with a pleading expression. Eventually, the old man was compelled to stiffly nod in acknowledgement. Gradually, this forced greeting evolved into a genuine reconciliation. On a pitch-black night, Tom languidly reclined in an armchair. He observed Baelial, who was curled up in bed, engrossed in her book. Is this what they call familial affection? He mused. I fail to sense anything particularly special. Without lifting her gaze, Baelial casually turned a page. You certainly wouldn't understand, for they are not your family. Do you expect to savor a meal by merely watching others dine? Tom, those nauseating two-faced individuals, sweet as angels before Aberforth, yet venomous in my presence. Baelial closed the book in her hands, the parchment cover emitting a faint sound. She lifted her gaze, her eyes appearing exceptionally translucent in the moonlight, quietly staring at Tom. In truth, her voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable seriousness. I too could become your family. Tom raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of mockery curving his lips. We share no blood relations. How can we be considered family? That depends on how you define the term. She chuckled lightly, gracefully leaping barefoot from the bed, her feet touching the soft carpet as she approached him step by step. The world is rife with blood-related strangers, just as it is filled with those who, though lacking any blood ties, are closer than kin. She halted before him, her gaze penetrating deeply into his eyes. Family is comprised of those who are willing to care for you, assist you, and face everything alongside you. Her fingertip gently touched his chest, her voice low yet resolute. And I can grant you true power, make you revered, and I can also make you, she paused, adored. Tom's breathing gradually became erratic. Suddenly, Baelial reached out and pinched his cheek, relishing the delightful sensation. She withdrew her hand, her tone softening slightly. Tom endeavored to feel the emotions of others, strive to respond to their affections. You always assert that power is everything, yet there are some things that even magic cannot provide you. Tom abruptly turned his head, seemingly attempting to evade her gaze. In the next moment, his form began to twist and contract, his robe transforming into fine scales, and in an instant, he became a small emerald serpent. It slithered up Belial's arm, the cool scales brushing against her skin, eventually coiling around her neck, gently tightening. This, playing mute again. Baelial extended her index finger, lightly tapping the serpent's head. You always switch forms to evade crucial conversations. You have mastered this trick, haven't you? The small serpent raised its head, its scarlet slit pupils fixed intently on her, a flicker of annoyance flashing in its depths. It flicked its tongue as if silently questioning. Did she truly not understand, or was she deliberately toying with him? Moonlight filtered through the serpent's eyes, reflecting fragmented glimmers in those clear blue orbs. An absurd thought suddenly surfaced in Tom's mind. Could she possibly be more wooden than I? Vacations always seemed to vanish in an instant. As the Hogwarts Express puffed steam while arriving at the platform, the cool autumn breeze had already whisked away the last remnants of summer warmth. Inside the carriage, Draco was sharing snacks while saying, "I heard from my father that they have hired a new defense against the dark arts professor this year." Another change? Ron bit into a chocolate frog, his eyebrows nearly shooting into his hairline. Wasn't Baelial teaching rather well? Why the switch again? "Please, I cannot withstand this curse," Baelial silently lamented. Harry, Hermione, and Neville exchanged sighs. Is this position truly a revolving door? Changing every year. Only hope this professor possesses genuine skills, unlike Lockhart. By the way, which classes have you all chosen? Harry inquired while unwrapping a pack of sweets. Baelial smiled and replied, "Care of magical creatures, divination, and Muggle studies." Muggle studies? A chorus of exclamations erupted in the carriage. Ron nearly choked on his chocolate frog, and Draco's expression resembled that of someone who had just heard an unbelievable tale. Baelial leisurely extracted a small black booklet from a robe pocket, slapping it onto the small table with a resounding thud. As a member of the Pure Blood Party, how can one remain ignorant of Muggles? How can we fulfill our highest agenda? She stood up, her finger pointing at the black text in the party charter. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. What good is mere rhetoric? We must engage in thorough research and hands-on experience. Her sharp gaze swept across the crowd. Without investigation, there can be no voice. Draco suddenly straightened his back, a serious glimmer shining in his gray-blue eyes. "Merlin, you are absolutely right. I shall write to my father immediately, suggesting he delve into Muggle society for research." Hermione trembled as she accepted the party charter, tears glistening in her brown eyes. "Oh my, Baelial, you can actually consider issues from the perspective of both peoples." She excitedly grasped Baelial's hand. "Does your organization still recruit? Can I join?" Baelial cleared her throat, striving to suppress the upward curve of her lips. "Of course. However, you will initially be a provisional member. You can only be formally accepted when you reach a higher grade or adulthood." The first care of magical creatures class of the new academic year finally arrived, and the clearing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest was filled with the joyous laughter of the new students. Baelial arrived early at the front row, his fingers incessantly caressing the dog-eared pages of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Children, gather closer." Hagrid's booming voice resonated through the crowd, his colossal figure strikingly prominent in the sunlight. "Today marks the first lesson of your elective course, and I shall be your professor. However, today we are particularly honored," he winked mysteriously, "to have the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Mr. Newt Scamander, join us." A chorus of astonishment erupted from the crowd as an elderly man with hair as white as snow ambled forward, carrying a leather case. He smiled shyly, the corners of his eyes crinkling with age, as he nodded in greeting to the students. "Mr. Scamander." Baelial eagerly squeezed to the front, cradling her book in her hands, her voice trembling with excitement. "Could you please sign it for me?" "Of course, my dear," Newt replied warmly, reaching out to take the book. Yet, as he raised his gaze to behold the girl's face, his smile abruptly froze. That visage, one that had haunted him countless times in nightmares during his youth, was now vividly before him. "Gellert Grindelwald," he gasped, instinctively tightening his grip, nearly crumpling the pages. But he soon realized this was merely a young girl, her tense shoulders slightly relaxing. Yet, in the next moment, a new question surfaced in his mind. "Pardon my intrusion, miss," he inquired cautiously, his voice dropping an octave. "May I ask your name?" "Baelial Grindelwald," the girl replied with a beaming smile, completely oblivious to the sudden pallor that had overtaken Newt's countenance. "By Merlin's beard, she is truly his descendant." Newt inhaled deeply, striving to steady his wildly beating heart. "Then, may I inquire about Gellert? He is my blood relative." The sparkle in Baelial's eyes remained undiminished. "Now, may I have your autograph, Mr. Scamander?" "Certainly, certainly." Newt's hand trembled slightly as he inscribed his name on the title page. the ink blurring due to his unsteady grip. As he closed the book, he could not help but murmur softly to himself, "By Merlin, he actually allowed you to take this course." Throughout the ensuing interactions, Newt was astonished to discover that this girl bearing the Grindelwald surname had not only thoroughly read the Fantastic Beasts series, but also exhibited an astonishing affinity for magical creatures. The first practical lesson involved interacting with a hippogriff. Hagrid, stroking Buckbeak's gleaming feathers, raised his voice with excitement. "Remember, children, these proud creatures demand respect. As long as you maintain politeness, they will accept you. Who wants to go first? Let me go first." Baelial had already bounced to the forefront, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight, reminiscent of a magical creature hatchling eager to break free from its shell. Hagrid chuckled, "Splendid. Miss Grindelwald, remember to bow first." Before he could finish, Buckbeak suddenly emitted a joyful call. This creature, known for its pride, lowered its noble head of its own accord, its gaze fixed intently on Baelial. Before the girl could complete her bow, it eagerly grasped her sleeve with its beak, drawing her closer. "By Merlin's beard!" Hagrid exclaimed. Buckbeak affectionately buried its massive head in Belial's embrace, allowing her hands to ruffle the sensitive feathers behind its ears. Even more astonishing was the sight of the girl climbing onto its back, as this fierce beast, which even Hagrid approached with caution, submissively knelt as if it were destined to be her steed. Newt's notebook clattered to the ground with a thud. The elderly man's light brown eyes widened in disbelief. Such a degree of affinity was truly rare even in his extensive career. Memories of those once recalcitrant alchemy hatchlings and the invisible beast he had taken 3 months to approach flooded his mind. A natural magizoologist, this thought exploded within him. Yet, the lingering surname resurfaced in his thoughts. However, when he noticed Buckbeak shielding the girl from the sun with its wings, and saw the pure joy sparkling in Belial's eyes, the tension in his shoulders finally eased. "What does a surname matter?" Newt muttered softly to himself, picking up his notebook, a determined smile already gracing his lips. Talent should not be squandered. Nothing is of greater importance than a promising seed. Chapter 71, Chinese Horror. Ever since Newt discovered Belial's remarkable affinity for magical creatures, he firmly believed she was a promising student, eager to impart all his knowledge to her. Baelial, in turn, relished the companionship of this charming senior from Hufflepuff. However, not all subjects unfolded as seamlessly as the study of magical creatures. During divination class, when Professor Sybil Trelawney learned that a Grindelwald had enrolled in her course, she was so exhilarated that she nearly toppled her crystal ball. Yet, in the first divination lesson, Sybil soon realized that not every child would inherit their family's talents. "Oh, child, tell me, what do you see in the teacup?" Sybil, clad in heavy spectacles, nervously inquired of Baelial. Holding the teacup with a serious expression, Baelial saw only remnants and no prophetic images. "Ah, don't fret, dear child, channel your gift, and truly embrace the allure of divination." Baelial widened her azure eyes, and at last, fragmented visions flickered before her. I see, a mysterious figure dancing ballet." The little snake entwined around her neck suddenly raised its head, its crimson eyes reflecting a glimmer of astonishment. Had the main soul finally lost its mind? Sybil blinked, seemingly puzzled by the girl's words. But she was a Grindelwald. How could her prophecy be incorrect? "Let me see your teacup." "Oh dear." Sybil gazed at the teacup with a hint of pity for Baelial. "My dear, is it possible? Perhaps you should consider other courses. Divination may not be suited for you?" "Huh. Indeed." The question mark on the system interface regarding her divination talent had its origins. The little snake trembled with mockery, as if it were ridiculing her prophecy. Do you believe that once I find Voldemort, I can actually make him dance ballet?" She threatened darkly. The little snake proudly turned its head away. Let him dance. After all, the one to be embarrassed is Voldemort, not Tom Riddle. The students eagerly awaited the defense against the dark arts class. Excitement buzzed in the classroom as everyone could hardly contain their anticipation to meet the new professor. When the classroom door swung open, a tall, gentle-faced wizard entered, clad in somewhat worn robes, appearing far more reliable than his predecessors. "Greetings, children." His voice was soft yet powerful. "I am Remus Lupin, and I shall be teaching you defense against the dark arts this semester." A polite round of applause erupted in the classroom. Remus smiled and continued, "I understand this course has had many different instructors. So I would like to first ask what teaching methods you are accustomed to. Dueling, practicing the unforgivable curses, real combat against dark magic," exclaimed the students from Slytherin and Gryffindor in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Remus's smile faltered. He blinked, questioning whether he had misheard the mention of unforgivable curses. Dark magic? Was this truly Hogwarts and not Durmstrang? Clearing his throat, he attempted to regain his composure. As far as I know, Professor Lockhart's teaching style does not seem to align with that. Don't mention that peacock who can only boast. Pansy scoffed. In the latter half of last semester, our defense against the dark arts was taught by Baelial. Baelial? The students instinctively parted to reveal Baelial, who had been hiding at the back. The girl awkwardly scratched her head and offered him an innocent smile. That lesson plan was devised by me. Remus maintained a perfect professional smile, while internally he was frantically calling Albus Dumbledore. If you allow this child to continue teaching, the graduates of Hogwarts may very well end up in Azkaban en masse. All right. Remus rubbed his temples, looking thoroughly exhausted. This semester, we shall adopt some gentler teaching methods. Observing the collective dismay on the students' faces, he sighed in resignation. Of course, we will retain some practical combat elements. Splendid. Long live Professor Lupin. All right, quiet down. He clapped his hands, striving to maintain order in the classroom. Today, we will learn how to confront a creature known as a boggart. He approached the old wardrobe in the corner of the classroom, which was rattling ominously, the contents within banging against the doors. A boggart will transform into your greatest fear, Remus explained. And what we must do is overcome that fear and use the ridiculous charm to make it laughable. Observing the eager expressions of the students, Remus wisely abandoned any lengthy motivational speeches. These children seemed more prepared for a celebration than facing their fears. So he drew out his wand. The lock of the wardrobe clicked open. Who wishes to try first? Initially concerned that the children might be frightened by their own fears, Remus soon realized his apprehensions were unfounded as they approached one by one, casting spells with blank expressions. Had it not been for his strict rule to use only ridiculous, this group of young wizards would likely have blown the boggart to smithereens. Professor Lupin. A clear voice interrupted his thoughts. Remus turned to see the girl named Baelial stepping forward. As she approached the dark creature, something peculiar occurred. The previously agitated boggart suddenly quieted down and swiftly retreated deep into the wardrobe. Baelial, perplexed, peered inside to find a pair of faded red embroidered shoes lying quietly in the dust, the worn patterns of mandarin ducks seemingly whispering tales of a forgotten tragedy. In an instant, a chilling sensation slithered up her spine. Creak. Accompanied by a spine-chilling wooden creak, a scarlet figure began to materialize from the shadows. The bride adorned in phoenix crown and flowing robes lowered her head, her paper-white face frozen in a ghastly smile, her twisted neck contorted at an unnatural angle. As the blood-red veil was lifted by an invisible gust, a grotesque face was revealed. Goodness! Baelial silently screamed within, her fingertips trembling around her wand. How could I encounter such a ghastly apparition in this foreign land? Miss Grindelwald? Remus's warm voice conveyed confusion. To him, she appeared as merely an oddly dressed, ordinary woman, though her ethereal demeanor exuded an unsettling aura. Baelial took a deep breath, her wand tracing a brilliant arc. Ridiculous. With a resounding bang, the eerie bride transformed into a resplendent figure of wealth, a rotund belly, twinkling eyes, and a banner reading congratulations and prosperity in hand. Now that's more like it. Baelial exhaled in relief, watching the figure scatter gold coins, unable to resist calling out, "Scatter more. Over here. Remus, this feels less like a Grindelwald and more like an animated Niffler." Later that evening in the Slytherin dormitory, Tom sat beside the four-poster bed, observing Baelial curled up in her blankets with a book. Moonlight filtered through the rippling waters of the Black Lake, casting a ghostly blue glow in the dormitory. He noticed her fingers nervously wringing the pages. "Are you still thinking about that boggart from earlier?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. Baelial snapped the book shut. Could anyone blame her? The Slytherin dormitory was already cold and damp, the flickering candlelight casting elongated shadows of the tapestries, resembling drifting specters. The moment she closed her eyes, the image of the head-tilted ghost bride would resurface. Cough. Tom suddenly turned his face away, his ears tinged with crimson. "If you're truly afraid, I could reluctantly keep you company." After an extended silence from the girl, he turned his head in puzzlement. There, coiled around Baelier's wrist, the serpent expanded into a massive python, gently encircling her in its embrace. Baelier, cradling the icy tail of the snake, soon succumbed to slumber. Tom, observing this scene, felt his expression darken progressively. Ultimately, he threw aside the covers and burrowed beneath them. Damn it! He gritted his teeth in the warmth of the bed. For the first time, he attempted to be amiable, and she chose a snake. It was akin to flirting with a blind person. Chapter 72. Prove your loyalty to me. The morning sunlight streamed through the high windows of the Hogwarts Great Hall as Baelier lifted her teacup. Draco, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly shared his revolutionary progress. "I wrote to my father yesterday," informing him that we must delve into the Muggle Society for field research. Draco lowered his voice, his slate-blue eyes flashing with an unusual seriousness. Baelial choked on her tea, the crimson liquid splattering the white porcelain cup in a brown bloom. She set down her cup, raising an intrigued eyebrow. And what was Mr. Malfoy's reaction? At first, he was evidently displeased, Draco mimicking Lucius's usual haughty tone. Draco. The Malfoy family does not need to stoop. He suddenly shifted back to an excited tone. But I told him that practical research is the core spirit of the Pureblood Party. Admirable, Comrade Malfoy, Baelial remarked with gravity, her fingertips lightly tapping the cup's rim. This spirit of breaking prejudices through practical action is indeed our organization's most cherished quality. One can only wonder how shocked Lucius would be if he were to truly immerse himself in Muggle society and discover the advancements in their technology. Ron, who was shoving bacon into his mouth, suddenly halted, his fork suspended in midair upon hearing this. He frowned, an unusual, almost serious expression gracing his features. My father is obsessed with collecting Muggle trinkets, disassembling lighters, and studying the principles of rubber ducks, he scoffed, a hint of exasperation in his tone. But honestly, he knows nothing about the true workings of Muggle society. He thinks they still use steam locomotives and kerosene lamps. Hermione rolled her eyes from the side but refrained from interjecting. Ron stared at the fried egg on his plate, as if deep in thought, before finally raising his head with newfound determination. Perhaps I should write a letter, urging him to truly explore the Muggle world. He scratched his messy red hair, considering that if even the Malfoys could set aside their pride for research, the Weasleys had no reason to lag behind. Baelial regarded him seriously, a wise decision, Comrade Weasley. True progress often begins with the relinquishment of prejudice and the opening of one's eyes. Arrogance is the prison of understanding. Stagnation and blind hubris will only lead to decline and demise, as evidenced by the once mighty Roman Empire and the notoriously proud Qing dynasty, both of which paid a heavy price for it. The magical world today must awaken to the realities beyond its borders. In the room of requirement, Sirius slammed a stack of documents onto the table, his brow furrowed. The hardliners continue to resist stubbornly. It's utterly incomprehensible. Little Barty scoffed, a glint of derision in his eyes. The leader's decisions are far-sighted, all for the benefit of the magical world, yet they are myopic, content to rot in their dead end. Baelial silently perused the documents, her lips pressed tightly together. The parchment whispered softly under her fingertips, enveloping the space in a weighty silence. Sirius excitedly flexed his wrists, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Should we eradicate them completely? Baelial hesitated, caught between words. Fools. Little Barty shot a scornful glance at Sirius. What use is merely killing them? We must also ensure the obliteration of their remains. Baelial bowed her head deeply, her long fingers pressing against her throbbing temples. She knew that wherever there were hidden dragons, there would inevitably be phoenixes. You both. She inhaled deeply, laden with exasperation. Do not truly believe that the Pureblood Party is some bloodthirsty, violent terror organization, do you? The two exchanged glances, Sirius scratching his unruly black hair, while Little Barty raised an eyebrow in surprise. Isn't it? Of course not. Baelial stood in anger. You two should read the party charter thoroughly. They closed the charter, momentarily speechless. Little Barty nudged Sirius with his elbow. Didn't you say the Pureblood Party was similar to the Death Eaters? How was I to know they would actually reform? Sirius grumbled, pulling at his hair. Wasn't the former Pureblood Party something to be feared? Little Barty turned to Baelial, his slate-blue eyes glimmering. Leader, I must admit my error. Today I have truly come to understand the greatness of the Pureblood Party. Those hardliners will eventually be swept away by the tides of time, he continued. We will not resort to extreme measures, but rather, he paused meaningfully, let them gradually sink into oblivion. Sirius watched Little Barty wax eloquent, his eyes twitching. This sycophant. Once their footsteps faded into the corridor, a small snake slithered from Baelial's neck, winding down her arm before finally transforming back into human form upon reaching the armchair. What's the matter? Baelial noticed Tom's unusual expression. His long fingers were unconsciously tapping the table. Tom lifted his dark red gaze, a flicker of inscrutable light passing through it. I sensed a familiar presence. He paused momentarily, his fingertips lightly drumming on the table, like a Horcrux. At his suggestion, Baelial suddenly recalled that the room of requirement held a Ravenclaw diadem. Can we find it? Perhaps. Tom closed his eyes, his thick lashes casting shadows on his pale face. After a moment, accompanied by a sharp clang, a diadem materialized and fell to the ground. Baelial bent down to pick up the diadem, the cold metal sending a shiver through her fingertips. Without hesitation, she handed it to Tom. Destroy it. Tom raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in his dark red eyes. There is only one Tom Riddle in this world. The girl fixed her gaze upon his, her voice soft yet resolute. I chose you. Everything else is merely a poor imitation. Her unfinished words hung in the air. I need you to personally prove your loyalty. A deep chuckle escaped Tom's throat as he took the diadem, his fingertips brushing against her palm. So, I am a unique existence. Even the main soul is insignificant in your eyes? The girl's silence spoke volumes. A murderous intent flashed in Tom's eyes as dark flames erupted from his palm, instantly consuming the ancient diadem. The diary. How dare you betray the main soul? The diadem echoed with heart-wrenching screams. We are all you. How can you betray yourself? Within the flames, the youth's handsome visage remained as cold as marble. You are mistaken, his voice chillingly soft. I am myself. You are merely discarded remnants. The flames surged violently, engulfing the last remnants of the anguished cries. Chapter 73. Tom declares, Love is the greatest. Senior, can you sense the locations of the other Horcruxes? Baelial inquired softly, her fingertips absently stroking her wand. Tom slightly closed his eyes, as if attuning to something. I cannot determine their exact positions. He opened his eyes, a glimmer passing through his dark red orbs. But as long as they are within sensing range, I can pinpoint their precise locations. That's perfect. Baelial rose to her feet. To avoid any prolonged delays, we should now proceed to destroy the remaining Horcruxes. Just the two of us? Tom raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The girl turned to face him, suddenly reaching out to tap his chest. Her fingertips, cool against the fabric, sent his heart racing. Of course, it will only be us. She chuckled lightly. Yet her eyes bore an undeniable seriousness. You are the one I have chosen, Senior. After a brief pause, she lowered her voice, adding, I have wagered everything on you. Furthermore, the Horcrux contains a resurrection stone ring. She could not guarantee that Dumbledore would not be tempted by it. Gellert was preoccupied with the affairs of the Pure Blood Party in Europe, making it inconvenient for him to disturb Dumbledore. However, now that Tom was akin to a human radar, matters would proceed much more smoothly. Should he dare to betray her midway, she would not hesitate to end him herself. Watching Baelial leave, Tom chuckled softly, realizing she still did not comprehend her significance in his heart. This stone heart, which had lain dormant for years, beats solely for you. How could it ever betray you? Outside Hogwarts, the wind rustled through the branches, stirring a few fallen leaves. Tom slightly turned his head, his dark red eyes scanning the girl beside him. Are you not attending your classes? Baelial casually kicked a pebble at her feet, a sly smile gracing her lips. I had Draco request a leave for me. She tilted her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Besides, isn't it fortunate that I have you, Senior? You aced 12 WLS. Tutoring me on such trivial matters should be a breeze for you, right? Indeed, Tom replied with a light laugh, a flicker of delight evident in his gaze. Clearly pleased by her flattery. And where are we heading now? She inquired. The Gaunt Manor, he answered succinctly. Baelial suppressed a smile, thinking how youth was priceless, boldly confronting her ancestry. In the next moment, accompanied by a faint explosion, their figures abruptly vanished from the spot, leaving only wisps of lingering mist slowly dissipating in the wind. At the Gaunt Manor, the decaying wooden door creaked in the wind. Baelial stepped into the courtyard, stepping over twigs and surveying her surroundings before whistling. The name Old Manor is no exaggeration. It truly is dilapidated. Tom remained silent, his eyes closed in concentration, the pulse of the Horcrux vividly resonating in his consciousness. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, found it a dim ring soared from the ruins and landed steadily in his palm. As Baelial leaned in to examine it, she suddenly asked, Senior, can Horcruxes consume one another? Consume? A clear disdain flickered across Tom's brow. The remnants of decayed souls, his fingertips ignited with dark flames, are revolting to behold. The moment the flames engulfed the ring, an eerie black smoke erupted, and a piercing curse shattered the stillness. Diary, how dare you betray the Master Soul? The twisted visage, akin to Tom's yet more grotesque, swept back and forth between them. You are actually considering wooing someone. The remnant's voice rose sharply. We pursue eternal power. You are vulgar, Tom interrupted coldly. Love is the most potent magic in existence. The burning remnant suddenly froze, forgetting even to scream. Before it dissipated completely, its contorted face lingered in a state of incredulity. How splendid. Baelial clapped her hands joyfully. That poor little remnant probably never comprehended what on earth was happening until it vanished. We make quite the team. Where to next? Tom's lips curled slightly as he spoke in a low tone. Gringotts. To the Lestrange vault at the Gringotts' front desk. The goblin, not lifting its head from the ledger, replied, I apologize, miss. Without the Lestrange family insignia, I am afraid I cannot assist you. Baelial tilted her head towards Tom, innocently blinking. What if reason fails? Tom let out a cold laugh, suddenly seizing the goblin by its collar and leaning down to whisper a few words in its ear. The goblin turned pale, trembling violently. I am terribly sorry. It stammered, its voice pitchy. It is an honor to have you visit. Quickly, summon another goblin. Take these esteemed guests to the Lestrange vault." The goblin leading them, recognizing the gravity of the situation, donned the most obsequious smile, bending almost to the ground. "What did you say to it?" Baelial asked in a hushed tone. Tom casually adjusted his cuffs. "Just a secret phrase to verify my identity. I wonder what the psychological impact on that goblin is. Encountering a mysterious figure who has vanished for years, what must it feel like?" In the Lestrange family vault, Baelial rested her chin on her hand, her fingers gently tapping the edge of the Hufflepuff cup. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Senior, if we extract the remnants within and sell this pure gold antique, how much could we earn?" Tom turned to her incredulously. "Are you obsessed with money?" He rubbed his temples, exasperated. "The wealth amassed by the Death Eaters over the years is more than enough for you. Why concern yourself with such petty gains? Who would complain about having more money?" She retorted, pouting. She then leaned in closer. "And this is Helga Hufflepuff's cup." The dark flames flickered in Tom's eyes. After a moment, he managed a resigned smile. "As you wish, my leader, you are the best." Her blue eyes sparkled with delight as she turned to the goblin cowering in the corner, waving her hand fiercely. You may leave." The goblin, as if granted a reprieve, scurried away in a flurry. Tom's long fingers brushed over the cup, dark magic slithering into its body like a serpent. With a sharp tearing sound, the twisted remnant was forcibly yanked out. "Diary, you despicable traitor." The remnant's curses abruptly ceased as Tom's fingers closed, snuffing out the soul like a candle flame. "Here," he tossed the cup to Baelial. "Your spoil." She cradled the cup possessively, but then suddenly froze, tightening her grip. Slowly, she looked up, her azure eyes filled with shock and regret. "I was careless. The crown and ring should have been extracted as well. My money." Tom sighed, pressing his fingertips to his forehead, pondering how to reclaim his ambitious, radiant girl. What had become of this money-obsessed miser, now lamenting over a cup? He cast his gaze downward, concealing the turmoil brewing within. Only Nagini and the locket remained among the Horcruxes. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the girl beside him, still lamenting the destroyed Horcrux. To obtain the Slytherin locket, one must drink the poison he had concocted himself. Would she dare to drink it? Tom could almost envision her explosive reaction. "Why should I drink it?" "You set the trap, you drink it." She might even kick him. Just the thought of it made his lips twitch upward. But if she truly lifted the poison, his hand clenched tightly, his fingertips turning white. No, he could not bear it. Chapter 74. I love you, and I will learn to love everything you love. At Hogwarts, in the room of requirement. The shadows cast by the silver candelabra danced across Draco's pale face as his silver fork mechanically stabbed at the now-cold steak. "My father," replied. Draco spoke suddenly, his voice subdued. Since returning from his Muggle excursion, he had locked himself in his study for an entire week. A heaviness flickered in his gray-blue eyes as he continued. He said if the wizarding world remains insular, its demise is merely a matter of time. The technology the Muggles have created is already on par with our magic. Ron shook his pumpkin juice. My dad said the same. He saw those Muggle technologies. And he said once the international statute of wizarding secrecy fails, wizards cannot even begin to imagine what they will face. Harry and Hermione exchanged a grave look. As wizards raised in the Muggle world, they understood what this truly entailed more than anyone else. Baelial's elongated fingers delicately caressed the scales of the small serpent coiling around her neck. Her voice smooth as silk yet imbued with an undeniable sharpness. The developmental trajectory of Muggle civilization prior to the Industrial Revolution was nearly flat, but she paused. In a mere 2 centuries, the productivity created has surpassed the total of the preceding millennia. The serpent around her neck suddenly stiffened, its scarlet-slit pupils contracting sharply. The once arrogant Dark Lord was rendered utterly astonished, slowly lowering her head in contemplation. Merlin, Neville's voice trembled, his herbology textbook dropping with a thud onto the table. The statute of secrecy is not merely protecting Muggles. It is evidently safeguarding us wizards. Hermione's sigh merged with the shadows of the hall. It is not the statute itself that poses the problem, but rather the increasingly rigid manner in which the Ministry enforces it. She glanced around, her gaze sweeping over each young face, some bewildered, others terrified. If we continue to refuse change, we shall be the ones rendered obsolete by the passage of time. Baelial interjected, moreover, Muggles, like us, are undoubtedly sentient beings. Her slender fingers tapped gently on the goblet. Every intelligent species instinctively reacts when they discover an equally potent presence lurking beside them. She paused, and the serpent raised its head. There is an ancient saying in the East. How can one allow another to sleep beside them on their own bed? Her voice, soft yet unmistakably incisive, struck the long table like a hammer. Draco's fork halted mid-air, Ron's pumpkin juice cup tilted precariously, and Hermione's brow furrowed tightly. Even the usually gentle Neville displayed a rare seriousness. Harry gazed at the silverware illuminated by candlelight, suddenly realizing that this magical world, which they had always taken for granted, might be standing at a critical crossroads. Baelial's fingertips glided over the tense form of the serpent. There is no need for such anxiety. A weak nation has no diplomacy. This is an immutable truth, and a weak race equally lacks the qualifications for equal dialogue. She lifted her gaze, the candlelight dancing in her azure pupils. The abolition of the statute of secrecy is inevitable, but certainly not at this moment. What we need is a synergy between magic and Muggle technology. The serpent gradually relaxed. Yet Baelial's tone grew increasingly resolute. Only when our strength is sufficient to stand shoulder to shoulder with Muggles, or even surpass them, shall it be the time for the wizarding world to emerge boldly into the light. Her fingertips lightly tapped the table, producing a crisp sound. Only through the recognition of our power can we achieve equal negotiation. Until then, any rash actions would be tantamount to self-destruction. Baelial's words ignited a flame within the young wizards, a glimmer of hope beginning to sparkle in their eyes. We, the Pureblood Party, strive for the future of the magical realm, she proclaimed, subtly promoting her party. If we wish to become powerful, we must first undergo a revolution within ourselves. To break free from the cyclical decline of history, two conditions are essential: the support of the people and self-revolution. The wizarding world has long been insular, and the tumors it breeds are increasingly numerous. What we, the Pureblood Party, must do is excise these tumors, allowing the magical realm to stand anew among the nations of the world. I have conveyed my thoughts to the gentleman, and he has agreed with my proposal. Her voice suddenly sharpened. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pureblood Party fights for the future of the magical realm, and we, as the new stars of the future, as the new generation of youth, what right do we have to be complacent? Shall we merely watch as our world perishes? Our home is our home. Our society is our society. Our world is our world. If we do not speak, who will? If we do not act, who will? An unprecedented fervor blossomed in the eyes of every child present. They were the future of the magical realm, bearing the weight of its destiny upon their shoulders. Baelial surveyed the animated faces with satisfaction, witnessing countless eyes gleaming with the same ambitious light as hers. Gloria's aquamarine pupils constricted slightly, reflecting the increasingly composed visage of Baelial. It was this very gaze that Gloria whispered to herself, her fingertips instinctively digging into her palm. She attentively observed every precise gesture of Baelial, absorbing each incisive analysis. Her heart racing at an unprecedented frequency. What a perfect leader she is, with eyes that pierce through the fog, and a decisive wrist willing to strike against decay. A shiver ran up Gloria's spine, as she had never recognized so clearly. This individual before her possessed both the means of thunder and the foresight of wisdom. In the flickering candlelight, Gloria gazed reverently at Baelial's silhouette, as if a pilgrim beholding a deity. Powerful yet unpretentious, wise yet not pedantic. And within that calmness lay a fervor capable of transforming the world. Such is the true leader of the magical realm. In the Slytherin dormitory, Tom sat at the edge of a four-poster bed, moonlight filtering through the curtains, casting speckled light upon his pallid face. He stared at Baelial, curled within the velvet bedding, his voice suppressing a dangerous agitation. Why must we negotiate with Muggles? Why must we choose such a peaceful approach? His fingers unconsciously rubbed the sheets, his eyes glinting a dark red in the dim room. We could achieve a more thorough integration of magic and technology, ensuring those ants remain forever beneath our feet. Baelial's fingertips hesitated briefly above the gilded pages. The texture of the parchment spread beneath her fingertips. Why? She softly questioned herself. Images of the sycamores lining Chang'an Street, the lights of the Yan'an caves, and the phrase "Long live the unity of the world's people," shining brightly above Tiananmen in the morning light, flooded her mind. For that nation standing tall in the east had forged the most resilient backbone amidst the ravages of war. Her ancestors penned a broad avenue with their blood, embedding the gene of peace deep within the marrow of every rabbit, even transcending time. This legacy surged within her veins like the yellow river's waters forever flowing toward the sea. Just then, she suddenly let out a light laugh, her azure eyes encompassing the entire galaxy. I suppose I possess a saint's heart with nowhere to rest. Tom continued to gaze at Baelial's profile, as if he wished to etch her likeness into his very soul. His emotions were possessive and dark. He cherished her, thus desiring her love to be exclusively his. Alas, the bright moon shines high yet does not illuminate me alone. It casts its glow upon all living beings. But what if she loved only me? What if her heart could contain only me? Then she would no longer be Baelial Grindelwald, the fallen Satan of hell, yet possessing a heart for saving the world akin to an angel. It was precisely this quality that rendered him utterly captivated. He loved her, yet his heart was small, capable of holding only one. She, however, was different. Her heart encompassed everyone, purebloods, half-bloods, Muggleborns, and even Muggles themselves. She told him that love could be vast, capable of embracing all, and could also wield the sharpest of powers. Yet he did not comprehend, nor could he empathize. But he was willing to learn, solely to draw nearer to her world. I love you, he thought, and I shall learn to love all that you love. Chapter 75. This is what a protagonist in a fantasy novel should be. In the dimly lit Slytherin cellar, flickering candlelight cast wavering shadows upon the damp stone walls. In the cauldron, a deep purple potion bubbled continuously, the steam condensing into mist in the frigid air, rendering Severus's figure across from it indistinct and blurry. Baelial stirred the potion, her gaze penetrating the swirling mist, landing on an invisible point in the distance. After a moment, she suddenly spoke, her voice echoing distinctly within the silence of the cellar. Professor, do you believe it is possible to enhance the wolfsbane potion into a permanent remedy? Severus's movements momentarily faltered, a glint of sharpness flickering in his obsidian eyes, hidden beneath his dark strands of hair. If your walnut-sized brain had ever diligently delved into the intricacies of potion-making, his voice, chillingly cold, would have revealed the folly of your notions. The quill scratched the parchment with a soft rustle as he paused, then added with a weighty significance, What? I hear you have grown quite close to Remus Lupin. Did he actually confide in you about his lycanthropy? Not from Professor Lupin, said Baelial, a faint smile gracing her lips, the potion's glow illuminating her face. It was Sirius who informed me. He mentioned that this dilemma has haunted Professor Lupin for the better part of his life. Humph. Severus emitted a brief, derisive laugh. It is a curse etched in blood, one that potions may only suppress temporarily, never eradicate. Oh. Baelial busied herself with bottling the potion from the cauldron. So it is a matter of genetics. After all this time, we must still integrate potion making with biotechnology. Current Muggle technology cannot solve this issue, and wizards are still barred from interacting with Muggles. Once that Pandora's box is opened, it would be disastrous. Baelial ruffled her hair in exasperation. Oh, how could I forget that I have the system? Professor, today's potion is complete. She placed the crystal vial on the tray, the liquid within gently swaying with her motion. May I take my leave? Severus picked up the potion bottle, scrutinizing it under the candlelight. The potion swirled within, refracting a perfect hue and viscosity. It seems you have not neglected your studies of late. He finally set the bottle down, his dark robes sweeping a gentle breeze as he turned. You may go. Goodbye. Professor. Her half-face peered from behind the door frame, the green flicker of candlelight reflecting in her eyes. Wishing you sweet dreams tonight. Severus's fingers twitched imperceptibly, the quill's tip leaving a small blot of ink on the parchment. He clenched his jaw, not lifting his gaze, merely exhaling a low, guttural sound. The door to the cellar gently closed, footsteps fading away. He stared at the spreading ink, and after a long moment, raised his wand to vanish it. In the Slytherin dormitory, Baelial leaned against the canopy of her four-poster bed, mentally querying the system. Do you have any stock of a permanent wolfsbane potion? The system remained silent for a moment before a mechanical voice resonated in her mind. No. Providing you with 2 vials of a permanent youth potion is already my limit. She sighed in disappointment. However, the voice of the system suddenly took on a mischievous tone. Although there is no wolfsbane potion, I do possess a genetic modification potion. Would you like it? A genetic modification potion? She sat upright, the silver threads of the canopy shimmering under the moonlight. What would that be useful for? You are well aware of Remus Lupin's condition, transforming involuntarily on full moon nights, losing his sanity. The system's voice turned enticingly persuasive. This potion would enable him to fully control that ability, allowing him to choose the timing of his transformation and maintain lucidity in his wolf form. Baelial's pupils dilated slightly. Wasn't that akin to the privileges of a protagonist in a fantasy novel? It was tantamount to granting him a celestial wolf ability. What an incredible boon. All right, I want this. The morning at Hogwarts was shrouded in a thin mist, laughter from students echoing through the corridors. Remus was tidying his lesson plans, preparing to leave his office, when the door abruptly swung open. Professor. Baelial darted in, swiftly locking the door behind her, her movements quick as if to evade detection. Her breath was slightly hurried, evidently from a dash. Miss Grindelwald? Remus furrowed his brow slightly, his gentle brown eyes clouded with curiosity. What brings you here? Baelial did not respond immediately. Instead, she carefully extracted a slender syringe from her robe pocket. The transparent glass tube contained a vivid, emerald liquid that shimmered intriguingly in the morning light, as if it were a living entity. Remus's gaze fell upon the strange object, his brow furrowing even deeper. Is that a Muggle syringe? What are you planning to do? This is not an ordinary Muggle medication, Professor. Baelial lowered her voice, speaking rapidly. This is a genetic modification potion. It will allow you to fully control your lycanthropic powers, freeing you from constraints, and you will maintain your sanity even during transformations. Remus's fingers instinctively tightened around the edge of the desk, his knuckles widening. For a moment, his breath hitched as if he hadn't fully grasped her words. What did you say? His voice was soft, as if afraid to shatter a dream. Baelial met his gaze steadily, repeating each word with precision. You will be able to control your transformations freely and will never lose control again. Remus's lips trembled slightly. The shadows of a lifetime. The countless agonies of full moon nights, the ever-present dread. Could all of this truly be altered by a mere potion? If you trust me, I will administer it to you. He stared at the syringe for what felt like an eternity before finally allowing a rueful smile to cross his face. What options do I have left? Go ahead. Inject it into me. Baelial did not hesitate, signaling for Remus to roll up his sleeve. The moment the needle pierced his skin, the icy liquid began to flow into his veins. Remus closed his eyes, feeling the change within him. The brutal force that had long lurked in his blood, now soothed as if by an invisible hand, the raging tide gradually receding, transforming into a gentle stream. He suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils constricting as his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Merlin, his voice was hoarse, trembling with disbelief. It truly works. Professor, would you like to see if you can activate it at will? Taking a deep breath, a flicker of determination ignited in his brown eyes. Very well, he replied softly. Closing his eyes once again, the air in the office seemed to freeze. Sunlight poured through the window, casting golden outlines on the floor. Suddenly, Remus's body began to undergo a transformation. His knuckles cracked softly, his elongated form gradually growing taller. Brown fur surged forth from beneath his skin like a tide, enveloping his previously smooth skin. His clothing tore apart, yielding to the burgeoning muscles beneath. When those amber wolf eyes opened, the figure before Baelial was no longer the gentle defense against the dark arts professor, but a werewolf towering over 2 meters tall. Baelial instinctively took a half-step back, only to witness the werewolf elegantly raise a forepaw, scrutinizing its sharp claws with care. I can truly control it now. A deep, gravelly voice emerged from the wolf's maw, laced with incredulous astonishment. Even more astonishingly, crimson magical light suddenly flared around the wolf's claws, dancing like flames. This is impossible. The werewolf, or rather, Remus's voice trembled with excitement. I can still use magic. By Merlin. The culmination of physical power with magical enhancement. Remus, just admit it. You are the protagonist of a fantasy novel. The wolf's fur rippled like waves under the sunlight, and Remus's towering form began to shrink and reshape. As a soft white light flickered, the werewolf's outline blurred. Sharp claws reverted to slender fingers, and the fluffy fur receded beneath the skin. When the last glimmer of light faded, the figure that stood once more was that of the gentle, smiling defense against the dark arts professor, yet his brown eyes now sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Merlin's voice trembled slightly as he gazed down at his restored hands, disbelief washing over him as he touched his cheek. Goodness, Miss Grindelwald. I scarcely know how to express my gratitude. Baelial tilted her head and smiled. You are too kind, Professor. She blinked, her tone becoming more buoyant. After all, you are Sirius's dearest friend, and that naturally makes you my friend as well. Suddenly, Remus felt a tightness in his throat. For more than 2 decades, his identity as a werewolf had acted as an invisible barrier, isolating him from the world. Yet now, for the first time, he acutely sensed that barrier dissolving. Remus inhaled deeply, a myriad of unspoken words coalescing into a light sigh imbued with mirth. Morning light filtered through the window, casting delicate patches of illumination across his somewhat pallid face. I have heard Sirius speak of you. His voice is gentle. You are now the leader of the Pure Blood Party, correct? Baelial paused for a moment, then solemnly nodded, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her azure eyes. Then, to convey my gratitude, may I inquire if your organization is still recruiting? Belial's eyes widened, and she grasped Remus's hand eagerly. Merlin, of course, we are recruiting, especially for someone of your caliber. Professor Lupin, I look forward to your guidance then, Remus replied, a hint of bashfulness coloring his smile. Chapter 76, Ariana Dumbledore. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was enveloped in warm candlelight, with snowflakes gently descending from the enchanted ceiling. Harry took a sip of pumpkin juice, entranced by the newly adorned Christmas tree. Christmas was approaching. He exhaled a cloud of breath, marveling at how swiftly another year had passed. Come on, Draco, he said, raising an eyebrow as Draco tapped his goblet. Stop musing like an old man. A smirk danced on Draco's lips. My father has achieved remarkable results in the technological exchanges between the British magical community and Muggle-born wizards. Little Platinum nodded enthusiastically. My father is now utterly enamored with those magical metal artifacts. Cultural exchange must avoid conflict and arrogance. Hermione sighed in relief. Thankfully, the pureblood families no longer harbor such sentiments. Ron and Neville exchanged glances, with the looming presence of the Pure Blood Party, who would dare uphold the pure blood superiority. Indeed, that is splendid news. Baelial rested her chin on her hand, staring at the stale bread on her plate. Her mind filled with the aroma of Aberforth's roasted meat from the cottage in Godric's Hollow. "What are your plans for Christmas?" "To go home." The 5 of them replied in unison. "Yes, Christmas is meant for family reunions," Baelial said, taking a sip of juice. Already envisioning a harmonious scene of a loving family gathering. Godric's Hollow. The setting sun cast a warm glow over the cottage. Gellert lounged on the sofa, diligently reading Baelial's work report, while Dumbledore stood by the window, his fingers playfully toying with Fawkes perched nearby, the phoenix's golden-red feathers shimmering in the twilight. The kitchen was filled with delightful aromas, the sounds of Abeforth and Bathilda's conversation mingling with the clattering of pots. Baelial curled up in the corner of the sofa, the Daily Prophet rustling on her lap. Each time Dumbledore attempted to approach Gellert, Aberforth's sharp gaze would pierce through the kitchen door. And whenever Baelial flashed a coy smile at Abeforth, she could immediately feel Gellert's icy stare. A faint air of awkwardness enveloped the entire house. Dinner in the cozy cottage unfolded beneath the warm glow of candlelight, yet a peculiar silence lingered over the dining table until Mrs. Bathilda broke the stillness. "Come, my little Belle, try the beef stew your aunt has prepared," she said lovingly, ladling a generous scoop onto Baelial's plate, before turning to Gellert. "Oh, Gellert, you look so thin it pains my heart. Drink more salmon soup to nourish yourself." Baelial and Gellert stared down at the towering pile of food before them, a look of discomfort crossing their faces in unison. "Auntie, I truly cannot eat another bite." "Nonsense," Mrs. Bathilda insisted, unyieldingly adding another slice of pie to Gellert's plate. Sighing with concern, "How could you have eaten anything decent in a place like Nurmengard? I truly wonder how your delicate stomach has survived." Abeforth scoffed from the side, poised to make a sarcastic remark, but received a sharp elbow from his brother beneath the table. After dinner, the flames in the fireplace flickered gently, casting warm orange shadows upon the floor. Mrs. Bathilda sat on the floral-patterned sofa, her wrinkled hands clasping Gellert's as she reminisced about old times. Gellert's lashes fell low, a faint smile gracing his lips, his long fingers occasionally giving a gentle squeeze in return. Baelial stood in the corner of the living room, her gaze captivated by a painting hanging on the wall. The girl in the painting was graceful, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall, radiating a soft halo under the sunlight created on the canvas. Her azure eyes sparkled with kindness, a serene smile gracing her lips as she subtly nodded at Baelial. "She truly is a beautiful girl, isn't she?" Abeforth appeared silently beside her, his rough voice carrying an unusual gentleness. "If she were still alive, you might have called her aunt." The summer of 1899 had forever taken away the pure soul of Ariana Dumbledore. Dust settled beneath the frame, yet the girl's smile remained as vivid as ever, as if she could step out of the painting at any moment, her clear blue eyes gazing upon a world she had never known. "Brother, I miss you so much." Baelial was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. That voice echoed once more in her mind. "Ah, is that you, Brother Gellert? How warm it is when everyone is together." This ethereal whisper lingered like a ghost, sending tremors through Baelial's temples, cold sweat trickling down her brow. Fractured images flashed before her eyes, the golden-haired girl in sunlight, the swirling skirts, the shattered stained glass. "Baelial." Aberforth's panicked cry seemed to come from afar. Gellert instantly appeared at her side, his strong arms stabilizing her swaying form. "Do not touch her," he barked at Abeforth, who was about to step forward. "Have you lost your mind?" Abeforth shouted, attempting to rush over, but was firmly restrained by Dumbledore. "Look into her eyes," Gellert whispered. They beheld that Baelial's left eye had completely transformed into a swirling silver, her pupils seemingly revolving like a galaxy. "This is a prophetic state." A glimmer of shock flickered behind Dumbledore's glasses, the Grindelwald family's prophetic gift, only first manifesting in adolescence, implying that her abilities could only be passively triggered. Gellert gently set Baelial down in an armchair, the light in her silver gaze ebbing like a receding tide. Baelial struggled to blink, and when her vision refocused, she met 4 faces etched with concern. "My dear, what did you see?" Dumbledore's voice was unusually soft. Baelial swallowed hard. "I saw the girl in the painting standing in the future beside Daddy." Those words struck like a thunderbolt. Dumbledore's fingers clenched the edge of his robe tightly, while Abeforth stumbled backward, colliding with the coffee table. "This is impossible." Gellert slowly straightened, the candlelight casting deep shadows across his chiseled face. The prophecies of Grindelwald never err. The only explanation lay in the direction of the painting, where Ariana continued to smile serenely, suggesting that someone had resurrected Ariana Dumbledore in the future. Chapter 77, A Century of Longing. Resurrected? Albus's pupils contracted sharply, and his voice rose in disbelief. How can this be possible? The crescent-shaped lenses of Dumbledore's glasses glimmered subtly as he spoke softly. The Resurrection Stone, one of the legendary Deathly Hallows, possesses the power to summon the deceased. Al. Gellert suddenly stepped forward, his mismatched eyes fixed intently on his beloved. We both know the truth of that legend. Did not the master of the resurrection stone ultimately depart alongside death? His tone carried a hint of caution. Suddenly, Bellatrix interjected, "It's futile. The resurrection stone was already transformed into a Horcrux by Voldemort, and I have destroyed it." "What?" The four adults turned their gazes toward her in unison. Basharat's teacup clinked sharply as he exclaimed, "Couldn't we have merely extracted the Horcrux fragment? Why destroy the entire resurrection stone?" "My dear," Bellatrix raised her head, her azure eyes shimmering with an awareness beyond her years. "The Horcrux has been cursed by Voldemort." Moreover, her gaze swept over the assembled company. "The Deathly Hallows are but a reflection of human greed. There has never been a miracle of resurrection." The room fell into a prolonged silence. The crackling flames in the fireplace cast flickering shadows across Dumbledore's countenance. At last, the White Wizard emitted a barely audible sigh, a bitter curve tugging at his lips. "It is truly ironic that after living for over a century, I find myself less perceptive than a mere child." Taking a deep breath, Bellatrix raised her gaze, her eyes sweeping over Dumbledore, Gellert, Albus, and Basharat, as if resolutely deciding to speak. "Daddy, Fada, in truth. I sensed it long ago." Her voice was soft, yet it struck like a stone thrown into a still pond. "There seems to be another soul within me." "Another soul?" Gellert's voice rose sharply, his mismatched eyes narrowing in alarm. He nearly instantaneously moved to stand before Bellatrix, his long fingers poised lightly on her forehead. His voice low and taut, "Do not resist me, my dear." His magic, like a silken thread, delved deep into her soul. Two souls coexisting? This was no trivial matter. Bellatrix closed her eyes, allowing his magic to penetrate. The room was eerily quiet. After a moment, Gellert slowly withdrew his hand, his expression graver than ever. "Indeed, there exists a faint echo of a soul, nearly entwined with yours." He paused, his brow furrowed, and he glanced at Dumbledore. A flicker of complexity in his gaze. "That soul feels familiar," Bellatrix murmured. "I suspect it is a fragment of Ariana Dumbledore's soul." Her gaze shifted to the portrait of the girl on the wall. "She possesses memories of you, and she looks just like the girl in the painting." Dumbledore's complexion drained of color, staggering back a step. "Anna?" His voice trembled, barely coherent. "Is it truly Anna?" Albus surged forward, his rough hand gripping Gellert's arm, eyes ablaze with nearly frenzied hope. "Can we not extract Anna's soul?" Gellert fell silent for a moment, slowly shaking his head. "I do not know." His voice, unusually laced with helplessness, continued. "Ariana's soul is nearly fused with Bellatrix's. If we forcibly separate them," he glanced at Bellatrix, "it may very well tear her soul apart. Perhaps we can attempt to awaken her." Bellatrix gently massaged her temples, her brow slightly furrowed, as if attuning to something. Long ago, her soul had remained in a dormant state, but just moments ago, it seemed to have stirred. She lifted her head, surveying the others, her voice soft yet imbued with a hint of resolute hope. "If we can awaken her consciousness, perhaps her soul will naturally separate." These words flickered like a faint flame, igniting a long-lost hope in Dumbledore and Albus. Albus's breathing quickened noticeably, while Dumbledore's fingers subconsciously clenched. Simultaneously, Bellatrix quietly inquired within her mind, "Will separating Ariana's soul harm my own?" The system's voice lazily responded, as if it had anticipated her question. "Did I not mention before? This soul is completely harmless to you. Besides, before your traversal, the blood pact was maintained in a fragile state of awareness precisely because of her soul's presence." It paused, its tone lightening as it added, "Now, with your more powerful soul as a means of restoration, her soul can peacefully slumber and gradually recover. Moreover, your soul's energy is invisibly nourishing her soul, so the separation will have no adverse effects." "That is a relief." Bellatrix breathed a silent sigh of relief. Dumbledore's fingers, imbued with magic, carefully sought to penetrate Bellatrix's brow. His voice was as gentle as if he feared to disturb a beautiful dream. "Ariana's soul resonates, echoing within the depths of consciousness. It is your brother. Awaken, will you?" Time passed in silence, as Albus paced anxiously, his goat-like beard trembling with each hurried breath. Just as he was on the verge of speaking out in frustration, a faint, firefly-like soul vibration gently responded to the call. "Brother Albus?" Dumbledore was struck as though by lightning. "Merlin, Anna." She truly choked on her words, rendering them fragmented. Albus lunged forward, but Gellert firmly grasped his shoulder. "Calm down." Gellert's mismatched eyes narrowed. "Do you wish to endanger both of them? The Sea of Souls cannot withstand multiple resonances." Suddenly, he seemed to awaken from a dream, his rough hand covering his face. "I have not seen Anna in so long." The once faint fragment of the soul gradually became more complete, nourished by Bellatrix's powerful essence. As Dumbledore continued to call upon the soul, a miracle was unfolding. Silvery light began to seep from Bellatrix's brow, intertwining in the air to form a hazy silhouette. When Ariana fully materialized, the entire room fell into profound silence. Her transparent fingertips brushed against her brother's tear-streaked face, the gesture tender as if caressing a morning spider's web. "Brother, you've aged." The girl's laughter echoed with a nostalgia that transcended a century, her soul-consolidated fingers traversing that iconic crimson hair. Yet I can still glimpse the shadow of my brother in my memories. Chapter 78. Moody expressed his astonishment. Anna. The translucent spirit of the young girl swayed gently in the air, akin to a lily blooming in the morning mist. She slowly turned towards the elderly man with the goat-like beard, her laughter resonating like silver bells in the room. "Brother Albus," she floated gracefully before him, her delicate fingers brushing over his wrinkled face. "You appear far more weathered than Brother Albus." Albus's rough hand hastily wiped away the corners of his eyes, defiantly turning his face away. "Humph, I am not like those two old fools, so sentimental at our age, still needing to drink youth potions upon meeting." Yet his trembling voice and reddened eyes betrayed his forced composure. Ariana's soul radiated a gentle glow as she turned to Gellert. The girl mischievously blinked, her gaze flitting between the two. "Brother Gellert," her voice ethereal and dreamlike, "you two are finally together." Suddenly, she floated behind Bellatrix, her semi-transparent fingertips gently tapping the girl's cheek, laughter ringing like silver bells. "You even have a child now." Anna. Dumbledore's face flushed, yet the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted beneath his red beard. He gazed upon his sister, still as lively and adorable as ever. A warm current surged within his heart. His little Anna remained the innocent and carefree girl etched in his memory, untouched by the relentless flow of time. The soul awakened. But what should be done now? Baelial murmured softly. A brief silence enveloped the room, interrupted only by the gentle crackling of the firewood in the hearth. Eventually, Gellert's deep voice shattered the stillness. "Now it merely requires the art of alchemy to reconstruct her body." As he spoke, he suddenly felt two searing gazes upon him. The two Dumbledores were fixated on him intently. Gellert cleared his throat uncomfortably. "Although my proficiency in alchemy is commendable, the magic required to restore the flesh of the deceased is, I must admit, somewhat beyond my capabilities." "Huh." Abeforth raised an eyebrow in derision. "Never would I have thought I would hear the words beyond my capabilities escape your lips." Gellert's uniquely colored eyes narrowed dangerously, yet unexpectedly, he refrained from retorting. "Perhaps we could seek the aid of the foremost master of alchemy in today's wizarding world," Bashar suggested timely to the children. "Ah." Dumbledore's azure eyes suddenly sparkled. Behind the crescent-shaped lenses, a glimmer of hope flickered. "How could I have forgotten my old friend Nicodemus?" The spirit of Ariana emanated a gentle halo, her translucent hand softly brushing through the girl's hair. "Before I meet Mr. LeMay, may I temporarily reside within young Baelial's soul?" Her voice was like a gentle breeze caressing wind chimes, her essence pure and comforting. "Moreover, there is no rush. My soul still requires a period of repose." Thus, Ariana made her home within Baelial's spirit. The summer days always seem to fly by. It feels as though it was just yesterday that they stepped out of the gates of Hogwarts, and now, the train for the 4th year has already begun to whistle. Draco suddenly flung open the compartment door, his face alight with barely contained excitement, striding in with purpose and plopping down next to Harry, whispering conspiratorially, "Big news. Our defense against the dark arts professor has changed this year, and he is definitely a force to be reckoned with." "Changed again?" Hermione looked up from her book, frowning. "Is this position cursed? Professor Lupin taught so well." In truth, it was a temporary assignment from Wanda Remus, who had to take a brief leave from his teaching duties. Draco waved his hand dismissively, eager to explain. "Although Professor Lupin is temporarily away, the one taking over is a former Auror." "Or," the others echoed in unison. "Indeed." Draco lifted his chin proudly, Alastair Moody, known in the streets as Mad-Eye Moody. "Cool." Harry, Ron, and Hermione exclaimed in unison. "I've heard my dad mention him." Ron lowered his voice, as if sharing a significant secret. "It is said that half of the prisoners in Azkaban were captured by him personally." The chosen one's eyes lit up, gleaming with eager anticipation. "Then he surely won't mind us practicing dark magic, will he?" "Not necessarily. Given your current enthusiasm for the dark arts, even Moody would be embarrassed." Baelial gazed out the window at the scenery. Little Barty had been dispatched to France on a mission. So this time the defense against the dark arts professor is indeed the real Alastair Moody. Hogwarts, defense against the dark arts classroom. Moody's cane struck the floor heavily, producing a dull thud. He limped into the classroom, dragging his wooden leg, that peculiar magical eye swiveling wildly in its socket, scanning each student as if seeking to penetrate their very souls. "Dumbledore has already introduced me in the hall," he said in a gruff voice, sounding like sandpaper scraping against wood. "So let us skip the formalities and get straight to it." He grinned widely, revealing a near-monstrous smile. Defense against the dark arts? Huh. Ultimately, what you are going to learn is the dark arts themselves. He struck the podium forcefully. Ready, you little brats? Today, you will witness true dark magic. The classroom fell into utter silence. Moody nodded with satisfaction, believing his intimidation was working. However, upon closer inspection, he found no gasps of terror, no pale faces, and not a single person trembling. On the contrary, every pair of eyes shone brightly, like wolves catching the scent of blood. Well then, he said dryly, it seems you possess quite the mental fortitude. So, he raised his voice. Who can tell me what the 3 unforgivable curses are? Instantly, every hand in the classroom shot up. Moody's eye twitched. Miss Granger, you may answer. Hermione stood up, speaking rapidly. The Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperius Curse, Professor. Correct. 5 points to Gryffindor. Moody pulled a spider from his pocket, pointing his wand at it. But you have merely heard of these spells. Today, I shall show you their true power. Imperio. The spider froze for a moment, then began to dance comically. Crucio. The spider convulsed violently, its 8 legs curling in agony. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light passed, and the spider immediately stiffened, dying silently. Moody stowed his wand and looked around, ready to receive the anticipated fearful reactions. However, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause and gasps of amazement. Merlin, that was so cool. TCH, that's nothing. If Baelial hadn't stopped us, we would have known it already. Professor, can you teach us? We promise not to use it on people. Moody's magical eye spun wildly. He took a deep breath and soldiered through the rest of the lesson. As soon as the bell rang, he practically bolted to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore. He burst through the door, his roar sending Fawkes fluttering, dropping a few feathers. What on earth is going on? Dumbledore looked up from his book. What is it, Alastair? Those who are informed know this is Hogwarts. Those who are not would think it's a miniature Azkaban. Who the hell taught them before? Moody's outburst nearly toppled the roof of the headmaster's office, his magical eye fixated intensely on Dumbledore. Don't tell me you were unaware. Dumbledore cleared his throat, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the pages of his book, offering a slightly awkward smile. I should have anticipated this. Moody slammed his hand on the desk, startling Fawkes from his perch, that little brat named Baelial. His eyes suddenly fixated on an old photograph on the wall. He was carved from the same mold as your old flame. His voice suddenly rose. It was her who taught them, wasn't he it? Ahem, Alastair. Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses. You are aware that these are extraordinary times. With Voldemort's remnants. Spare me. Moody interrupted his explanation. This line of reasoning might fool the Ministry's bunch of incompetents. But I know better than you what the British Ministry of Magic is worth, and what the International Confederation of Wizards is like. His magical eye shifted, suddenly lowering his voice. Or is this entirely something you have tacitly approved of? Dumbledore's silence hung in the headmaster's office, only broken by Fawkes' occasional soft chirps. The man's azure eyes glimmered with complex emotions behind the crescent lenses, neither denying nor explaining, only a plea for trust. Moody's magical eye spun violently. He suddenly let out a short, harsh laugh, the sound akin to sandpaper scraping wood. I understand now. His heavy wooden leg thudded against the floor, and without hesitation, he turned and walked towards the door. Alastair. Dumbledore's voice was soft, yet it made Moody's footsteps falter slightly. However, the old Auror ultimately did not look back. Instead, he spoke in his distinctive, gravelly voice. Listen here, old man. I am a member of the Order of the Phoenix. From day one, his fingers unconsciously brushed over the scar on his fingertips, recalling that for all these years, your decisions have never let us down. The door to the headmaster's office was flung open, and the autumn sunlight streamed in at an angle. Just as he was about to step over the threshold, Moody suddenly turned back, his normal eye locking onto Dumbledore, while his magical eye bizarrely shifted toward a photograph of a young Gellert on the desk. Since you believe that little brat, he grinned, revealing a nearly feral smile, then I shall believe too. The wooden door slammed shut behind him, sending dust cascading from several portraits. Chapter 79, A Return to the Arena. Thanks to Professor Moody's meticulous guidance, the students of Hogwarts have acquired an extensive knowledge of dark arts this semester, and no one is reiterating the perils of dark magic in their ears anymore. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class has almost transformed into pure combat training, with dueling practice becoming a central part of the curriculum. Time flew by until one day, Dumbledore announced a startling piece of news to the entire hall. With the support of the Department of International Magical Cooperation and the Department of Magical Games and Sports, the long-suspended Triwizard Tournament will be reinstated at Hogwarts. It remains uncertain whether there is a hidden agenda orchestrated by a certain member of the Pure Blood Party behind this. The hall erupted in an instant. The Triwizard Tournament? What is that? Some younger students whispered in confusion. Merlin's beard. You don't even know this? Older students excitedly explained that it is an ancient competition with a history of over 700 years, a contest among the finest magical schools in Europe. Then why was it discontinued? Because the casualty rate was rather high. Dumbledore's voice continued to resonate in the hall. This year's competition will involve Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and Durmstrang Institute. Let us extend the warmest applause to welcome our guests from afar. As his words faded, the grand doors of the hall burst open. First to enter were the students of Durmstrang, clad in dark uniforms, tall and imposing, their strides steady and powerful, with stern expressions and piercing gazes that made many girls blush. Following closely were the representatives from Beauxbatons. Dressed in exquisite blue-gray uniforms, they moved with grace, as if they were a procession of fairies from a tale. The boys stared at them, and a chorus of awe erupted in the hall. The headmistress of Beauxbatons, Madame Olympe Maxime, was notably tall, seemingly possessing the bloodline of a half-giant. Dumbledore descended from the headmaster's seat to perform a most gentlemanly greeting. Meanwhile, Bellatrix could not help but wince as she witnessed the red-haired man's lips gently brush against Olympe's hand. Thankfully, Gellert was not present. Years ago, due to Dumbledore's favoritism towards Newt, the former leader of the Pure Blood Party had uttered the now-famous retort, "Do you think Dumbledore will mourn for you?" Now, with such intimate contact, he could very well conjure a fire shield to protect himself. The headmaster of Durmstrang, Igor Karkaroff, was a rather sullen-looking man, wrapped in a heavy fur cloak that enveloped his tall, gaunt figure. As he shook hands with Dumbledore, his gaze frequently darted towards Bellatrix, his eyes a mix of confusion and an inexplicable familiarity. "This is a rare magical gala," Dumbledore's voice echoed in the hall. "And the ultimate victor will not only bring glory to their school, but will also receive a substantial prize. According to tradition, participants must be at least 17 years old. But considering the unique circumstances of Hogwarts," he paused, observing the sudden spark of excitement in the students' eyes, "we have decided to relax the restrictions. Any student with the capability may submit their name into the Goblet of Fire." The students of Hogwarts erupted in thunderous cheers, while the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang students exchanged bewildered glances. A few Durmstrang students even scoffed disdainfully. Maxime furrowed her brow. "Headmaster Dumbledore, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? The mortality rate of the Triwizard Tournament is quite high, especially when all participants are above the age of 17. "Indeed," Karkaroff interjected ominously, tapping his fingers on the table. "Even with a millennia of heritage, one cannot simply extend the limits like this. Or do you imply that Hogwarts no longer values the lives of its students?" Dumbledore maintained his composed smile. "Rest assured, Hogwarts today is not what it once was." Karkaroff scoffed, turning his face away. At that moment, Professor McGonagall tore open a letter. Her expression shifted to one of profound complexity as she hastily approached Dumbledore to whisper. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in surprise before finally nodding. McGonagall returned to her seat, visibly irate. Dumbledore stood once more. "This year's Triwizard Tournament will also welcome a special guest." Before he could finish, a tall figure stepped into the hall. The black robes gleamed with a cold sheen under the candlelight, and as the mismatched eyes scanned the room, the entire staff table froze in place. "Merlin's beard. Grindelwald," Flitwick exclaimed, taken aback. "Isn't he supposed to be locked away in Nurmengard?" Sybil gasped, her eyes wide. Karkaroff's face drained of color, his fingers twitching involuntarily. He was acutely aware of the shifts in power within the European magical community, but never had he anticipated this individual re-emerging in such a flamboyant manner, akin to a declaration to the world that the Pure Blood Party had regained control. "Who is that? So handsome," the girls whispered. "Merlin, that man is quite dashing." The boys couldn't help but admire. Draco's silver fork clattered to the floor as he stiffly turned to Bellatrix. "He just waltzed in like this. The Pure Blood Party certainly has the audacity, and we are ready to return to the fray," Bellatrix mused, gently swirling her goblet with a smile playing on her lips. Gellert gracefully approached the guest table, pausing elegantly before Dumbledore. He slightly inclined his body, his mismatched pupils shimmering softly in the candlelight. "Gellert Grindelwald, Vice President of the International Wizarding Association, has arrived uninvited. I hope Headmaster Dumbledore will forgive the intrusion. Welcome, Mr. Grindelwald." The two locked gazes, their eyes almost weaving a tapestry of unspoken affection. Their shared look was akin to a silent kiss. "But, Senior, I feel as though I am witnessing a display between the two of them." The small snake coiled around her neck nodded expressionlessly. "Is that Bellatrix's father?" Hermione scratched her head. "Why does it feel like his relationship with Professor Dumbledore is rather complicated?" Harry took a sip of pumpkin juice, weariness etched on his face. "That's because they were once a couple." "What? A couple?" Ron raised an incredulous eyebrow. "Professor Dumbledore and him. He, with Dumbledore?" Draco struggled to articulate his thoughts. Bellatrix pouted in displeasure. "Then who else could possibly be with Gellert, if not Dumbledore?" "Hiss." The group fell silent for a moment, pondering her words. You know, that actually makes some sense. A white wizard and a dark wizard make quite the pair. Chapter 80. The Harmony of Destiny. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, the goblet of fire flickered with azure flames. The dancing flames seemingly enticing the ambition of every brave soul present. At the Hufflepuff table, Cedric had just cast his parchment bearing his name into the cup when he was suddenly grabbed by a small badger around the neck. Wow, Cedric, you really signed up? The young lad excitedly shook his shoulders, exclaiming, now we Hufflepuffs are counting entirely on you. Cedric adjusted his disheveled tie, a gentle glimmer illuminating his eyes as he replied, I merely wish to challenge myself. The two settled down, their shoulders linked as they exchanged playful banter from time to time. At the Slytherin table, Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. Merlin, Bellatrix, did you really submit your name? Of course, she nodded slightly. Not just me. Harry and Draco have signed up as well. The ever-enthusiastic flower-loving rabbit chimed in. Fred and George leaned closer, with the red-haired youth lowering his voice, his fingers unconsciously caressing the edge of his knife. Before he could finish his thought, Hermione lightly tapped him on the back of the head with her book. Instead of entering the Triwizard Tournament, Weasley, you should contemplate how to improve your potion grades, which resemble that of a troll. The flames of ambition ignited within the boy were doused by a bucket of cold water. Hermione, have you spent so much time with the old bat that you've learned to spew venom? The ambitious Miss Granger rolled her eyes. Suddenly, the savior with his tousled black hair leaned closer, excitement sparkling in his green eyes. You lot in the pureblood party are making quite the fuss about re-emerging. Are you planning to storm the very heart of the Ministry of Magic? Harry, why are you so thrilled? Now is not the time. Her words were interrupted by a clear, piercing call that cut through the din of the hall. A majestic bird appeared, clutching a letter sealed with golden wax, and landed gracefully upon her shoulder. Bellatrix unfolded the parchment, her expression shifting from languid to stern as she scanned the writing. Blast it, she muttered, her fingertips tightening around the edges of the parchment, the edges curling as a chilling reminder of the lessons learned in 1945. Had they not suffered enough? She suddenly lifted her gaze, her blue eyes as cold as ice. Draco. The platinum-haired youth straightened, his gray-blue eyes locking onto hers. Send word to your father, she commanded. Her voice low, yet imbued with undeniable authority. No action is to be taken on the pure-blood side without my command, even if the one issuing the orders is Gellert Grindelwald. Draco, though somewhat bewildered, nodded without hesitation. Harry furrowed his brow. You're leaving? Yes. There has been a minor disturbance among the purebloods. Nomontgard. Winda spread out a piece of parchment, her fingers gliding gently over the ink that shimmered coldly. The ministries of magic across Europe and the core of the International Confederation of Wizards have all been seized. She pushed the document toward the far end of the long table, clarity dawning upon them. They had become mere fodder for the slaughter. With just a word from you, the powers of Europe will shift by tomorrow. Aberforth's knuckles rapped heavily against the gilded tabletop, the veins on the back of his hand visibly throbbing. After half a century of stealth, his voice trembled with suppressed fervor. Miss, it is time to plant the banner of the saints atop the ministry's dome. The candlelight flickered wildly in his murky gaze. They could finally realize the ideals of yesteryear. Bellatrix rested her chin on her hand, stirring her tea with a silver spoon, creating a dark red whirlpool. The instant she raised her eyes, the air in the council chamber became palpably still. Continue with the current plan, she sipped her tea. To penetrate the magical community to ensure that the interests of the common folk and the mid-level ranks are not stripped away by those parasites. Kraft stared at her in astonishment. We must continue. We could. The old saints turned their pleading gazes toward the silver-haired man in the shadows. Gellert was leisurely toying with a crystal sugar, the cube refracting mysterious light in the air. Don't look to me, the dark wizard chuckled. The sugar suddenly exploding into silver dust. The one holding the reins is this young lady. He leaned forward, his mismatched eyes locking onto the girl. But shouldn't the leader provide us old-timers with a compelling reason to be convinced? Bellatrix sighed, finally understanding why the White Eagle, the John Bull, and the Gallic Rooster had been led around in circles by the rabbit in her past life. They didn't even grasp the most fundamental strategy of warfare, subduing the enemy by planning. She softly murmured, when the deer enters Chang'an, it may pass through unscathed. Aberforth furrowed his brow in confusion. What does that mean? The girl's gaze swept over everyone, a glint of cold sharpness in her eyes, when the celestial currents align, and one rises to become the sovereign of the magical realm. Indeed, they may wield unparalleled power and glory. However, they will inevitably become the target of universal scorn. She scanned the assembly, her voice rising in intensity. Throughout history, no tyrant has ever stood against the tide of the world. The righteous path does not favor those who cling to life, unaware of their own demise. A profound silence enveloped the room. Winda gazed in astonishment at her master. only to find Gellert's eyes glinting with approval. As a fellow revolutionary, he immediately grasped the implication of Bellatrix's words. There must be no haste, no force, as the time was not yet ripe. Do you not understand? He chuckled softly. What she seeks is not to forcibly seize power from the magical world, but to have the populace willingly elevate her to that position, subduing through strategy, not through battle. Gellert contemplated the gently rippling tea in his cup, pondering that had he been less brash and more calculating in years past, weighing the merits, he might have already held dominion over the magical realm. He lifted his cup, the pale red tea swirling, resembling the turbulent undercurrents of the magical world. Bellatrix surveyed the gradually enlightened expressions of the assembly, a subtle smile gracing her lips. The so-called royal path is, at its core, a righteous and straightforward strategy. She need not disguise her intentions nor resort to trickery. She must simply lay this game of chess plainly before the eyes of the world. It is imperative to illuminate for the masses who genuinely seeks their well-being and which government is truly worthy, allowing them to make their own choices. It is not she who harbors ambitions of power and gain, but rather the will of the people, the current of history. The Pureblood Party did not choose to rule the magical realm. It was the magical realm that chose the Pureblood Party. Today, those who submit to the Pureblood Party harbor ulterior motives. Some are discontented, while others await the opportune moment to strike back. However, these yapping, broken-back hounds shall be crushed one by one before the will of the people and the relentless march of history. Chapter 81. 5 Brave Souls. The hall fell utterly silent. All eyes fixated on the flickering blue flames of the goblet of fire. Dumbledore stood beside the goblet, announcing the names of the champions. The champion from Durmstrang, Victor Krum. Thunderous applause erupted as the students from Durmstrang stood proudly. Krum, with a stoic expression, rose and walked steadily towards Dumbledore, as if this outcome had been well within his anticipation. The champion from Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour, the enchanting girl of Villa Descent, glided forward with grace, performing an elegant bow to Dumbledore. Just for her stunning beauty, everyone was eager to congratulate her. Dumbledore paused momentarily, the whispers in the hall gradually subsiding. Hogwarts has 3 champions. Whispers arose from Beauxbatons' table. With no age restrictions and a high number of applicants, naturally, there will be many champions selected. This is unfair. A disgruntled boy from Durmstrang muttered. They have 3 participants. Their odds are significantly higher. Astoria turned her head, replying coolly, the rules apply equally to all. No one is stopping you from signing up. Dumbledore paid no heed to these murmurs, continuing to announce Cedric Diggory, Harry Potter, and Bellatrix Grindelwald. Upon hearing these 3 names, the students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons visibly exhaled in relief. After all, aside from Cedric, the other 2 champions had yet to reach the age of 17. This outcome seemed to restore balance to the competition. Durmstrang and Beauxbatons were safe. Krum suddenly turned his gaze towards Baelial, his eyes sharp as knives. Grindelwald? He questioned in a low voice, laden with skepticism. How could the Grindelwald family possibly be at Hogwarts, let alone be chosen as a champion? His expression darkened in an instant. A century ago, many wizarding families in Northern Europe had suffered greatly under the persecution of the Pureblood Party, and the Krum family was no exception. Now that the Pureblood Party had regained power, he could not openly express his discontent, yet the bitterness within him remained insurmountable. Dumbledore continued to announce that the first task would take place on November 24th. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze behind half-moon glasses laden with significance, indicating that he could not divulge too many details, lest it be akin to revealing the answers. Krum remained tight-lipped, showing no reaction to this announcement as he deliberately avoided making eye contact with Baelial, standing rigidly in place. In contrast, Fleur enthusiastically waved at Baelial, her platinum hair shimmering softly in the candlelight. A bright smile graced her lips. At first glance, Baelial had assumed Fleur to be a rather aloof young lady, unaware that beneath her cool exterior lay a warm heart. However, Fleur harbored similar thoughts. Baelial's appearance leaned towards the striking, and she initially thought her to be a fiercely independent and cold individual, only to discover her amiable nature upon engaging in conversation. Harry and Cedric exchanged polite pleasantries with Krum, but the conversation quickly descended into an awkward silence. As a Quidditch star, Krum should have been Harry's most desired conversational partner. Yet, the subtle hostility he displayed towards Baelial made the savior unconsciously furrow his brow. Harry discreetly took a half-step back, exchanging a knowing glance with Cedric. The atmosphere among the 3 became decidedly delicate. Though it was said that they could not divulge the tasks, Hogwarts had never been able to keep secrets hidden. At some point, Ron, Hermione, and Neville learned that the first task involved dragons and rushed to inform the 3 champions. This is genuinely perilous, Ron exclaimed, pacing around the trio. My brother Charlie deals with this, and even adult wizards must approach dragons with caution. Indeed. Have you forgotten why so many have perished in past Triwizard tournaments? It's due to these outrageous tasks. Hermione earnestly advised. Everything will be fine, Baelial waved dismissively. It's merely a dragon. I refuse to believe it can withstand my overwhelming magical assaults. Exactly. Harry nodded vigorously from the side. I don't believe it can endure a deluge of Avada Kedavra. Suddenly, silence enveloped the group. Was this something they could openly discuss? Is this the kind of bravado we want, Harry? Hey, friends. Baelial comforted the anxious trio. Our dueling practice from 2nd to 4th year hasn't been in vain. A direct confrontation may not be feasible, but outsmarting and dodging is certainly within our capabilities. The young men and women exchanged glances, gradually regaining a modicum of confidence. Neville, Ron, Hermione, just keep your worries at bay. The savior declared with fervor, the championship shall rightfully belong to Hogwarts. Time flew, and soon it was November 24th. The 3 champions selected from Hogwarts spanned 3 houses, Slytherin, Gryffindor, and Hufflepuff. The entire castle buzzed with excitement as students from each house flocked to cheer for their champions. George and Fred hooked their arms around Harry's shoulders. Hey, mate, keep your spirits high. Don't embarrass us. You must bring glory to Gryffindor, shouted Seamus. Cedric, show them the prowess of Hufflepuff, Autumn declared, embracing Cedric. As for Slytherin, Grindelwald, let us not waste words on pleasantries. Pansy patted Baelial's shoulder, win honor for Slytherin. And don't tarnish the Grindelwald name. The 3 champions made their way towards the waiting area amidst the cheers of their respective houses. Chapter 82, A 5,000-Year Faith. The 3 champions from Hogwarts met the 2 champions from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons in the waiting area, and the 5 of them entered the tent together. As Baelial lifted the curtain, she spotted a familiar face, Rita Skeeter. At first, the journalist did not notice Baelial, as she proceeded to interview each champion in order, occasionally offering pointed critiques that left Krum and Fleur looking quite displeased. When she reached Harry, her eyes lit up. Look, the boy who lived. The savior of the wizarding world. Defeating the Dark Lord wasn't he enough. Now he seeks to claim this title as well. However, this reporter underestimated Harry's sharp tongue. What of it? Do I covet this title? Why should I not participate in the Triwizard Tournament? Mr. Potter, she began, but Harry disregarded her awkward predicament, continuing. As a member of Hogwarts and Gryffindor, am I not entitled to ambition? Or does Miss Skeeter harbor a deep-seated disdain for me? Skeeter found herself at a loss for words, eventually managing to mutter, let's conclude the interview here, just as she intended to move on to the next champion. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Baelial standing at the back. Her expression froze. Having navigated the magical community for so many years, she had established her own network and methods among the upper echelons. Rita Skeeter was also well aware that the apparent ruler of the Ministry of Magic was Fudge, but in reality, it was Grindelwald. She forced a pained smile. Miss Grindelwald, what a pleasure to see you again. Huh, Miss Skeeter, Baelial replied with a sardonic tone. I wonder what audacity you possess to mock Harry, to belittle my dearest friend. Skeeter's forced smile faltered as she hurriedly turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, there was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Baelial scoffed, seizing the opportunity while others were distracted by the competition rules, pulling Skeeter into a corner. She lowered her voice, each word dripping with icy venom. I have loathed individuals like you, shameless gossip mongers, my entire life. Skeeter's back pressed against the tent canvas as Baelial's slender fingers gripped her chin. A journalist as quill and parchment should serve as swords against darkness, not weapons to harm the innocent. Kind words can warm the coldest winter, while harsh words can wound deeper than any blade, especially when they are laced with rumors. Remember this. Baelial leaned closer, her voice soft as a serpent's hiss. From this day forth, use your pen for good, or, she suddenly broke into a sweet smile, I shall have you chopped into pieces and thrown into the river to feed the fish. Harry approached Baelial in the corner. It's time for the drawing. He glanced at Skeeter, who appeared pallid. What is wrong with her? Perhaps she applied too much makeup, Baelial replied casually. Come on, let us draw. There are only 4 types of dragons, the staff member explained. We did not anticipate an increase in the number of champions this year, so there may be duplicates. But you will not face the same dragon. The champions took turns drawing. Harry drew the Swedish short snout, Cedric drew the Chinese fireball, and Fleur drew the Welsh green. Only Krum and Baelial drew the Hungarian horntail. Krum's expression darkened instantly. Blast it, he muttered under his breath. Fleur stifled a laugh. It seems your luck has run out. Fleur Delacour. The announcer's voice caused Fleur, who had just been teasing Krum, to freeze, the color draining from her delicate features. Seizing the moment, Krum teased. My luck seems to be rather unfortunate. Fleur. Baelial stepped forward and gave her a reassuring embrace. Relax, dear. You can do this. Furlong inhaled deeply and nodded heavily. Within the confines of the tent, the 4 could only hear the impassioned voice of the announcer and the intermittent gasps of astonishment. When the proclamation of the successful seizure of the golden egg resonated, Crumb instinctively straightened his spine. Victor Crumb, the brave warrior of Durmstrang, strode forth with a steady gait, the hem of his robe stirring a gentle breeze. Shortly thereafter, a renewed wave of cheers erupted outside. Cedric Diggory. As Cedric rose, Harry and Baelial echoed in unison. May you return victorious, upperclassmen. Cedric responded with a warm smile. Wait for my good news. When Harry Potter's name was called, he rubbed his sweaty palms together, thinking, it seems everyone has succeeded. I cannot lag behind. Baelial bumped his fist with his own. Let the Gryffindor banner fly high. At last, it was Belial's turn. As she stepped into the arena, the stands of Hogwarts erupted in a thunderous cheer, flags waving, and shouts roaring like thunder. Baelial tilted her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over the audience before resting on the judges' table, where Dumbledore offered her an encouraging smile, while Grindelwald merely nodded gently, a trace of imperceptible pride hidden in his eyes. On the opposite end of the arena, the Hungarian Horntail had already sensed her presence. It slowly reared its massive body, the sound of its scales grinding together akin to metal, its enormous head bowed, amber slit pupils fixated on her, hot sparks emanating from its nostrils. Baelial stood her ground, calmly assessing the menacing, colossal beast before her, filled with an oppressive aura. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through her mind. She bent down to pick up a fragment of stone from the ground, lightly weighing it in her fingertips before tossing it into the air. The tip of her ebony wand erupted with blinding white light, which instantly consumed the stone. It was transfiguration. The professors and elder wizards present understood immediately. Roar. A deafening dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, the white light dissipating to reveal a titanic silhouette spiraling in midair. Its antlers resembled those of a deer, its head that of a camel, its eyes akin to a rabbit-s, ears like a cow-s, scales reminiscent of fish, body like a serpent, paws resembling those of a tiger, and claws akin to those of an eagle. It was a true Eastern dragon. The arena fell into a hushed silence. All eyes widened. Even the Horntail instinctively took a step back, cautiously growling. The black dragon hovering in the air slowly lowered its head, its gilded vertical pupils reflecting the minuscule, furious figure of the Horntail, which appeared utterly fragile and vulnerable. Roar. This dragon's roar carried the weight of ancient deities, as if the very firmament were collapsing. It was not the roar of a beast, but rather a disdain from a higher dimension, an absolute suppression of mundane beings by an ancient bloodline. The Horntail's stout claws involuntarily retreated half a step, the sparks erupting from the gaps in its scales dimming. This was an instinctive shudder etched in its genes, a primal reverence of carbon-based life in the presence of mythic creations. Suddenly, the black dragon raised its head to the sky, the reverse scales beneath its jaw bursting forth with blinding white light. As its mouth opened wide, a dazzling beam of light shot straight up to the heavens. Boom. In an instant, the sky transformed. The once clear azure was engulfed by roiling storm clouds, lightning darting like silver serpents through the layers of clouds. A torrential downpour enveloping the entire arena. From the stands, someone, trembling, shouted in Mandarin, calling the wind and summoning the rain. This is the true rain god. When the black dragon once again gazed down at its adversary, the Horntail had completely prostrated itself on the ground, its sturdy neck humbly pressed against the earth, even its spiny tail coiling submissively, its nostrils, which exhaled sparks, firmly pressed to the ground. This was the oldest posture of submission among dragons. Thus, Baelial effortlessly obtained the golden egg. In the waiting area, Baelial sat on a chair, her fingertips gliding over the cold surface of the golden egg, her consciousness sinking deep into her mind. System, the dragon I just conjured with transfiguration. She furrowed her brow, recalling the oppressive presence of the black dragon hovering in the sky. The feeling it gave me transcended the scope of transfiguration. It did not resemble a mere magical construct. Rather, she paused, seeking the right words, a being of a higher dimension. Interesting. The system's voice carried a hint of amusement. What were you thinking at the moment you cast transfiguration? Of course, I was envisioning the dragon's form. Baelial replied without hesitation, the texture of its scales, the color of its eyes, and the abilities described in myths of soaring through clouds and riding mist. What's wrong with that? The issue lies precisely here. The system's tone suddenly deepened. Magic is, at its core, the most idealistic of powers, and transfiguration pushes the concept of believing is being to its zenith. The dragon you conjured possesses a semblance of the divine because the faith in it is already inscribed in your bloodline. For 5,000 years, your ancestors have entrusted their reverence for heaven and earth, and their understanding of nature, to these mythic creatures. The system's voice gradually took on a distant resonance. This is not merely transfiguration, but the manifestation of a cultural gene. What you summoned is the collective subconscious flowing through the blood of your entire lineage. The cheers of the distant audience surged like a tide, yet upon reaching Baelial, they transformed into a distant background sound. The chill of the golden egg lingered in her palm, while deeper tremors began to arise from the depths of her soul, an echo of civilization spanning over 5 millennia. She suddenly understood that the cloud and thunder patterns etched on bronze vessels, the ancient legends inscribed on bamboo slips, and the accounts of dragons that could manifest or conceal, grow large or small, were never mere ethereal myths. When the faith of billions of people continuously settled through the river of time, and when generations' reverence and imagination towards heaven and earth piled upon one another, the void acquired weight, and legends became a form of reality in another sense. The black dragon, which hovered in the sky, was no longer a simple product of transfiguration, but rather the spiritual totem of an entire civilization. A projection within the magical world, a collective memory inscribed in the bloodline, which, at the moment belief was ignited, pierced through dimensions, descending into reality. The boundaries between reality and illusion blurred at that instant, and she finally grasped the true meaning of Dumbledore's frequent assertion that magic originates from the heart. The most potent magic may very well be humanity's purest imagination and belief in the world. Chapter 83. Those who wish to achieve great things must first rectify their hearts. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the stained glass windows, casting mottled light and shadow upon the ancient corridors of Hogwarts. Furong walked alongside Krum, their footsteps gently echoing in the tranquil hallway. Furong, wait for us. A clear voice suddenly shattered the silence. Furong turned to see Baelial approaching with a group of young boys and girls beside her. Her golden hair danced in the sunset, like a flickering flame of gold. Would you like to join us in uncovering the secrets of the golden egg? Baelial eagerly linked her arm with Furong's, her azure eyes sparkling with anticipation. Pooling our ideas is far better than two people racking their brains alone. Furong's gaze swept over the 3 champions of Hogwarts within the crowd, a hint of hesitation in her expression. But we are, after all, competitors from different schools. Oh, who cares? Baelial affectionately nudged Furong's shoulder, grinning like a cunning little fox. Friendship comes first, competition second. Furong shook her head with a smile, her lips curving into an enchanting arc. All right, I can't argue with you. She turned to the tall Durmstrang warrior beside her. Krum, what do you think? Krum gazed at the stunning beauty before him, stammering, Of course. A suspicious blush crept across his bronze skin, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his garment. Then let us proceed to the room of requirement. It is the perfect place to ponder our conundrum, Baelial exclaimed, by the warm hearth of the wish-granting house. A group of individuals sat cozily on soft sofas, their hands exploring the 5 golden eggs with fervor. The flickering light of the fireplace danced upon each focused face, the only sound in the room being the gentle crackle of the burning logs. Suddenly, Draco straightened, his slender fingers pointing to the base of Baelial's golden egg. Look at this groove. His gray-blue eyes sparkled with the thrill of a newfound secret, suggesting it was a button to be pressed. Without waiting for anyone to intervene, he pressed down on the base of Baelial's egg. The other brave souls quickly followed suit, while Baelial remained nonchalant, casting a silencing charm upon herself. With a soft click, the 5 golden eggs slowly opened. Everyone held their breath, leaning in to observe. A piercing scream erupted, potent enough to shatter glass, akin to 1,000 mandrakes shrieking simultaneously in their ears. Neville, closest to the source, stumbled and fell to the ground. Hermione covered her ears in pain, and Harry's golden egg slipped from his hands, tumbling onto the carpet. The chosen one snapped the egg shut with the speed of catching the golden snitch, his face paling as he shook his head. Merlin's beard. This is practically a sonic weapon. He rubbed his buzzing ears. Now I understand why the mortality rate in the Triwizard Tournament is so high. Baelial was about to make a quip when she suddenly felt an unusual sensation on her wrist and neck. Looking down, she saw 2 small snakes, like pearls from a broken necklace, flopping to the ground, limp and lifeless. Come on, Jade Token. The girl's voice suddenly rose, her trembling hands cautiously cradling the 2 unconscious snakes. She gently shook them. Wake up, don't scare me. Jade Token? Hermione inquired curiously, pointing to Tom. That's the name of this little snake. They must have been stunned, Ron mused, rubbing his ears. If we were nearly deafened, imagine what it did to the snakes. Fleur gazed worriedly at the now closed golden egg, sighing, this is quite the dilemma. Without opening it, we gain no clues, but if we do, it's murder. Her golden hair flowed in the firelight, echoing the worry in her brow. Hey folks, Baelial suddenly exclaimed, clutching the golden egg. Aren't we overlooking a crucial point of knowledge? Observing the puzzled expressions around her, she cleared her throat. Let us try to approach this from a physics perspective. Ah, Cedric suddenly exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. He and Hermione spoke in unison, the propagation properties of sound in different mediums. Gas, liquid, and solid. Exactly. Ron, Harry, and Neville slapped their foreheads in unison. How do we not think of that? Fleur frowned slightly. Wait, what did you say about physics? Physics, Baelial clarified, is a subject studied in Muggle education. Muggles? Crumb widened his eyes in disbelief. Can this really be solved with Muggle knowledge? Though he didn't finish his thought. Everyone understood the implication. Could Muggle concepts also be utilized by wizards? This was precisely the intention of the pureblood movement. Baelial's voice grew serious. The arrogance of wizards has reached a point where it must be addressed. She surveyed the group and continued. We have magic coursing through our veins, leading us to mistakenly believe we are superior. Yet, in truth, wizards and muggles each possess their own strengths. We have magic, while they have technology. History serves as a guide for understanding rise and fall. Her gaze deepened. The fall of the Roman Empire and the Ottoman Empire both remind us that stagnation leads to decline. Hermione's eyes ignited with determination. Therefore, we must reform. We must revolutionize. To make the magical world better. The group echoed in agreement, igniting the flames of their dreams together. In that moment, Baelial felt an overwhelming sense of beauty wash over her, her eyes misting. A century ago in her past life, there had been a similar group of youthful revolutionaries, united by a common dream. Fleur and Crumb fell silent, the theory of wizard supremacy, ingrained for millennia, crumbling before them. Fleur turned to Baelial, suddenly finding her exceptionally radiant. Crumb gazed at his calloused palms, reflecting on the pureblood movement's historical transgressions while acknowledging its initial noble intentions. Grindelwald, though mad and cold-blooded, was indeed a martyr and a revolutionary worthy of respect. After a moment of fervor, they quickly returned to the task at hand. Let us see what sound it makes in water, Hermione proposed. No sooner had she spoken than 5 bowls of clear water appeared on the floor of the wish-granting house. The group carefully submerged the golden eggs in the water and pressed the mechanisms at their bases. As the eggs began to open, tension filled the air. However, this time, instead of a deafening scream, a melodious song wafted through their ears. Quick, write down the lyrics. Hermione swiftly distributed paper and quills. This must be an important clue. Harry furrowed his brow as he analyzed the transcribed lyrics. The most precious treasure? Only 1 hour to reclaim? What does this mean? It likely refers to what each person most wishes to protect, Baelial softly explained. While it seems straightforward, throughout history, how many have truly recognized their own hearts? Knowing what to protect prevents one from losing their way and becoming what they once despised. As warriors, this protective heart is the source of our courage. Fleur nodded, contemplative. As the ancients say, to achieve greatness, one must first set their heart right. This is precisely what it means. Chapter 84. An invitation, but rejected. The 5 warriors sat together with Hermione and others, discussing their most cherished treasures. As laughter and joy flowed through the air, the barriers between the visiting warriors and the Hogwarts students gradually melted away. Must the most precious treasure be a person? Baelial asked softly. Fleur assured her. That has always been the case in past Triwizard tournaments. Besides, only if a person is trapped at the bottom of the lake can the warriors go to rescue them. Is that so? Baelial pondered, lowering her eyelids. Tom seemed to sense her thoughts, lifting his serpent head to gently nuzzle her fingertips, his crimson tongue brushing softly against her skin. The girl smiled warmly, whispering in a tone only the little snake could hear. Sorry, senior. But this time you'll have to settle for second place. Instantly, the little snake flopped back down. The most precious treasure, of course, is me. She cheered inwardly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Baelial, have you decided who your most important treasure is? Fleur tilted her head slightly, her platinum locks glowing softly in the candlelight. Baelial's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she lightly tapped her chin. Of course, her tone was light and playful, imbued with confidence. He certainly won't refuse me. Tom lifted his head in her palm, his crimson slit eyes filled with defiance. Yet, some matters seldom align with one's desires. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Baelial stood before the door, her fingertips gently tapping against the wood. Though there was no reason for her certainty, she felt assured that Gellert would be inside. It was an instinct unique to her blood bond. Come in. Dumbledore's voice sounded raspier than usual. Baelial pushed the door open and quickly scanned the room, seeing Dumbledore seated at his desk, while Gellert lounged lazily on the visitor's sofa. At first glance, everything seemed normal. But upon closer inspection, many clues became apparent. The white wizard's collar was in disarray, while the dark wizard's was wide open, revealing several red marks on his neck. Baelial chose to deliberately overlook these details as she strode directly to Gellert, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Fada, would you be my darling in the lake? Gellert raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise flashing in his mismatched eyes. Wasn't this precisely the content of the second task in the Triwizard tournament? The dark wizard suddenly chuckled softly, and just as Baelial thought he might acquiesce, she heard a rejection tinged with a German accent. Get lost. The girl's smile instantly froze. Observing the scene, Dumbledore quickly interjected, Gellert, one mustn't be so harsh with children. Before he could finish, Gellert had already turned to the red-haired man, his wide-eyed expression appearing quite aggrieved due to the downward slant of his eyes. Ow, don't you understand? I can only be your treasure. Dumbledore's voice abruptly halted, his ears turning crimson as he murmured, while that may be true, you still cannot. The portraits on the wall displayed expressions of pained sympathy. Baelial chuckled softly, deeming the question unnecessary. The girl pouted and left without a backward glance, the door slamming shut with a resounding bang, startling the portraits into a chorus of complaints. Stepping out of the headmaster's office, Baelial lightly caressed the cool scales of the small snake around her neck, concluding that her senior remained the most reliable after all. Her voice was barely above a whisper, akin to a sigh. Only you would unhesitatingly choose to be my treasure. The flickering candlelight in the corridor danced in her eyes, casting a softness upon her visage. The small snake raised its head, affectionately nuzzling her chin, its scarlet tongue tracing joyful arcs in the air. I told you so. It seemed to convey, I am indeed your best choice. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, Professor McGonagall tapped her wand against a goblet, the clear sound silencing the hall instantly. As part of the traditional proceedings of the Triwizard Tournament, the selected champions would serve as the lead dancers for the Christmas ball. Last, I completely forgot about the ball. Truth be told, Baelial harbored a deep disdain for such gatherings. In her previous life, as a child, she could simply smile sweetly at her elders and retreat to a corner to indulge in delicacies. However, with the passage of time, those exquisite treats had morphed into mere decorative items at social affairs, and amidst endless pleasantries, she scarcely had time to savor a single bite. Ultimately left to watch helplessly as the untouched delicacies were whisked away. It was nothing short of a waste of food. So, have you thought about whom you will invite as your dance partner? Harry inquired with curiosity. Fleur suddenly chuckled. You wouldn't be considering inviting Mr. Gellert Grindelwald again, would you? Baelial's head snapped up, her blue eyes wide with astonishment. How do you? Hermione stifled a giggle, pointing at the whispering portraits on the wall. The portraits of Hogwarts were notoriously gossipy. The girl glowered at the professor's table, where two individuals were engrossed in sweet exchanges, oblivious to their surroundings. She ground her molars, squeezing out a retort. Let's just let it be this time. After all, he has a dedicated dance partner. With a mischievous wink, Baelial deftly changed the subject. What about you? Surely, you haven't all failed to find partners yet? Harry's ears flushed slightly as he replied. I already have someone in mind. Hermione linked her arm with Ron's, who immediately broke into a goofy grin. Ron has already invited me. The red-haired boy's face nearly matched the color of his hair. Fleur elegantly tossed her platinum locks. Crumb asked me himself. Beside her, Crumb immediately averted his gaze, nervously clutching the hem of his robe. Humph, Draco raised his chin. If I were to choose a dance partner, the line of girls would stretch from the hall to the Black Lake. He elongated his words, relishing his many options. Baelial let out a soft hum, lightly tapping her chin. Actually, I have someone in mind too, a senior from Slytherin. Tom, who had been languidly coiled around her shoulder, immediately perked up, his crimson tongue flicking excitedly, the emerald scales glinting in the candlelight. Really? Do tell. Hermione's eyes sparkled with curiosity, prompting the others to lean in closer. The girl feigned mystery, lowering her voice. Trailing her fingertips lightly over the small snake's cool scales, is strikingly handsome. I wager that anyone, regardless of gender, would be awestruck by his beauty. Tom proudly lifted his head, his tail playfully tapping her shoulder, while Harry eyed the unusually sentient snake with suspicion, sensing something amiss. At that moment, Dumbledore remained unaware that his daughter was about to be swept away by a dark-haired rogue, and Karkaroff had yet to realize the sweat he was about to break. Chapter 85. Karkaroff emitted a sharp burst of sound. Slytherin, the dormitory. Tom, having transformed from serpent to human form, sat on the bed, meticulously selecting a formal gown for Baelial. I believe the silver-white ensemble suits you best, Tom declared. It compliments you splendidly. In truth, it was because Baelial's silver gown would pair exquisitely with his own black attire. Baelial surveyed the 6 various evening gowns laid out on the bed, reflecting, I find them all lovely. The Death Eater faction has truly outdone themselves. Each piece is distinctive. Watching her reflection in the mirror, she twirled, the gown's tailored cut accentuating her graceful figure. The scattered rhinestones at the neckline sparkled like stars with her movements. While the high waist design allowed the skirt's pleats to cascade down like a waterfall, the subtle patterns on the fabric rippling like water, flickering in the candlelight. Very well, I shall choose this one. Come here, Baelial beckoned, extending her hand to Tom. The boy grasped her hand, transforming into a small snake that slithered up her arm. Its cool scales brushing against her warm skin, ultimately coiling into a delicate necklace around her collarbone. Exiting the dormitory. The common room was filled with young men and women adorned in formal attire, the vibrant colors illuminating the previously dim space. "My goodness, that outfit is stunning," Pansy exclaimed, running over with her champagne-colored skirt fluttering, the pearl hairpiece jingling at her temples. "Is this from the latest Lament of the Moon collection from Paris? I saw a preview in which fashion magazine. That must have cost quite a few galleons." "Absolutely beautiful," Draco approached her, his high-end black attire accentuating his aristocratic allure. "What of your dance partner? That mysterious senior? That's a secret." She placed her finger on her lips. "The truth will be revealed at the Christmas ball." The much-anticipated Christmas ball finally arrived. Just as Baelial had indicated, her dance partner would indeed dazzle the entire assembly. As Baelial linked arms with Tom and stepped onto the dance floor, the entire hall seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, their gazes converging upon them. On one hand, Baelial's attire was undeniably striking. The silver gown elegantly framed her form, and the scattered rhinestones in her hair sparkled under the candlelight, resembling stars fallen to earth. On the other hand, there stood the boy beside her. Tom, clad in his impeccably tailored black suit, appeared tall and statuesque, his deep-set eyes exuding an almost perilous allure. A faint, elusive smile graced his lips, both elegant and aloof, prompting onlookers to steal glances yet hesitate to maintain prolonged eye contact. Harry took a sudden gulp of his drink, murmuring, "Baelial wasn't lying. Her partner truly is breathtaking." Ginny gently squeezed his arm, whispering with a chuckle, "But I still think you look better, Harry." Ron's gaze lingered on Tom for a moment before he turned to Hermione. His ears slightly flushed. That pink gown suits you very well." He scratched his head, adding, "However, the person wearing it is even more stunning." Gradually, the 5 champions and their partners gathered on the dance floor. Cedric's attire rendered him even more dashing, while Cho's gown seamlessly integrated Eastern elements, exuding an air of elegance and mystery. Fleur, already breathtakingly beautiful, shone even more brilliantly against the backdrop of her gown, while Crumb, standing beside her, blushed deeply, scarcely daring to meet her gaze. Everything appeared idyllic until Karkaroff's eyes swept across the dance floor. The headmaster of Durmstrang was engaged in conversation with a companion, nonchalantly sipping from his glass of red wine. He felt a sense of satisfaction at Crumb's choice to invite Fleur. After all, a warrior ought to be paired with a warrior, which aligned with his expectations. However, as he turned to observe the dance floor, his pupils abruptly constricted. That face was unmistakable. Karkaroff blinked rapidly, doubting whether he had indulged in too much drink. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Good heavens! The Dark Lord. Tom seemed to sense the searing gaze upon him, slowly raising his eyes to lock with Karkaroff's. Then he smiled. That smile was chilling and taunting, imbued with a disquieting delight. Karkaroff froze, cold sweat instantly soaking the fabric of his back. How could the Dark Lord be at Hogwarts? And at the Triwizard Tournament's ball? Was that little Grindelwald beside him indicating a collaboration between Death Eaters and Saints? His mind raced, instinctively shifting to Dumbledore at the headmaster's table, wishing he could rush over and seize the old man by the collar for clarification. Yet, just as this thought crossed his mind, an icy chill crawled up his spine, and simultaneously, the dark mark on his arm began to burn. Karkaroff stiffly turned his head, once more meeting Tom's gaze. In an instant, the surrounding music, laughter, and the clamor of the crowd faded into oblivion. In his world, only those abyssal crimson eyes and the slight parting of the boy's lips remained. "Close your mouth." The silent warning bore a weight far more oppressive than any incantation. Immediately thereafter, Tom's fingertips languidly traced his neck, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Karkaroff felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His throat tightened, cold sweat trickling down his temples, and he felt ensnared by an invisible serpent, struggling to breathe. He understood this was no illusion, no jest. The Dark Lord had returned, and he was right before him. The ball gradually reached its zenith, the melodious music echoing throughout the hall as champions and their partners led the other students in a graceful dance beneath the resplendent crystal chandeliers. Laughter and merriment intertwined, enveloping Hogwarts in a dreamlike ambience. Except for one individual. Karkaroff clutched his wine glass tightly, his knuckles turning white. He endeavored to project an air of calm. Yet each time Tom twirled with Bellatrix near him, the boy's gaze would flicker in his direction, instilling a sense of dread. Tom remarked, "Your steps seem rather stiff." He leaned slightly towards Bellatrix, whispering with a hint of teasing, "What? Have you never attended a ball before?" "I have," Bellatrix chuckled lightly, her fingertips resting gently on his shoulder, but that was a long time ago. Her skirt flowed gracefully with each turn, the silvery fabric shimmering under the lights like a cascade of stars. Tom's hand firmly supported her waist, guiding her through a smooth spin. Beautiful, Bellatrix looked up at him, her smile radiant enough to dazzle. Indeed, choosing a senior as my partner was the wisest decision. Tom's gaze flickered, his heart skipping a beat. He feigned nonchalance, averting his eyes. Do you like it? Very much, she answered without hesitation, her eyes reflecting his figure. I truly do. This response ignited a warmth within him. The boy pressed his lips together, striving to suppress a smile, yet the joy in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Meanwhile, Karkaroff silently wiped away the cold sweat once more. Chapter 86. Sometimes, human sorrows and joys resonate. This ball was exceptionally grand, given the unprecedented Triwizard Tournament. For instance, members of the Hogwarts board, the vice president of the International Confederation of Wizards, and his secretary were in attendance. Lucius felt immensely pleased that his son had chosen a young lady from the Greengrass family as his partner. Raise your wrist a bit higher, Draco, Lucius softly instructed, then took Narcissa's hand as they stepped onto the dance floor. Narcissa's silver-gray gown swayed gently to the rhythm of the music, sparkling like a lake under moonlight. During a graceful turn, Lucius's gaze inadvertently fell upon a figure in the corner. His dance momentarily faltered, nearly stepping on Narcissa's gown. What is it, dear? Narcissa perceptively noticed her husband's unease. Lucius did not respond. His pupils dilated sharply. He would never mistake that face dancing on the floor, though youthful and refreshed. The Contours and Aura, by Merlin's Beard. It was the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord was at Hogwarts. Cold sweat instantly drenched his back as he recalled that he had now allied himself with the Pureblood Party. With the Dark Lord's return, what would his lord think of him? Would he kill him? Or annihilate his entire family? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he focused again and discerned further clues. The one dancing with the young man was none other than their little leader, and their intimate conversation indicated a profound relationship. Lucius's taut nerves suddenly relaxed. A composed smile returned to his lips. It seemed that supporting the Pureblood Party was indeed the most astute decision. Yet, while some reveled, others despaired. McGonagall was utterly preoccupied, lacking the inclination to appreciate the ball's splendor. The Transfiguration professor pressed her lips tightly together, her gaze fixated on the two figures engrossed in their intimate conversation from afar. Having experienced her share of sorrowful love in her youth, she often found solace in Dumbledore's gentle voice as he recounted his own poignant separation from Grindelwald. By Merlin's Beard, who would have thought that, in the end, she would be the one comforting this heartbroken red-haired professor? It felt akin to someone abandoned by their beloved lamenting to you about their partner's extremist views, claiming they could never reconcile. Then, after you painstakingly offered guidance and consolation, they would turn around and rekindle their old romance, reproaching you for not understanding their feelings. McGonagall felt a throbbing in her temples, her blood pressure rising. Truly shameless. A cold female voice suddenly sounded beside her. McGonagall turned to see Vinda standing beside her, having appeared unnoticed. The secretary to the vice president of the International Confederation of Wizards was also scrutinizing the same direction with a piercing gaze. McGonagall instinctively nodded, then suddenly realized, wait, did Rogier imply Dumbledore? She quickly shook her head. The two pairs of eyes, brimming with resentment, remained locked onto the affectionate couple. After a long pause, Vinda sighed softly and elegantly extended her hand to McGonagall. May I invite you to dance? McGonagall hesitated, her gaze wavering between Vinda's outstretched hand and the distant couple. Ultimately, she grasped the offered hand. It would be my honor, Miss Rogier. Chapter 87. ADGG Official Announcement. Shortly after Karkaroff was drenched in sweat, another individual became aware of the peculiar atmosphere. Dumbledore had abandoned his usual flamboyant attire in favor of an elegant, vintage white robe. Numerous young witches cast sidelong glances, whispering to each other. Who would have thought that Professor Dumbledore could be so charming with a little effort? The starry moonlit robes he once donned were nothing short of a visual assault. However, there stood another figure, even more captivating. Gellert was already strikingly handsome, his usual attire quite fashionable, but tonight he was particularly well dressed. The obsidian formal wear was adorned with silver threads that outlined elegant dark patterns, exuding charm with every graceful movement. Yet, there was someone utterly unappreciative of the atmosphere. The dark wizard was on the verge of transforming into a peacock, while the white wizard, after conversing with him for a brief moment, suddenly turned his gaze toward the dance floor. Damn it! Gellert angrily jabbed at the potatoes on his plate, the silver fork clashing noisily against the porcelain dish. Blast it! He had meticulously prepared for 3 months for this attire, only for his former lover to engage in a fleeting conversation, offering perfunctory compliments, before fixating on a raven-haired boy. The white wizard's gaze was locked on the youth dancing with Baelial. The young man stood tall, his long fingers gently clasping the girl's hand, each turn perfectly evading Dumbledore's line of sight, leaving only a blurred profile. That familiar outline struck a chord of recognition within the White Wizard. Though he could not quite place where he had seen it before, Dumbledore squinted, a sense of foreboding whispering to him that this elegant dancer was likely far more complex than he appeared. What troubled him further was that his daughter was intimately dancing with this enigmatic figure. Yet, human anxieties seldom resonate with one another. Gellert's mismatched eyes burned with a sullen fire, fixated on Tom in the dance hall. He had finally managed to rid himself of that incessantly wandering Scamander, only to be confronted with an even more troublesome, dark-haired boy. He cast a woeful glance at Dumbledore, who endlessly insisted that he had no connections here or there. Yet in the end, he wouldn't even spare a glance for his old lover. He had always claimed to be jealous, but the truth was he was the one consumed by it. Gellert suddenly felt a wave of grievance wash over him, abruptly rising to stand before Dumbledore. The latter, initially observing Tom, found his view obstructed, furrowing his brow slightly. When he lifted his gaze, he was met with the impassive face of his lover. Gellert? A flicker of surprise crossed his mind, but he couldn't help but admire his lover's handsome visage. What's the matter? What's wrong? The dark wizard ground his teeth, suddenly straddling Dumbledore's lap. Amidst the gasps of onlookers, he seized Dumbledore's lips in a fervent kiss. Dumbledore, taken aback by the suddenness of the action, widened his eyes, only to realize what was happening when Gellert forcefully pried open his mouth. Gellert! His muffled protests were silenced once more. This kiss was infused with the pent-up jealousy of the entire evening, as though he aimed to pour all his grievances into it. All eyes were fixed on the entwined couple at the head table, dumbfounded. McGonagall sighed, exasperated. Merlin's beard, what a spectacle. Winda crossed her arms, watching coldly, a harbinger of trouble. Her gaze swept over Dumbledore's flushed cheeks, adding, a beautiful disaster. Dumbledore finally managed to push Gellert away, both of their breaths disordered. Their robes tangled together. The White Wizard's cheeks were flushed as he lowered his voice, his tone laced with embarrassment and irritation. Are you out of your mind? In front of all these people, what are you doing? Not receiving Gellert's response, Dumbledore assumed he was merely sulking, ready to deliver a reprimand. However, when he looked up and saw Gellert's expression, all the words he had prepared suddenly lodged in his throat. The dark wizard's eyes were slightly reddened, white lashes drooping, and those typically haughty eyes were now misty, resembling a forsaken child. Albus Dumbledore. Gellert's voice trembled unusually. If you're tired of me, just say so. With that, he abruptly rose from Dumbledore's lap and strode towards the back door without a glance back. Winda's eyes lit up with excitement at the opportunity. If she could facilitate a breakup, she would. McGonagall swiftly grasped the French Rose's wrist, holding her in place, warning softly, don't make things worse. She then turned to Dumbledore, magically urging him, what are you waiting for? If you don't chase after him, he'll be gone, and you won't have a place to cry. Dumbledore finally snapped out of his daze, disregarding his disheveled robes, and hurried after Gellert. Just as Gellert was about to step out the door, Dumbledore seized his wrist, pulling him back. Fortunately, Gellert was easily appeased. Dumbledore whispered something in his ear, and the formerly rigid and pale expression softened slightly, allowing Dumbledore to draw him back. Just as Dumbledore was about to lead him back to the dance, Gellert shook his head. What's wrong? Dumbledore pinched his fingertips, still upset? Gellert offered no answer, merely pressing his lips gently against his lover's cheek. Ow, this attire was specially prepared for you. He paused, his mismatched eyes shimmering in the candlelight. You still owe me a dance, remember? In that instant, the scent of summer grass seemed to transcend time and space. Beneath the starry sky of 1899, two boys lay on the lawn of Godric S. Hollow, the night breeze carrying the fragrance of daisies, while cicadas wove the dreams of a midsummer night in their ears. At that time, the red-haired boy had fervently promised to give the blonde boy a dance that belonged solely to them. Yet as the years passed, it had morphed into a deeply buried regret. Remember, the White Wizard suddenly tightened his embrace, pulling him firmly into his arms, his fingertips grazing the fine dark patterns on Gellert's robe. Of course, I remember. He trembled slightly, clutching Gellert's hand, pushing open the back door to leave. The night breeze enveloped them with the scent of grass, and moonlight flowed over the lawn like a silver river. There was no band, no audience. Only the occasional chirp of a bird. Hush! The White Wizard raised a finger to his lover's lips, while the other arm encircled the slender waist. This was a dance that had been awaited for half a century. The stars above them slowly revolved, and when Dumbledore accidentally stepped on Gellert's foot, they both burst into laughter. In that moment, they kissed, their disordered breaths and soft gasps resonating clearly on the tranquil lawn. When their lips finally parted, both pairs of eyes were ablaze with unspoken fire. Old custom, get in the car and go WB. Chapter 88, Confession. How beautiful. Baelial gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Tom raised an eyebrow, asking, what's wrong? Parental love? She gazed in the direction of the departing couple, her voice soft. This should count as a formal announcement, right? Tom followed her gaze, sighing. Why did those two old fools figure it out so early, while my girl still hasn't tea? Merlin's. He was also in a meticulously crafted outfit. But all he received was Baelial's remark that it was very pretty, after which her attention was entirely captivated by the food. At that moment, the Dark Lord felt an unexpected kinship with Gellert. A thought flashed through the boy's mind, imitating that dark wizard. But then came the image of himself being flung away by magic. Given Baelial's personality, she would absolutely do that. Tom took a deep breath, calming himself. You can do it. Senior, Baelial gently tugged at his sleeve, her fingertip pointing to the plate across from them. I want that white pastry. Originally, there had been 5 neatly arranged pieces of dessert, but now only 3 lay lonely on the silver platter. I'll go get it for you, Tom replied tenderly. Watching the girl focused on her food, he sighed inwardly. Forget it. If she's wooden, then she's wooden. Even wood will eventually bloom. As Baelial sipped her juice, she suddenly heard someone softly calling her from behind. She turned around, her eyes widening in surprise. Aphne? Before me stood a brown-haired maiden clad in a gown of soft yellow, her beauty illuminated by the flickering candlelight. You look truly exquisite today, I exclaimed. Thank you. She replied shyly, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. May I invite you to dance? I ventured. But, she hesitated. For she already had a partner. Tom had quietly positioned himself behind Baelial, his arm encircling her shoulders as he drew her close. When Aphne met Tom's gaze, the warmth in her eyes transformed into a sharpness akin to a blade. In that moment, their eyes locked, igniting sparks of rivalry between them. The brown-haired girl privately rejoiced at Baelial's obliviousness. Thankfully, she remained unaware. Does Miss Macmillan lack a partner? Tom inquired, a polite smile gracing his lips, though his eyes betrayed no mirth. Was he attempting to steal another's partner? I merely noticed Baelial alone here, Aphne replied, returning his smile with confidence, unaware that she was interrupting this senior's plans. Not far away, Furong observed the scene with keen interest, unable to suppress a soft laugh. When Crumb leaned in to ask her about it, she simply shook her head, still smiling. Aphne gritted her teeth, smiling as she turned to leave. Tom's grip on the silver tray tightened, his knuckles widening. Too many were coveting his girl, a sensation that irked the Dark Lord immensely. If she remained oblivious, today she must awaken. He pressed his hand against his burning chest, knowing that his success or failure hinged on this very moment. Had he learned to love? Indeed, he had mastered that maddening possessiveness, that urge to eliminate all who coveted her. The candlelight flickered, splintering into crimson sparks within his gaze, since she had ignited this flame. She must not hope to escape unscathed. Once Baelial had devoured all the pastries and quenched her thirst with a generous cup of water, Tom resolved to act. Come with me, he commanded, his long fingers clasping her slender wrist, inexorably leading her away from the bustling dance floor. Moonlight flowed through his dark locks, casting a silver halo around him. Where are we going? Baelial stumbled to keep pace, her gown brushing against the stone steps with a soft rustle. To a place where we shall not be disturbed. Hogwarts, the Forbidden Forest. The ancient trees stretched their branches under the night sky, resembling the arms of a slumbering giant. Moonlight filtered through the interlaced foliage, casting dappled silver patterns upon the ground, akin to a scattering of diamonds. As the night breeze wafted by, those luminous patches danced upon the moss, performing a serene waltz. Why have you brought me to the Forbidden Forest? Baelial gazed upward at the night sky, fragmented by the canopy, feeling the dance reaching its zenith, and this place was far too quiet, devoid of atmosphere. Tom inhaled deeply, the scent of pine and night dew filling his lungs. As he turned, moonlight illuminated his chiseled profile, rendering his deep red eyes as luminous as aged wine. You once said that only those who understand love may be crowned king. He took her hand, gently pressing it against his left breast. Beneath his thin shirt, his fervent heart thudded against her palm with an unusual rhythm. This heart has learned to love, a love born of you. Baelial's azure eyes widened slightly, her breath quickening. Though she was emotionally reserved, it did not mean she failed to grasp the implication of his words. He liked her. This realization sent her blood racing, her cheeks aflame, nearly igniting. I like you, Baelial, she heard the youth say. And what of you? Do you like me? Baelial struggled to swallow. I like. These words were so foreign to her understanding. Did I like him? Isn't this obvious? The system chimed in. Vital signs abnormal. Heart rate at 128 beats per minute, adrenaline surging. Your brain and body instinctively recognized this feeling faster than you can comprehend. Stammering. She could not form a complete sentence. A flicker of amusement danced in the depths of the boy's crimson eyes. Baelial's flushed cheeks confirmed everything. She too held feelings for him, yet he wanted her to voice it, to admit her affection openly. Do you like me? Tom probed again, his tone now laced with cautious inquiry. I suppose I do, she replied. A soft laugh escaped the boy's throat, not suppose, but rather certainly. Tom lowered his head, capturing her lips with his. Baelial's mind erupted in a cacophony. All her senses converged upon their joined lips, even her fingertips tingling from the contact. She could hear her heart pounding fiercely, time and again, deafening in its intensity. Chapter 89, What is Love? Dumbledore returned to his office, cradling the unconscious Grindelwald gently and placing him on the soft four-poster bed. Yet the worry that lingered in his heart remained unresolved. Ultimately, he found himself back at the ball. McGonagall cast him a questioning glance, to which he responded with a reassuring smile, indicating all was well, despite the ire radiating from Winda. Dumbledore had become immune to such glares. What concerned him more was that Baelial and that enigmatic boy had departed early. Dumbledore sighed silently. That boy exuded a familiar yet perilous aura, and considering his daughter's safety, he had to tread with caution. However, a more troublesome matter lay in the office. If Grindelwald awoke to find him absent, he would likely storm off in a fit of rage. After painstakingly calming him down, Dumbledore was uncertain he could win him back again. As for Baelial, he shook his head with a wry smile. That child was always astute, her methods sharp. Should she choose to play hardball, it was she who might emerge victorious. Perhaps he truly need not worry so much, right? Now, dear audience, let us shift our focus to Baelial and Tom. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, moonlight filtered through thick foliage, casting mottled silver upon the grass. Beneath the towering ancient trees, the boy and girl nestled against each other, shrouded in a tranquil shadow. Tom cast his gaze downward, his fingers gently intertwining with Belial's golden locks, his demeanor serene, as though he merely held her casually. Yet his heart raced, an uncontrollable joy bubbling within. He had finally, truly claimed her. Merlin, this iron tree, had finally blossomed. Baelial leaned against him, her mind replaying the moments past, his confession, his kiss, the rare fervor in his eyes. She tilted her head slightly, softly inquiring, "Senior, you said you liked me?" "Indeed," he replied, his voice deep, "very much so. From the depths of my heart. But do you love me?" Tom paused, brow furrowing slightly. "Isn't liking the same as loving? They are different." She shook her head, her voice soft yet resolute. "Liking may merely be a fleeting spark, while love is enduring, steadfast through time, unwavering and true." The boy fell silent. He had never liked anyone, let alone loved. He could not grasp how to define such feelings, yet he knew he loathed anyone who coveted her, detested anyone who dared to touch her. A maddening possessiveness threatened to unravel his sanity. The moment she had acquiesced to him, his soul had trembled and rejoiced. "This must be love," he thought. "I believe this is love," he murmured, his fingertips gently caressing her cheek. "For my heart beats solely for you. It is small enough to hold only you." Belial's eyes glistened, fixed upon him. Perhaps this was love, she mused. Yet there existed another who comprehended the weight of that word more profoundly. That individual had spent a lifetime, with blood and regret, inscribing the meaning of love. Stroke by stroke, she resolved to seek an opportunity to have a heartfelt conversation with Dumbledore. Certainly, not at this moment. After all, if her elderly father were to discover her association with Tom Riddle, he might very well suffer a heart attack on the spot. Following the Christmas ball, the eagerly anticipated holiday season would soon arrive. Who doesn't relish a respite from the rigors of daily life? Moreover, there was even more delightful news that sent Dumbledore and Aberforth into a frenzy of excitement. Ariana's soul had been completely restored. Godric's Hollow, by Merlin's beard. Aberforth's rough hands busily rubbed together, his goat-like beard quivering in tandem. "So, does this mean we can now seek out Nick to reconstruct Anna's body?" Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled with a long-lost vitality, and he nodded with the buoyancy of youth. "Indeed, in fact, I have already penned a letter to my old friend in advance." He glanced out at the bright winter sunshine, "and we shall set forth shortly." "Splendid. Absolutely splendid." Aberforth paced the living room like a child with a new toy, suddenly halting to turn towards Gellert and Dumbledore. "I wish to accompany you." The dark wizard's brow furrowed slightly, but before he could voice his objection, Bellatrix gently tugged at his sleeve. "Let Uncle Aberforth join us. He is also Aunt Ariana's brother. How could such a momentous occasion transpire without him?" She surveyed the elders in the room, her face radiating warmth. "We are family after all. Only when we are united and harmonious can we truly call it home." Gellert snorted derisively, yet ultimately refrained from opposing her. Aberforth laughed heartily, his rough hand affectionately ruffling the girl's golden hair. "Well said, little one. Uncle hasn't spoiled you for nothing." In Paris, on Montmorency Street, the weathered wooden door creaked open slowly. Behind it stood an elderly man, his silver hair contrasting sharply with his erect posture. Time had etched deep lines upon his face, yet it had not bent his back. "Aberforth," Nicholas Flamel exclaimed, arms wide open, his voice brimming with surprise. "By Merlin, you appear even younger than the last time we met." Dumbledore stepped forward with a smile to embrace his old friend, his red hair glimmering warmly in the morning light. This is thanks to the age-reducing elixir crafted by our little Bellatrix. Oh, the Master Alchemist raised an intrigued eyebrow, his gaze drifting past Dumbledore's shoulder to assess Bellatrix. This child must indeed be a once-in-a-century potion prodigy. In truth, Bellatrix, entirely reliant on the system, offered an awkward smile. When Nicholas turned his gaze towards Gellert and Aberforth, it became laden with meaning. What a historic moment this is. My memory still lingers on the occasion when you requested my intervention to prevent your old flame's return. He deliberately emphasized the phrase old flame. And little did he know that half a century later, you would find yourselves reunited. Dumbledore's ears flushed with a faint hue, and he cleared his throat to redirect the conversation. Aberforth merely scoffed, his goat-like beard bristling in indignation. Come in, Nicholas gestured, stepping aside to allow them passage. The winter in Paris is scarcely suited for conversing in doorways. Within the warm living room, the flames in the fireplace danced with an orange glow. The Master Alchemist made his way toward the workbench, where an array of rare materials was meticulously arranged. All the components for the corporeal reconstruction are prepared. He then turned to the group. But what of the vessel for the soul? Dumbledore gently nudged Bellatrix forward. This is her, the blood pact I mentioned in my letter. Suddenly, the fire in the hearth crackled loudly, resonating sharply in the momentary silence of the room. Within Nicholas's eyes, which had witnessed 6 centuries of turmoil, a tumult of unspeakable emotion swirled. The blood pact, a product of alchemy, his voice was soft, almost a whisper, as if speaking to himself, yet it defied the natural order. Granting life. He slowly beckoned, the silver-threaded embroidery on his sleeves glistening in the sunlight. Come here, child. Bellatrix noted the old man's frail fingers trembling slightly, allowing me a proper glimpse of this miraculous anomaly. As she approached, the elders suddenly froze. At such close proximity, she could distinctly see the reflection of the flames in his eyes, which seemed to harbor something deeper, a sense of compassion, perhaps, or a heavy lament. His icy hand gently pressed against her forehead, the gesture astonishingly tender. A warm current infused with ancient magic gradually seeped into her consciousness, not merely a mundane detection spell, but rather a primal force probing the essence of her existence. After what felt like an eternity, the elder withdrew his hand, emitting a barely audible sigh. He met Dumbledore's inquiring gaze, yet merely shook his head, signifying nothing amiss, just that his eyes swept over the girl's golden tresses. Having lived for centuries, encountering such an existence for the first time naturally stirred his curiosity. As longtime friends, Dumbledore was all too familiar with this expression of unspoken thoughts. However, when he sought to inquire further, the elder had already donned the professional demeanor of a master alchemist. Let us commence preparations for the ritual. Miss Anna's soul has awaited this day for far too long. The golden flames within the alchemical array flickered and danced, reminiscent of a living rhythm. As Nicholas placed the final precious alchemical artifact into the array, the central outline gradually became more defined, beginning with delicate bones, then flowing muscle, and ultimately, skin that shimmered like moonlight. 600 years of alchemical mastery culminated in this moment, every detail perfected under the refinement of golden flames. Miss Dumbledore, Nicholas proclaimed. It is time. Bellatrix felt a warm pull between her brows, silver points of light rising like morning dew from her forehead. These motes coalesced slowly in the air, gradually transforming into a complete soul form. Ariana's essence emanated a gentle glow as she nodded towards her 3 brothers. In a moment where all held their breath, Ariana's soul dove into the newly formed body like a bird returning to its nest. The brilliance of the alchemical array began to wane, as if fulfilling its final mission. When the last glimmer of gold dissipated into the morning light, the girl lying at the center of the magical array fluttered her eyelashes. Under the expectant gazes of all, her beautiful blue eyes slowly opened. Brother, her voice still carried the softness of awakening from a long slumber, yet it vivified the entire room. I have returned. Chapter 90. You are a miracle of life. The gloom that had enveloped the 3 hearts finally lifted. Aberforth's tears streamed down his cheeks, this rugged man now resembling a child overwhelmed with emotion. Dumbledore's eyes misted over, his trembling fingers gently caressing his sister's cheek, as if to confirm that this was not yet another fragile dream. Gellert averted his face slightly, concealing the glimmer of tears in his eyes. While the Dumbledore brothers reveled in the joy of reunion, Nicholas Flamel's aged voice cast a shadow over their elation. Although she has acquired a new body, Miss Dumbledore's melancholy remains. What? Aberforth grasped his sister's shoulders, his rough fingers trembling. How could this be? She has received a new body. The elder shook his head, for melancholy is born from the depths of a wizard's soul and has long since become an inseparable part of it. Dumbledore's hand gently brushed through his sister's hair, the tremors in his fingertips betraying the turmoil within. Anna. His voice choked, barely managing to form coherent words. It's all right. Brothers will always be with you. The girl lifted her clear blue eyes, a reassuring smile gracing her lips. It's all right, brother. Her voice was as delicate as a feather, a sound I had grown accustomed to. A heavy silence enveloped the room until the sound of footsteps shattered the stillness. Perenelle entered, carrying a porcelain tray laden with cups of steaming hot cocoa, the sweet aroma wafting through the air. Children, come and taste the hot cocoa I just brewed. What troubles you? The forced smiles of the gathered company clearly failed to deceive the astute elder, yet she kindly refrained from probing further. Dumbledore and his companions quickly settled by the fireplace, engaging in hushed discussions on how to soothe Ariana's affliction. Meanwhile, rejuvenated, Ariana flitted around Bellatrix like an inquisitive child, her blue eyes sparkling with wonder. It's truly marvelous. That tiny blood-packed vial transformed into a living being. Bellatrix smiled at Ariana, saying, "This is the magic of love. When the bond between two souls runs deep enough, even the coldest of alchemical creations can be granted life." Although the shadows of her affliction could not be entirely dispelled, at least Ariana had been revitalized, thus marking the completion of their mission. Dumbledore and his entourage returned to Godric's Hollow. Nicodemus stood by the window, gazing silently at the snowy landscape outside. Perenelle approached him, her fingers resting gently on his shoulder. "Dear, after 6 centuries of companionship, why not reveal the truth to Albus?" The elder slowly turned, the weight of 600 years crystallizing into unfathomable depths within his gaze. Trembling, he sank back onto the sofa, his sunken cheeks appearing more aged in the flickering firelight. He had borne too much already. Nicodemus's voice was as light as a feather's fall. Let him carry this joy through his remaining days. Perenelle poured him a cup of steaming herbal tea, the crisp clinking of porcelain resonating sharply in the stillness of the sitting room. What secret does that golden-haired girl harbor? The fact that an alchemical creation has attained life. Shouldn't that be a miracle worth celebrating? Suddenly, the fire crackled violently, and Nicodemus's pupils reflected the dancing flames. There are no absolute miracles in this world. His bony fingers tightened on his knees. For every natural law that is broken, there must be a corresponding price paid. What price? Perenelle's silver spoon halted midair. Nicodemus slowly shook his head, his white hair glowing like melting snow in the firelight. "If I could truly decipher the laws of this universe," he said with a bitter smile, gazing out the window, "I would long since have transcended this mortal realm." Perenelle gently set down the teaspoon, the sound echoing sharply in the quiet room. "But isn't that child herself a miracle?" Her eyes shimmered with gentle light. "If one rule can be broken, perhaps another can be as well." The elder shook his head and let out a rueful chuckle. "Let us hope so." Godric's Hollow. The little cottage had been reinvigorated. Ariana's return filled the space with laughter, dispelling the lingering barriers that had once separated them. Gellert and Albus had both shed the sharpness of their youth, the passage of time teaching them restraint. The once volatile tensions had dissipated, replaced by a serene coexistence. Dumbledore no longer feared a repeat of the tragedy of 1899. To aid Ariana in controlling her inner turmoil, Dumbledore and Gellert took turns guiding her in mastering that tempestuous magic. They fortified the cottage with stringent protective spells, situated in a secluded area, with only the old Basharat estate and the Potter residence nearby, alleviating any concerns of collateral damage. Upon learning of Ariana's situation, Harry was eager to share his experiences in controlling magic, and the two children, both having endured oppressive childhoods, quickly found common ground. However, the shadows that had haunted the girl for over a decade could not be easily dispelled. Each night, those suppressed memories would resurrect in her dreams. The tragic death of her mother, the fearful faces of those around her, the self-loathing that plagued her days and nights. Even in waking hours, she often felt the dark energy within her stirring, as if mocking her futile struggles. Can I truly control it? Ariana trembled as she opened her hands, watching the uncontrollable black mist seeping from her fingertips, the deepest fears gnawing at her heart. Perhaps one day, she would transform into the very monster she dreaded most. In truth, Bellatrix had long believed that Gellert and Dumbledore's approach to guiding Ariana was flawed. Day after day, they taught her to suppress her affliction and control her magic, yet they had never instructed her to accept it. In her view, that dark energy was an intrinsic part of Ariana's soul, a self-defense mechanism awakened during her childhood abuse. Why treat it with the fear and rejection one reserves for an enemy? Yet whenever she voiced her dissent, the two greatest wizards of the age would respond with grave seriousness, dismissing her perspective without hesitation. She was too young, too inexperienced, and dared not venture forth recklessly. Moreover, this concerned Ariana's safety. She had only just regained her life. One night, Bellatrix leaned against Tom's embrace, unable to contain her thoughts any longer. The Dark Lord toyed with her hair, contemplating before chuckling softly. I believe that the turmoil within her is a rare gift. Such potent magic is coveted by others. Why should they reject it? This is getting absurd. Is this how the Dark Lord thinks? How authoritative. The scene everyone had dreaded ultimately unfolded. During a routine magic control training session, the turmoil within Ariana erupted with unprecedented resistance. The swirling black vortex of magic raged like an enraged tempest, instantly tearing through the layered protective spells, the forceful shockwave knocking Harry to the ground. Harry, Sirius's soul nearly fled from his body. He rushed forward, trembling hands gripping the boy's shoulders, his wand frantically scanning. Fortunately, the savior had not sustained any injuries, merely startled by the overwhelming black mist. Ariana, look at me. Dumbledore stepped forward slowly, taking a deep breath, attempting to rein it in. Yet the black mist surrounding the girl thickened, twisting and swirling around her like a living entity, tears tracing lines down her pale cheeks. I can't. It won't listen. The girl suddenly screamed at the swirling darkness, leave me alone. Then, like a frightened fawn, she dashed into the cottage, slamming the door behind her. Despite her brother's pleas, only muffled sobs could be heard from beyond the door. Let me try, Bellatrix whispered. Albus immediately positioned himself like a stone wall at the foot of the stairs. What are you talking about? He glared at Dumbledore and Gellert, his fists clenched tightly. Even those two, he waved his arm toward them, the supposedly omnipotent old fools, are at a loss. What can a child possibly accomplish? Let her go, Gellert interjected suddenly. Albus turned sharply, his goat-like beard bristling with anger. You. His fists were turning white from the strain. Albus, perhaps her instincts are correct. Let her try. Dumbledore stated firmly. Bellatrix's strength is greater than you might imagine. Albus opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately sighed heavily and stepped aside, allowing passage to the second floor. And Ariana. Bellatrix gently pushed open the tightly shut door. Moonlight streamed through the crack, illuminating the frail figure curled in the corner. The girl buried herself beneath the heavy drapes, as if that alone could isolate her from the entire world. Do not come near. Ariana's voice was as faint as a whisper, laced with palpable tremors. The inky darkness swirled around her like a sentient being, at times coalescing into grotesque shapes, and at others dispersing into wisps of shadow. I will harm you. Those dark forces seemed to intertwine with her pale fingers, accentuating the near translucence of her skin. Ariana would forever remember that rain-soaked night, the moment when the dark power within her erupted uncontrollably, and her mother fell before her. From that instant, the label of monster became an indelible mark upon her soul. I am a mute. She buried her face deep into her knees, her voice fragmented. A creature such as I does not deserve to live. Baelial made no reply, but stepped forward with measured grace. The moonlight cascaded upon her golden hair as she extended her hand, allowing the black mist to weave through her slender fingers. You are not a monster. Her voice was soft yet resolute, akin to a candle's flame on a winter night. Dear Aunt, you are a miracle of life. She knelt down to meet Ariana's gaze. Her warm palm enveloped Ariana's icy fingers, conveying a silent strength. Life is magnificent and will always find its path. When threatened, it will blossom with the most resilient light. There was a tender certainty in Baelial's voice. The darkness was not a curse, but a song of resistance composed by life in its direst moments. As she spoke, she embraced the trembling girl. Baelial's voice shone like a beacon, piercing through the long-standing darkness that enveloped Ariana, once curled and shivering like a wounded animal. She had stubbornly believed she was destined to linger in the shadows. The blackness entwined around her, manifesting her internal fears, her dread of herself, of the uncontrollable power within, and of once again hurting those she loved. Am I not a monster? This thought flickered like a fragile ember, gently alighting upon her frozen heart. She froze, momentarily forgetting her struggle. Belial's embrace was warm and steadfast, devoid of the fear or revulsion that others had shown. It was a tight hold that seemed to convey that she was worthy of touch, worthy of love. Ariana's breath caught slightly, her eyes welling with warmth. For years, she had only heard words like danger, harm, and the necessity of control, yet no one had ever told her that her very existence was a miracle. So, my beloved aunt, Baelial murmured in her ear, you are the winter sweet that blooms defiantly in the snow, the pine that stubbornly grows in the crevices of cliffs. Your existence alone is the most enchanting miracle of this world. The darkness still swirled, but no longer did it rage. It flowed gently, like a subdued tide. She felt Belial's embrace, so light yet so resolute, as if silently declaring, I am here, I will not let you go. A fissure cracked through the ice in her heart. Perhaps, just perhaps, she truly was not a monster. Perhaps those dark powers were not merely a curse, but an instinct for survival, a way for life to struggle and protect itself in its most desperate moments. This realization tightened her throat, and tears slipped silently down her cheeks. She had once believed she was doomed to solitude, destined to be surrounded by fear and loathing. But now, someone stood before her, proclaiming that she was the winter sweet in the snow, the pine upon the precipice. She was deserving of love. Ariana's fingers twitched slightly, hesitating, before she cautiously returned Baelial's embrace. Chapter 91. Interlude. The red rose and the black rose. The one who first conceived this pairing is truly a genius. Does this historical narrative rain down with daggers? Now that you have the awareness of being dissected from head to toe, let us begin. Wendell Rochelle was a proud witch, unbound by the constraints of the mundane world. She scorned those who squandered their lives on frivolities, relying on their pure blood status, and looked down upon those who willingly succumbed to oppressive rules. Until she encountered the figure she would willingly follow. Gellert revealed to her that she was not a heretic, but rather unique, not pretentious, but ambitious. In her teenage years, she chose to stand behind him, witnessing the rise and evolution of the dark arts. They were friends, confidants, and comrades in arms. At that time, Wendell was imbued with fervor, convinced they would ultimately realize their noble ideal. Yet, her master's eyes always concealed a layer of worry she could not comprehend. It was only upon Gellert's first encounter with Dumbledore that she understood the Red Rose of England had already taken root in the heart of the Golden Bird. Dumbledore was his lover, his soulmate. This was a private matter for her master, one she ought not to meddle in. But how could that Dumbledore dare to reject the hand extended by her master? Reject his love? How dare he? Wendell was consumed by fury. Albus. A gentle female voice interrupted her thoughts. Wendell raised her gaze to see a witch clad in deep red robes approaching Dumbledore. She possessed an elegant visage, with an air of scholarly grace. Wendell glanced briefly, then could not resist stealing another look. How was it that Dumbledore was always surrounded by such a blend of talent and beauty? From their dialogue, Wendell learned her name was Minerva McGonagall. Time passed, and the influence of the dark arts swept across the European continent like wildfire, sparing only England. Her master nearly commanded the entirety of Europe's power, yet could not overlook one formidable adversary, Albus Dumbledore. Wendell could never fully grasp Gellert's sentiments. He despised Dumbledore for his betrayal, for choosing to stand with the blind ministry of magic rather than beside him. Simultaneously, he felt pride for his lover. For only Dumbledore could truly understand the thoughts within his heart, and only Dumbledore was worthy of being his rival, strong, gentle, and intelligent. When the initial clash between the dark arts and Dumbledore's forces occurred, Wendell finally confronted the witch in red. As the conflict escalated, Wendell had to concede that Minerva McGonagall was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Her magic was precise and incisive, her tactical thinking astute, with a seamless synergy between her and Dumbledore, akin to the rapport she shared with her master. The proud French Rose regarded her opponent with newfound respect. It was unclear when, but deep within her heart, she began to tremble at the sight of that deep red figure. The petals of the red rose had long since fallen into the depths of the black rose's heart. However, 1945 would prove to be a turning point of fate. Dumbledore persistently avoided Gellert, afraid to confront their secret, forbidden affection. The enraged dark wizard resorted to every means to force the white wizard out of Hogwarts, to compel him to stand before him. Yet when Dumbledore finally stood in opposition as Gellert desired, his blue eyes held only a chilling resolve. The white wizard chastised him for his overly radical ideals and cruel methods. In that moment, Gellert was overwhelmed by an unfathomable sense of grievance and fury. He betrayed me. He betrayed our shared dream. The duel of 1945 came swiftly and absurdly. The terms of their conflict resembled the childish outbursts of a petulant youth, laden with resentment and obsession. At that time, Gellert was arrogantly confident in his victory, yet he underestimated the righteousness that dwelled within the white wizard and the unwavering resolve of the saint. One believed himself capable of cruelty, while the other believed himself incapable of it. He thought his Albus had always loved him. He thought his Albus could not bear to harm him. Those who are favored often possess an unfounded sense of security. As the blood pact shattered upon the ground, Gellert heard the mocking laughter of fate. In the moment his wand slipped from his grasp, he briefly perceived the summer of Godric's hollow withering away. However, Dumbledore merely cast a profound glance at him before turning away. Who else would love you? Dumbledore, you are utterly alone. Gellert's downfall has finally unveiled the fangs of those ministry officials and members of the International Confederation of Wizards who had been circling like vultures for so long. The once mighty pureblood party has crumbled in an instant, ravaged by the backlash of radicalism and cruelty. Capture her. That is Wendell Rocher, Grindelwald's right hand. A bounty of 3,000 galleons. Wendell never imagined she would descend to such depths. She stood in a shadowy alley, her back pressed against the damp brick wall, the tip of her wand slightly warm from overexertion. The shouts of her pursuers echoed in the distance, akin to a pack of hounds sensing blood. An hour ago, she was the formidable second-in-command of the Pure Blood Party. Now, she fled in panic like a stray dog. A warm hand suddenly clasped her wrist. "Don't move, it's me." This voice made Wendell's taut nerves quiver. Before she could react, a familiar sensation of compression enveloped her, and the two had apparat to a dimly lit hidden alley. The light outlined the figure of her savior, and beneath the deep crimson robe, Minerva McGonagall's face was distinctly illuminated. Wendell's mind went blank. She could not fathom why McGonagall would rescue her, nor why she would so readily trust this former adversary. "I can only help you this far." This statement struck Wendell like a bucket of icy water. She suddenly realized something and grasped McGonagall's sleeve tightly. "What about the professor?" Her voice was hoarse, barely recognizable. "They will execute him, won't they?" This thought gnawed at her heart like a venomous serpent, causing a wave of dizziness. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Wendell clutched McGonagall's sleeve as though it were her last lifeline. She ought to be furious, to curse, yet at that moment, she felt an unprecedented turmoil and despair. McGonagall's throat tightened as she looked at the once proud witch, now curled in the corner like a nightingale with a broken wing. Gradually, she knelt down and gently enveloped her in an embrace, a warmth that was heartbreakingly soothing. Wendell stiffened for a moment, then clung to McGonagall's robe like a drowning person grasping a piece of driftwood. She buried her face in the deep crimson fabric, allowing her tears to soak the other's garment. In the distance, the footsteps of her pursuers gradually faded away. Wendell could hear the frantic beating of her own heart. Quick and desperate, like a bird trapped in a cage. She suddenly recalled what Gellert had told her long ago. Tears are the weapon of the weak, Wendell. The cold alley wind brushed against her cheek, whisking away the remnants of her tears. Wendell loosened her grip on McGonagall's sleeve, her knuckles pale from exertion. She slowly stood up, the black robe shimmering under the light. "Thank you." Her voice regained its clarity and composure, as if the vulnerability she had just displayed had never existed. Indeed, tears are the weapon of the weak, and the members of the Pure Blood Party have never been weak. A storm may bend the waist of a rose, but it can never break its spine. When dawn arrives, the petals, adorned with morning dew, will still proudly lift their heads toward the sun. Chapter 92. Side Story, Red Roses and Black Roses too. This chapter will not be tormenting. Read with ease. Since the duel in 1945, the Pure Blood Party seemed to have vanished into thin air. Yet, the officials of the Ministry of Magic were acutely aware that this was not an end, but merely a slumber. The wolves had retreated into the shadows, licking their wounds, waiting for the moment to tear open the throats of the traditionalists. After the leader's capture, the heavy burden of the Pure Blood Party fell entirely on Wendell Rocher's shoulders. This black rose, which once flourished at Grindelwald's side, now bore petals laced with deadly poison. She led the remnants in evading capture, watering the roots of the Pure Blood Party with blood. Those officials finally understood that they could destroy the shell of the Pure Blood Party, but they could never erase the deeply rooted beliefs that resided in the hearts of its members. "What did you say?" Dumbledore revised the verdict. Wendell's teacup suddenly shattered in her hand, scalding tea splattering onto her pale fingertips. McGonagall nodded gently. In truth, she could not explain why, upon hearing this news, she felt an overwhelming urge to convey it to this adversary before her. Since that duel, this clandestine connection had quietly maintained McGonagall's regular communication of news to Wendell, a tacit understanding shared with Dumbledore, changing the death sentence to life imprisonment. Wendell's voice squeezed out between clenched teeth. Did he not comprehend? For the professor, imprisonment was far crueler than death. McGonagall observed Wendell's trembling shoulders and softly remarked, "Albus loves him more than anyone else. That is precisely why he cannot bear to see him perish." Wendell bit her lip. She knew full well that the red-haired professor held deep affections for the professor. Yet fate was like an invisible wall, cruelly separating two souls so perfectly matched. "Do you wish to continue?" McGonagall gazed out at the darkening sky. The pursuit was tightening. Of course. Wendell lifted her chin, the fire in her eyes never extinguished. "I will guard the Pure Blood Party until the professor returns. Even if I fall, there will be countless followers ready to carry on." McGonagall lowered her eyelashes. This was the proud, stubborn Rocher she knew. Since the Black Rose had chosen the path of thorns, the Red Rose would accompany her to the end. This forbidden bond remained unspoken. Let it last indefinitely, from eternity to the end of time. Fortunately, destiny ultimately favored her, favored the Pure Blood Party, favored that imprisoned golden bird. Half a century passed, and Wendell Rocher's once jet-black hair had turned to silver, her formerly vibrant visage now etched with the marks of time. Yet she always remembered her vow to safeguard the flicker of the Pure Blood Party, waiting for the moment it would be reignited. Until Baelial Grindelwald. As the girl, bearing a striking resemblance to the professor, uttered this name, Wendell's mind went blank. her thoughts scattering like a kite severed from its string. The surname Grindelwald echoed repeatedly in her heart. You mustn't deceive me. Grindelwald has only one descendant, no other branches. The witch's voice trembled. Having lurked in darkness for so long, now confronted with light, she felt as though in a dream. As she listened to the girl's explanation, understanding dawned upon her. This girl was the remnant of the shattered blood pact from years past. She took a moment to carefully scrutinize the girl's features. This face bore a striking resemblance to the professor, yet also reflected aspects of the red-haired professor, particularly those blue eyes reminiscent of his. The girl expressed her desire to leverage the strength of the Pure Blood Party, sharing that she missed Gellert and wished to rescue him from his confined cage. Thus began the turning of fate's wheels. Baelial Grindelwald concocted a permanent de-aging potion, restoring the professor and his mentor to their former youth. The two, long delayed by the passage of time, were finally able to mend their regrets. When Wendell beheld Gellert once more after half a century, the mist blurred her vision. After following the professor for so long, she had never seen such vibrant light in his eyes. The professor informed her that Baelial had been jointly appointed by him and Dumbledore as the new leader of the Pure Blood Party, hoping to assist her diligently. Wendell witnessed this girl leading the Pure Blood Party back to glory, marveling at her extraordinary eloquence and formidable strength as she gradually brought Europe under control. In the girl, Wendell seemed to glimpse the spirited professor of years gone by once again. Thus, Rocher chose to stand by Grindelwald's side once more. Hogwarts has once again hosted the Triwizard Tournament after a century-long hiatus. Gellert and Vinda participated in this grand event, representing their roles as Vice President and Secretary of the International Wizarding Association, respectively. At this juncture, the Pure Blood Party has undeniably surpassed its former self from half a century ago, exuding an audacity that knows no fear. As the witch clad in deep green robes entered the hall, she sought out a familiar crimson figure among the dancers. McGonagall gazed forlornly at the two lovers entwined in their intimacy. How utterly shameless, Vinda remarked, standing beside McGonagall. McGonagall cast her a glance, nodding slightly before shaking her head in dismay. The Black Rose surveyed the entire scene, where men and women alike twirled joyously with their partners. According to reliable sources, at previous Hogwarts balls, Dumbledore would always invite McGonagall to dance, as they were lifelong friends. Yet tonight, the auburn-haired professor was lost in the embrace of his beloved, while McGonagall sat alone, observing from the sidelines, all through the perspective of Miss Rogier. Thus, the proud Black Rose extended her hand towards the Red Rose, asking, "Might I invite you to dance?" This gesture left McGonagall momentarily stunned. It was the first time the Black Rose had reached out to her in such a public manner. However, in the next instant, she grasped that hand without hesitation. "It is an honor, Miss Rogier. In truth, this ball has united three couples." Chapter 93, The Unmasking and the Despairing Father. All things bear the een while embracing the yang. The harmony of these forces nurtures existence, and humanity is no exception. One must not only showcase their luminous side, but also confront their darker nature with equanimity. Fear breeds caution, desire fuels creativity, and solitude fosters profundity. Van Gogh's madness birthed art, Nietzsche's isolation gave rise to philosophy, and Wang Yongming confronted life and death in the depths of despair, ultimately achieving enlightenment that reconciles the heart with reason. A complete soul requires a dialogue between light and shadow, rather than a schism. Darkness is not an adversary, but an unrecognized resource. For Ariana, her silence represents the dark facet of her being. Rather than suppressing it, she ought to embrace it. Accepting her shadow self, embracing her wholeness, is the true essence of self-love, marking the journey from insecurity to confidence. A true warrior does not shy away from their inner darkness. Rather, like the yin-yang of the Taiji symbol, they allow light and dark to intertwine in an eternal dance. When she accepts her complete self, darkness becomes the foundation that elevates the light, while the light transforms into a beacon piercing through the shadows. This is Baelial's philosophy. Satan never shuns darkness nor fears it. He believes that the most resilient and vibrant flowers bloom from the soil of obscurity. Therefore, dear Aunt Ariana, I shall always remain by your side, teaching you how to adapt to and harness the darkness. After Baelial exited Ariana's room, the once fearful girl, sensitive and insecure within, seemed to undergo a transformation. She gazed intently at the swirling black mist in her palm. This time, she did not tremble or retreat. From that moment on, she began to accept her silence, learning to coexist with it. The once suppressed and rejected silence became remarkably docile, and Ariana's magical prowess grew increasingly proficient. You see, sometimes darkness does not need to be a shackle. The Christmas holidays ended swiftly, yet upon her arrival at Hogwarts, Baelial was promptly invited for tea. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Baelial felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Her palms, cradling the teacup. Began to sweat as she sipped the tea in timid sips, unable to meet the gaze of the white wizard across from her. Little Belle, the second task of the Triwizard Tournament is set to commence on February 24th. Have you chosen your treasure? Who is he? Is it the boy you danced with at the ball? The echoes of Dumbledore's question lingered in her ears. One might evade the initial scrutiny, but cannot hide from the inevitable. She had anticipated being unmasked, yet never expected it to occur so swiftly. She had considered a ruse. But which scheme could possibly escape the keen eye of the White Wizard? Moreover, on the day of the tournament, all truths would be laid bare. A polyjuice potion? Huh. A mere transformation would surely not elude Dumbledore's discerning gaze. In stark contrast to Baelial's trepidation, the small serpent coiled around her neck held its head high, brimming with ambition. Baelial inhaled deeply, meeting the penetrating azure gaze that seemed to read her very soul. All the carefully prepared words dissolved into nothingness on her tongue. This is dire. Daddy, she hesitated momentarily. Do you wish to hear the truth? Upon receiving an affirmative nod, the young girl closed her eyes, her fingertips brushing the serpent's head. The treasure I have chosen is my boyfriend. She paused. Come out, senior. The emerald serpent slithered down her arm, gracefully unfurling as it touched the ground. Amidst the swirling black robes, a tall young man rose elegantly, his handsome visage radiating a disquieting familiarity. Long time no see, Professor Dumbledore. Tom smiled, bowing slightly. Dumbledore. Tom. The White Wizard stood up from the sofa in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. Wait you. He suddenly turned towards Baelial. You said your treasure was what? My boyfriend, the girl replied in a whisper. Dumbledore felt darkness descend before his eyes. Merlin's beard. His daughter, his clever little Belle, was in a romantic entanglement with a dark wizard. Belle, do you realize who he is? Do you understand how dangerous he is? The White Wizard's voice trembled with concern. Tom leaned closer, his long arms naturally encircling Baelial on the sofa. Professor, his dark crimson eyes narrowed, revealing a perfectly feigned smile. How can you demean your once most brilliant student like this? He affectionately nuzzled the girl's hair, his tone as light as discussing the weather. I have turned over a new leaf. Wash my hands of wickedness. Dumbledore closed his eyes, resolved to address the root of the issue. Belle, I do not know how he has beguiled you with sweet words. But how can someone who has never truly understood love bring you happiness? The blue-eyed wizard peered through his crescent-shaped spectacles, revealing profound worry. As his former professor, I know better than anyone how I have repeatedly urged him to learn to love, to embrace goodness. Yet he has never heeded my words. False affection will eventually dissipate, and when that time comes. Tom languidly toyed with the ends of the girl's hair, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. You may find this hard to believe, but it was I who fell first in this relationship. He reveled in the momentary shock that froze Dumbledore's expression, his long fingers caressing Baelial's cheek. Surely, after your entanglement with Grindelwald, you comprehend how adept they are at ensnaring hearts? It is not I who ensnares her, but rather I willingly succumb to the web she has so artfully woven. The girl tilted her face upwards, the fervor swirling in her dark red eyes almost melting her heart. She could feel her heartbeat racing uncontrollably, pounding out a fervent rhythm within her chest. Daddy, she softly countered, Senior is truly wonderful. He is already changing. Dumbledore painfully covered his face, a heavy sigh escaping through his fingers. But Belle, even if he truly learns to love, you are only 14. So what if I am 14? The girl protested, puffing her cheeks defiantly, her azure eyes shimmering with stubborn determination. Didn't he fada and you fall in love at just 16? She straightened her back. You both could, so why can't I? Tom chuckled in delight. The White Wizard opened his mouth, but the words faltered, and his voice gradually diminished, suddenly realizing he stood on an unassailable battleground of debate. In that moment, he seemed to glimpse the once formidable Gellert standing before him, the golden-haired youth's eyes ablaze with an equally tenacious light. Merlin's beard. He had never imagined he would one day empathize with Aberforth. Aberforth, speak, Black. Chapter 94. Is it any wonder you two are dark wizards? Which era's Horcrux is he from? The White Wizard's voice was somewhat hoarse as he endeavored to persuade himself to accept this grim reality. The diary, Baelial softly replied. Silence enveloped the room. I believe Gellert has the right to be informed of this matter. After much contemplation, the White Wizard resolved to utilize Grindelwald to defeat Grindelwald. With that, he promptly penned a letter and dispatched it via Fox. Yet, the great White Wizard failed to consider one critical aspect. His beloved was, without a doubt, a dark wizard as well. Meanwhile, in England, the Death Eaters were strategizing their next moves. Gellert was engaged in plotting with the Saints when a golden-red phoenix suddenly soared into the chamber. Fox halted before Gellert, and the envelope he held fell open of its own accord. The voice belonging to Dumbledore instantly filled the room, resonating with unprecedented urgency and volume. Tom Riddle? Gellert raised an eyebrow, a thoughtful smile playing on his lips. The boy possessed a rather unique insight. He cast a glance at the others, and the saints in the room immediately feigned busyness. Abernathy suddenly became intensely interested in the carpet's patterns, while Vinda repeatedly perused the documents in her hands. Despite knowing their contents by heart, you all should be clear on the remaining tasks, yes? If there are any uncertainties, feel free to inquire with Vinda. Gellert rose. I have some personal matters to attend to. Farewell, everyone. Fawkes landed on Gellert's hand and transported him with a flicker of apparition. In the headmaster's office, Gellert assessed the youth before him and remarked softly to Dumbledore, I think he is quite decent. Gellert. Dumbledore shot him a glare, then lowered his voice to recount how Tom had embarked on the path of a dark wizard and the decade-long shadow that loomed over him. As the white wizard narrated, Gellert unconsciously slipped into an analytical mode. His methods were still too extreme, too eager for results. Immersed in his thoughts, the dark wizard remained oblivious to the increasingly peculiar glances directed his way. The so-called pureblood supremacy, while consolidating the conservative purebloods of England, had established an adversarial relationship with half-bloods and muggles. Authority built upon a minority cannot endure. Only upon sensing the white wizard's mournful gaze did he awkwardly lift his teacup for a sip. Apologies, Al. I've fallen into my old habits. Modest Tom. Riddle inclined his head politely. The younger generation has learned much from your guidance. Dumbledore sighed, realizing he should not have expected much from Gellert. If they continued their discussion, they would inevitably reach an understanding. You Grindelwald. He gently pressed his temple, a hint of exasperation flashing behind the blue eyes concealed by crescent-shaped spectacles. It's simply a family trait. Daddy, Baelial murmured softly. Perhaps it's hereditary? What nonsense. How could I? His voice abruptly ceased. The memories of that summer in 1899 suddenly surged forth, the golden-haired youth turning as dangerous and captivating flames danced in his mismatched eyes. Gellert chuckled softly, his long fingers naturally resting upon his beloved's shoulder. Are you still blaming me, Al? He whispered in the white wizard's ear, his warm breath brushing against the reddening ear. It is you, Dumbledore, who has always had a penchant for dark wizards. Time flew by, and before long, it was February 24th. The banks of the Black Lake were thronged with people, and as the last warriors selected their treasure, the second task of the Triwizard Tournament officially commenced. As 5 warriors stepped into the arena, a deafening cheer erupted from the stands. Warriors, are you ready? The announcer's booming voice echoed across the lake. You have but 1 hour to retrieve your treasures, or they shall be lost to you forever. This proclamation elicited gasps from the students in the stands, whispers of anxiety rippling through the crowd. After all, the casualty records from previous tournaments loomed large, and the students felt a pang of sympathy for the hostages submerged below. Harry, brimming with excitement, waved his wand. I can't wait any longer. The Savior's enthusiasm ignited the spirits of the other warriors, intensifying the atmosphere. 3, 2, 1. Warriors. Set forth. Fleur and Crumb were the first to leap into the water. The former cast a perfect bubblehead charm, while the latter transformed himself into a half-man, half-shark form. Harry and Cedric followed suit, casting bubblehead charms before plunging into the lake. At that moment, Baelial executed an astonishing maneuver, without even drawing her wand. She leapt directly into the lake. Merlin's beard. Has she lost her mind? Gasped the spectators. Surely, she doesn't intend to hold her breath. The Durmstrang students stared in disbelief. Just as the girl was about to touch the water's surface, an uncanny scene unfolded. The tranquil lake suddenly split open, perfectly catching Baelial as she fell. Once her figure completely vanished, the water silently sealed itself, as if nothing had transpired. The crowd fell into stunned silence, which was soon followed by fervent discussions. What kind of magic was that? I've never seen anything like it. Does Hogwarts possess some unique skill? She didn't even use her wand. One must make a grand entrance when the occasion calls for it. Tom's soul bore the sigils of ancient magic, and guided by his power, Baelial swiftly located her treasure. Along the way, she encountered some Grindylows, and as the eerie green light ignited at her fingertips, the water creatures scattered in terror. The Grindylows shoved each other into crevices, whispering, "This harbinger of doom is not to be trifled with. Let us find trouble with other warriors instead." In the square of the Merfolk village, several stone pillars stood silently. On one of the pillars, which was supposed to bind the hostage, an empty spot was conspicuously present. The treasure sat leisurely in the palm of a mermaid statue. Tom's long fingers radiated a scarlet glow, while the massive stone before him lay shattered by dark curses. The Merfolk huddled together, their spears trembling in their hands. Which wizard chose this hostage? A male Merfolk complained sharply. One ought not to covet the rewards offered by wizards, another lamented. Is this truly what we call treasure? The one who chose him must be a fool. A green light grazed the speaker's hair as it shot into the ground. The merfolk froze and looked up to meet the gaze of dark red eyes. Silence. The boy commanded fluently in Mermish, simultaneously making a graceful gesture across his throat. The merfolk erupted in chaos. Mama, I want to go home. Tom languidly propped his chin on his hand, continuing to waste time with dark curses. He was indeed a serpent, merely having sheathed his fangs temporarily for the sake of his beloved. Yet a serpent is still a serpent when the need arose. He could paint the waters red with blood at any moment. When that familiar figure finally emerged from the depths, a pleased smile graced his lips, and his dark red eyes sparkled with delight. Found you, Senior. She floated weightlessly in the air, the surrounding waters parting invisibly, her azure eyes shimmering with victorious joy as she reached out to him. Tom rose slowly, gazing at the girl before him, a rare tenderness flickering in his dark red eyes. With elongated fingers firmly clasping her hand, the grip was perfectly balanced, not too tight to allow her escape, nor too loose to inflict pain. I've been waiting for you for quite some time, my warrior. Chapter 95, The Labyrinth Contest in the 400-meter sprint. While the faculty and students of the three magical schools reveled in the century-old celebration, in a shadowy alley of London, two figures cloaked in black were whispering conspiratorially. The day of the Master's return is drawing near. A hoarse voice emerged from beneath the hood, trembling with a sickly resonance. The other leaned forward eagerly, revealing half of a pallid face. All preparations are complete. We await only the boy. Shoo! The first cloaked figure suddenly surveyed the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Their wand thrust into the darkness, causing a rat to scurry away in fright. Once assured of their safety, they continued, for the glory of the Dark Lord. For the return of our Lord. The two whispered in unison, their wands igniting with eerie green flames, casting distorted shadows on the wall, reminiscent of two lurking hounds awaiting their prey. With the second event of the Triwizard Tournament concluding flawlessly, the much-anticipated final event was set to commence. On June 24th, the third challenge of the Triwizard Tournament officially began. The final task involved seeking the elusive silver cup within the labyrinth, not only serving as the ultimate test of the champion's abilities, but also as a pivotal moment determining the rightful victor's glory. In the center of the arena, the announcer's impassioned voice ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd, with cheers rising to the heavens. Within this mysterious maze, the champions faced numerous challenges and unknown trials. This was not merely a contest of courage, but a comprehensive evaluation of their capabilities. Who would emerge victorious and grasp the silver cup that symbolized honor? Let us await the outcome. As the announcer's words faded, 5 champions stepped onto the field. The audience erupted in a frenzy, fervent cheers echoing into the sky as everyone rallied behind their favored champion. Baelial raised herself on tiptoe, surveying the seemingly endless, convoluted maze in the distance. After a moment, she turned to the judges in the stands, her eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Professors, are we permitted to use any methods during the competition? Of course, Gellert interjected, his tone laced with amusement, as long as you adhere to the rules and refrain from cheating. Upon receiving this affirmation, Baelial rubbed her hands together, a confident smile curling her lips. Then it shall be simple. I will charge straight through. Charge through? Harry exclaimed incredulously, his eyes wide in disbelief. The maze was intricate, filled with countless twists and turns, guarded by fierce magical creatures. How could one possibly charge through? Cedric, standing nearby, cast a dubious glance, clearly skeptical of this audacious plan. The girl merely waved her hand dismissively, enigmatically stating, "Don't concern yourself with the details, just watch my performance when the competition begins." Fleur and Crumb exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in resignation, evidently thinking this plan far too reckless. Are you ready? Champions, begin. At the signal, as Fleur and Crumb prepared to enter the labyrinth, they watched Baelial nonchalantly draw her wand, her calm demeanor sending a jolt of apprehension through them. Instinctively, the two halted in their tracks. Crack, boom, crack, boom, crack, boom. Baelial unleashed a barrage of dark magic, her wand tip erupting in dazzling red light. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a path was blasted open directly through the maze. As the smoke cleared, the distant silver cup shimmered in the sunlight, seemingly within reach. The arena fell into a stunned silence, all present gaping in astonishment at this unexpected display. So that is how one charges through. Harry stammered, momentarily regaining his voice. This straightforward approach, this terrifying destructive force. Crumb scratched his head, a contemplative expression crossing his face. It reminds me of an expulsion student from Durmstrang. Who? Fleur inquired, curiosity piqued. Gellert Grindelwald. Fleur was momentarily rendered speechless, unsure how to react. Such a direct method, Cedric remarked, scratching his head. The honest Hufflepuff articulating his shock in the simplest terms. Baelial, however, paid no mind to the gazes of the crowd, arms crossed, retorting, Why complicate matters? Don't you know the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line? With that, she strode confidently down the path she had created, entering the maze. The announcer stood frozen, taking a considerable time to process what had transpired before stammering. The Hogwarts champion's method is indeed quite direct. Moments later, scattered applause began to emerge as the audience remained entranced by the impact of the earlier spectacle. Who has the best demolition skills? Nomontguard calls upon Gellert. Grindelwald, an exceptional demolition machine. Fleur and Crumb exchanged exasperated glances before ultimately stepping onto the blasted shortcut. This is truly a once-in-a-century spectacle. The announcer's voice trembled as the 5 champions raced on the same track. Racing? I see the silver cup, Harry suddenly shouted with excitement. Before he could finish his sentence, a dark figure shot past him, the girl's golden hair streaming through the air. Merlin's beard. No sense of sportsmanship. The savior yelled as he sprinted after her. In an instant, what began as a maze exploration transformed into a fierce 400-meter sprint. Baelial caught sight of the approaching Harry from the corner of her eye. Her wand twitching, leg-locking curse. Harry executed a side roll, narrowly avoiding the spell, his cloak splattered with mud. Is that so? I want to hold back. In response, the girl erupted into a fit of laughter. Cedric, running earnestly, was suddenly met with a red light from the side. It was Crumb's spell. He deftly dodged, surprise flashing in his eyes. So, the honest big guy is just as cunning. The ensuing scene left the entire audience dumbfounded. The 5 champions playfully sabotaged one another on the track, spells and laughter intertwining. In the judges' stand, Madame Maxime's fan fell to the ground. Karkaroff appeared as if he had left his body, and Dumbledore covered his face with a resounding clap. This would surely become the most unique final in the history of the Triwizard Tournament, the announcer dryly concluded, completely abandoning any professional commentary. In the audience, one person began to laugh, quickly followed by a wave of laughter that engulfed the entire arena. In the final 50-meter sprint, the silver cup, a symbol of glory, sparkled atop the pedestal, as if beckoning to the champions. Harry, Baelial, and Cedric exchanged knowing glances. No matter what, this silver cup could not fall into the hands of the other 2 schools. As the host nation, failing to secure the championship in the Triwizard Tournament would bring disgrace. At this moment, a silent consensus was reached among the 3. Cease internal conflict. Unite against external foes. Wands simultaneously turned toward the rear, catching Fleur and Crumb off guard, as they were struck by the spell and tumbled to the ground in disarray. What happened to friendship first, competition second? Fleur struggled to her feet, dusting off her dirt-streaked face, glaring at Baelial's receding figure. I truly misjudged you, woman. Special circumstances warrant special treatment. My dear Fleur. Baelial playfully tossed a kiss over her shoulder, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The 3 figures lunged toward the silver cup almost in unison, their fingertips nearly grazing its surface. However, upon closer inspection, Baelial's fingers were closest to the cup, with Harry trailing behind, and Cedric lagging just a step behind. On the grandstand of Hogwarts, students held their breath, their heartbeats nearly bursting from their chests. The champion was about to be revealed. Yet, a sudden twist of fate ensued. Just as the fingertips of the 3 champions grazed the silver cup, the very fabric of space contorted, and a powerful surge of magical energy enveloped the arena. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures vanished without a trace. This unexpected turn of events plunged the crowd into an eerie silence. After a long pause, a Hufflepuff badger dumbly spoke up. Is there a hidden event? The announcer's face turned pale, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips. This was not scripted. On the stands, Gellert and Dumbledore rose simultaneously, their gazes fixed intently on the vacant platform. There were traces of spatial magic, suggesting a portkey. Gellert's expression was grim. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, his demeanor grave. It seems someone has stealthily replaced the silver cup while we were distracted. Do not inform them, lest we incite panic, Gellert whispered. The 2 exchanged a knowing glance, their understanding palpable. Amidst the murmurs of the audience, the headmasters of various schools stepped forward to reassure the students, claiming this was a pre-planned hidden segment. Gellert surveyed the empty platform, a sly smile curling at his lips. Which fool dared to scheme against little Beau's batons? Perhaps it is the Dark Lord? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. A coward preys on the weak, but it seems he has encountered iron instead. Chapter 96. Once again, survive as a human. The spatial distortion induced by the portkey was as intense as apparition. Upon landing, Harry, Cedric, and Beau's batons felt disoriented, their stomachs churning violently, the overwhelming dizziness threatening to engulf them. A harsh, mocking laugh shattered the silence, and the trio instantly sensed danger. Forcing themselves to rise from the grass, wands clutched tightly in their hands. Emerging from the shadows were a group of dark-robed figures, their leader brandishing a wand. Amusement dancing in his eyes. Look at these 3 pitiful souls. Should we break their hands first, or snap their legs? This provoked uproarious laughter from his companions, their sinister mirth echoing ominously in the vast space. Dark wizards? Harry whispered, his gaze wary. They resembled Death Eaters more, Beauxbatons replied, a cold smirk gracing his lips, a glint of bloodlust flickering in his eyes. Gentlemen, today we shall put our years of training in dark magic dueling to the test. One of the dark-robed figures suddenly lunged, his wand tip erupting with a chilling green light, aimed directly at Cedric's throat. The Death Eaters eagerly anticipated the look of terror on their faces, yearning to hear their shrieks of agony. However, Cedric's figure vanished like a specter, reappearing beside the attacker. Avada Kedavra! His calm voice rang out clearly amidst the darkness. The green light struck its target with precision. The Death Eater's mask concealed an expression of disbelief as his body crumpled to the ground. Silence fell over the scene. A 4th year can use the killing curse? A witch's voice quavered. Have we captured the wrong person? Don't just stand there. Attack. Another green light flashed. Harry maintained his spellcasting stance, the savior's gaze icy under the moonlight. Next, he murmured. Beauxbatons, Harry, and Cedric exchanged a chilling smile, a fierce resolve evident in their expressions. In rapid succession, dark magic poured forth like a torrential downpour. The crimson of the Cruciatus curse, the eerie green of the killing curse, the violet black of the fiendfire curse, with the night sky becoming a tapestry of bizarre hues. What the hell? Who are the real dark wizards here? Are you blind? Where are you aiming those curses? They are over there. The ranks of dark-robed figures descended into chaos, screams and curses intertwining with the explosive bursts of magic, creating a tumultuous battlefield. Master, a Death Eater crawled helplessly on the ground, trembling as he approached the shadows. We can't hold on much longer. If this continues, we'll all perish here. Master. The anguished cries echoed throughout the empty arena. Useless trash. A blinding green light suddenly erupted, piercing through the man's chest. Accompanied by the thud of a heavy body hitting the ground, a figure clad in black robes slowly emerged from the shadows. His features were striking, yet his skin was marred with eerie web-like markings, glistening an unsettling shade of gray in the dim light. Harry Potter, the figure hissed, a cold sneer escaping his lips, serpentine eyes fixating on his target. The boy who lived, we meet again. Your life shall become the sacrifice for my rebirth. The entire magical world will pay for my return. No sooner had the words left his lips than a chilling green light shot forth like lightning. Beauxbatons rolled his eyes in impatience. Enough with the monologue. Who needs so much drivel? Voldemort swiftly countered the killing curse with a flick of his wand, his expression darkening dangerously. You are quite formidable, he said, his voice low and threatening. I shall make you experience what it truly means to wish for death. Just then, the small snake coiled around Beauxbaton's neck suddenly fell to the ground, transforming into human form. Tom's dark crimson eyes coldly locked onto Voldemort, exuding an aura of danger. The diary? Voldemort's pupils dilated, shock evident in his voice. What? Are you planning to betray me? There has never been a Voldemort. Tom's voice was deep and frigid. Only Tom Riddle. That snake was a person. Harry stared in astonishment, whispering, listening to their conversation. Does this Slytherin upperclassman have a connection to Voldemort? He is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Beauxbatons explained softly, his gaze unwavering on the confrontation between the two. The Tom from the diary had not yet committed those crimes. And I chose him. I will not betray your expectations. The young man leaned slightly forward, his lips brushing against her ear, his voice low and earnest. I will be the sole Dark Lord and your most loyal knight. Harry regarded them with a complex expression, yet ultimately, his gaze resolutely fixed on Voldemort. Voldemort's pupils constricted in fury, his magical power surging like a tempest, the air shrieking under the pressure. All who betray me must die. You shall all perish. The violent magical energy crashed forward like a tsunami. Yet, the four did not falter. As wands waved, a myriad of hidden spells emerged. Beauxbaton's gaze swept across the battlefield. The Death Eater's black robes were now inexplicably marked with green X-shaped sigils, as if they were prey marked by fate. She slowly raised her wand, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Voldemort, her voice was soft yet halted everyone's actions. Allow me to show you what a true killing curse looks like. The tip of her wand did not emit the usual green light, but rather a shadowy beam as thick as a thumb, as if death itself had been torn from the deepest abyss. The struck Death Eater had no time to scream as his body collapsed. Even more terrifying was how the green light suddenly split upon impact, transforming into countless spiderweb-like death rays, accurately piercing every target marked with the X sigil. In an instant, the battlefield was cleared. For the first time, Voldemort's pupils trembled in shock. In that moment, he truly sensed the scent of death. An unprecedented fear coiled around his heart like a venomous snake, the suffocating pressure causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He staggered back, his body beneath the black robe beginning to twist uncontrollably, the magical energy in the air vibrating violently, emitting a sharp hum. With a deafening explosion, his corporeal form detonated under the force of the spell, flesh and black blood splattering like a torrential downpour. His soul transformed into a thick, black mist, hastily fleeing underground. Yet in the next moment, a colossal patterned serpent surged from the shadows, its scales glinting with a chilling sheen, its massive jaws snapping open, sharp fangs bared, lunging toward Bosbaden's throat. "Watch out." Tom's pupils abruptly constricted, and a green luminescence erupted from his fingertips. "Wait." Baelial's voice pierced through the murderous intent as she conjured a silvery glimmer at her fingertips, ensnaring the great serpent in a web of magic woven like moonlight. The serpent thrashed wildly, roaring with a deafening fury, yet the silvery magic seeped into its mind like a gentle stream, gradually dulling the ferocity in its serpentine eyes until it lay tranquil. "Nagini," she softly called, her voice as soothing as a breeze caressing a lake. "Come here, dear girl." A flicker of struggle passed through the serpent's gaze, but ultimately, it slowly slithered towards Baelial, its cold head gently resting against the warm palm of the girl, as if silently lamenting. Once a wretched soul burdened by a blood curse, she sought a glimmer of salvation in this cruel world. Even as the shackles of fate dragged her into the abyss, she chose to stand by the side of light, beside Dumbledore. However, the curse eventually devoured her humanity, imprisoning her within the serpent's form, reducing her to a Horcrux for Voldemort. Her fangs had once struck at those she vowed to protect, her venom tainting the justice she had defended. "Come back, Nagini." Baelial lightly tapped the serpent's brow, and tendrils of black smoke rose like singed threads. With a sound as crisp as shattering glass, the soul concealed within the serpent was utterly obliterated, to live once more as a human. The serpent's eyes shimmered with a long-lost glimmer of humanity, and it raised its head in a mournful wail, a sound akin to weeping blood. Suddenly, a brilliant glow of crimson and white enveloped it, twisting and reshaping its serpentine form. To the astonished gazes of onlookers, the serpent vanished, replaced by an Eastern woman clad in deep blue robes. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, her skin as pale as snow, and her features radiated an ancient, melancholic grace. The fabric of her robe flowed like water, reminiscent of a river of stars in the night sky. She slowly opened her eyes, reflecting the weight of a century's sorrows and the sweetness of liberation. "Thank you," she said, trembling as she extended her arms and enveloped Baelial in a tight embrace, as if grasping the last piece of driftwood in a drowning sea. Her voice choked with emotion, tears soaking the girl's shoulder. "Thank you." She mechanically repeated those words, as if they were the only phrases she could recall. The long passage of time had eroded her memories of being human, rendering even the act of weeping foreign and awkward. Baelial gently embraced her back, her palm caressing the fragile spine of the woman. Her voice tender yet resolute. "You need not flee any longer, Nagini. You have returned home. The shackles of fate once dragged you into the abyss, but now, they can bind you no more. Should they dare to ensnare you again, I shall crush them utterly." Chapter 97. I am her only one. Alas, Voldemort still escaped. Harry gazed at the disheveled lawn, the tip of his wand still radiating warmth. A cold smile curved Belial's lips, no matter how deeply the rat hides in the shadows. It cannot evade the hunter's pursuit. She turned to Tom, her fingertips delicately tracing his outline. "Darling, find him and kill him. Prove to me that you are worthy to stand by my side." The boy grasped her hand, placing a kiss upon her pale knuckles. "As you wish, my leader." On the grass, the traces of the soul Voldemort left behind during his flight were starkly evident in Tom's eyes, resembling a foul, decaying path winding into the depths of a distant forest. His figure vanished into the thickening night. The Triwizard Tournament had concluded. Belial stretched languidly, casually inquiring, "Who touched the cup first, by the way?" "I believe it was I," Harry recalled. Cedric hesitated, saying, "But I think I saw Belial's finger touch the rim first." The girl laughed lightly. "It matters not, for whoever claims it, it is still in Hogwarts." She took Nagini's hand. "We are going home now." Within the dark cave, thick black mist writhed between the rock walls. The humanoid shadow flickered in and out of focus, when suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes snapped open in the darkness. "It is you," Voldemort's voice rasped like a rusted blade scraping against stone, as he stared at the figure in the cave's mouth. "We were once one and the same. Our ambitions intertwined." The black mist surged violently, revealing a half-formed, fragmented face. Why choose her? In that moment, he appeared unnaturally calm, a tranquility more chilling than his previous madness. "Why stand against me?" Tom stood in the faint light at the cave's entrance, his dark red eyes like frozen blood. who said that choosing her meant forsaking past ambitions. He softly countered, but she stands with Dumbledore. Voldemort's soul erupted in fury. Look at you now, blinded by a woman. Commanded by a woman. Wasting your precious life on a ludicrous game of emotions. She even advocates for peace between wizards and muggles? His voice dripped with scorn. Those filthy, inferior beings would only taint the wizarding bloodline. I ascended to the pinnacle of the magical realm for the sake of our kind. For the purity of wizarding lineage. Huh. A cold laugh interrupted Voldemort's tirade. The continuation of your race? The purity of blood? You know well that your desires require a cloak of shame to conceal them. Whether it is for power and immortality or that so-called continuation of your race. We both understand the truth. The green glow at the tips of Tom's fingers intensified as he stepped toward the writhing black mist in your eyes. These so-called emotions are trivial, yet she has taught me that love is the sharpest of weapons. In every corner of the European magical community, the banners of the Pureblood Party are rising once more. The once feared mark now symbolizes hope. All of this proves that what Tom said is true, that woman is right. And Dumbledore is right. Yet he could not accept it. This fate was too absurd. He devoted most of his life to standing atop power. Yet time and again succumbed to this ludicrous emotion. What he scorned was precisely what could help him realize his deepest desires. I have exhausted my life's efforts to pursue dominion. On what grounds do they stand? Voldemort's soul suddenly surged forth, transforming into a grotesque maw lunging at the boy. You are but a defective product. A cursed Horcrux. She was meant to choose me. Tom's pupils narrowed sharply, and the magic within him surged forth like a dam breaking, creating a tempest of power within the cave. However, the essence of the Horcrux ultimately limited him, despite having enough power to crush the primary soul before him. The disparity in their soul origins remained. The layers of magical barriers he unleashed were torn apart inch by inch before the black mist, which shrieked with a piercing wail, inexorably closing in on him. You are but a part of me. Return to your primary soul, diary. The black mist suddenly invaded Tom's brow, and two consciousnesses clashed violently in his mind, memories and desires tearing at each other as if striving to rend his very soul apart. Fragments of memory erupted, a lonely room in an orphanage, a forest in Godric's Valley, and the warmth of a girl's fingertips. Get out of my body. Tom's pupils flickered between crimson and darkness. She is mine. Just as Voldemort's consciousness was about to fully suppress him. A silver spiral mark that had lain dormant deep within Tom's soul suddenly burst forth in a dazzling radiance. Ancient runes awakened, like a slumbering dragon opening its eyes, and a torrent of silvery magic surged forth, dissolving the black mist as though it were ice melting in the spring sun. The cold voice emerged from the depths of the runes. Can the one I have chosen be touched by you? Silver chains of ancient magic ensnared Voldemort's soul amidst his anguished screams. As Voldemort's consciousness was completely eradicated, the shattered fragments of his soul scattered in the air. Seizing the moment, Tom devoured the primary soul entirely. As the light faded, the boy slowly opened his eyes. A silvery glimmer coursed through the depths of his pupils as he raised his hand to gaze at his palm, reveling in the profound sense of completeness bestowed upon him by his fully restored soul. In that moment, he was no longer a fragmented vessel of essence, but a truly whole being. Hogwarts, the headmaster's office. So, you possess a complete soul now? Dumbledore inquired. Tom nodded slightly. Baelial chuckled softly, remarking that the malignant tumor of Voldemort had finally been eradicated, allowing the reform plans of the Pureblood Party to proceed smoothly. Baelial suddenly leaned forward, resting his chin on the girl's shoulder, his voice tinged with an unusual vulnerability. Do you not care for my safety? I was nearly consumed by the master soul. The girl tenderly brushed her hand across the coolness of the boy's cheek, her azure eyes brimming with unwavering conviction. Because I have never doubted. I trust in your strength, and even more, in my own judgment. Her lips parted to utter the confession that sent shivers through him. You are my destined Dark Lord. Ahem. Dumbledore abruptly coughed, even having come to terms with his daughter's romance with his former student. The intimate scene before him still prompted him to sip his tea to steady his nerves. Ah, Daddy, Baelial suddenly turned serious. What of Nagini's placement? Nagini, Dumbledore sighed. She is a good girl, though fate has dealt her a harsh hand. Perhaps we should allow her to accompany Anna, as her memories are still trapped a century back. You haven't been by Anna's side. She has been complaining incessantly. Baelial gazed out at the rolling clouds, a gentle smile gracing his lips. This might be for the best. Two souls abandoned by fate may find redemption in one another. By the way, Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses, a glint of sharpness flashing in his blue eyes. Gellert, I must ask you, when can we commence the next phase of our actions? Baelial lifted his gaze with a smile. Oh? What does he say? He believes that the public's trust and support for us have reached a sufficient level. Indeed, we are not far off, she replied, a knowing smile curling her lips. Now, We merely require the perfect spark. Chapter 98. A flicker of flame can ignite a conflagration. The door hinges emitted a low groan as a man clad in a long black coat pushed open the heavy oak door of the tavern. The chill night wind, mingling with fine rain, seized the opportunity to invade the warm interior, causing the flames in the fireplace to flicker anxiously. The man strode purposefully toward a small, soot-blackened round table in the corner, tearing off his deer hunting hat and slamming it down onto the table, rousing ripples in the remaining wine within the cup. Damn the Ministry of Magic. Those blood-sucking parasites. He growled through clenched teeth, his knuckles turning white from the exertion. The dim light of the oil lamp cast varying shadows across his chiseled features, adding a sinister edge. They are draining the lifeblood of us common folk in every conceivable manner. The brown-haired man beside him glanced around warily, instinctively lowering his voice. Shoo, keep it down. He rubbed his weathered tin cup, feeling the chill of the metal beneath his fingertips. Those self-proclaimed nobles have long since monopolized all the lucrative positions in the magical community. We half-bloods and muggle-borns can barely scrape together the leftovers. The white-haired man let out a cold laugh, fury igniting in his eyes. He raised his glass and downed its contents in one go, the burn of the inferior whiskey causing him to squint. They do nothing but perform superficial tasks while pocketing who knows how much behind closed doors. The trio fell into silence, the air heavy with tension in the tavern. Only the crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace occasionally breaking the stillness. At a nearby table, a woman wearing a deep purple veil suddenly spoke. Her voice low yet clear. Compared to those hypocritical charlatans, the Pureblood Party at least genuinely wishes for our betterment. No one dared to respond, exchanging wary glances as if weighing the gravity of her words. A century prior, the Pureblood Party had indeed been notorious for its misdeeds, waving the banners of freedom and reform while being steeped in authoritarianism. That period of history was not one to be spoken of lightly. I heard the leadership of the Pureblood Party has changed. A man with a heavy French accent broke the silence, gently stroking the edge of his cup. Their policies seem to have shifted as well. Changed. The white-haired man scoffed, a hint of derision flashing in his eyes. Who could possibly replace Gellert Grindelwald? Rumor has it he still carries the Grindelwald name. I only care about immediate benefits. What the Pureblood Party did in the past is of no concern to me. Now, he is the only one who can ensure my comfort. A German man interjected in broken English. The crowd's eyes were keen. They could discern who genuinely cared for their welfare and who merely engaged in performative acts while greedily siphoning their lifeblood. The Ministry of Magic's corruption and arrogance had finally ignited the long-suppressed flames of anger. In the alleyways, deep within taverns, and atop the lecture halls, whispers of rebellion began to coalesce into a surging tide. Support for the Pureblood Party swelled day by day, their banners waving in the shadows. Their ideals taking root and blossoming in the hearts of the silent majority. The situation was akin to dry tinder awaiting a spark, ready to ignite at any moment. It was unclear who first shouted, "Down with the corrupt Ministry of Magic! Exterminate the blood-sucking parasites!" In an instant, the pent-up rage found its outlet. The cries erupted like thunder, sweeping from London to Paris, Berlin, and Vienna, as wizards across Europe burned with the same fervor. "It is time," the girl declared, her finger decisively placing a black piece on the chessboard, producing a sharp, cold sound, in accordance with the will of heaven, in alignment with the hearts of the people. "Let us act." The saints lurking in the shadows rose up in unison, the pace of political upheaval swift and suffocating. As if a meticulously rehearsed mute play had finally reached its much-anticipated curtain call, the lords, who lay in slumber upon piles of galleons, would awaken only when the revolutionary blade was pressed to their throats. In their murky pupils, the last reflection would be that of the blade, stained with the blood and tears of the populace, embedded in their hearts. At Wisingamot, the air within the hall had solidified into an almost suffocating stillness. Tiberius Ogden's hands clenched tightly, his knuckles whitening. Griselda Marchbanks appeared pallid, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Once high and mighty judges now cowered in their seats. "What do we do?" Someone quavered, their voice barely audible. One suggested inciting public sentiment once more, but their words were swiftly stifled by the terrified gazes of their peers. The object of public hatred had now become them. The onslaught from the Pureblood Party had come too swiftly and ferociously. In the span of merely 10 hours, the ministries of magic in various countries fell one after another. The International Wizarding Association crumbled to dust. These pampered lords had not even had the time to react before being entirely engulfed by the tide of revolution. They had become like dry bones in a grave, devoid of any possibility of resistance, waiting like lambs for the slaughter to meet their judgment. The heavy doors of the courtroom burst open with a resounding crash, a blinding ray of light slicing through the darkness. Ogden was forced to squint, straining to recognize the figure stepping into the light, Baelial Grindelwald. His chapped lips quivered. The girl who once stood in the defendant's seat opposing him had now matured into a true leader. The head judge's legs began to tremble uncontrollably, yet he clung desperately to the edge of the bench. The boots of two saints struck hard against his knees. In the dull thud of bones colliding with marble, he sank to his knees, yet his back remained straight. He raised his neck, veins bulging, glaring defiantly at the girl standing above him. Blood-stained strands of hair clung to her forehead like a tattered flag, unwilling to surrender. Even as his legs quaked and his words became disjointed, this former Chief Justice still sought to uphold his last vestiges of dignity. The courtroom reverberated with a cacophony of pleas, as one after another. Individuals collapsed within the eerie green light. Yet, Ogden remained resolute, his neck defiantly arched, his cracked lips pressed into a stubborn line. He gasped violently, his Adam's apple bobbing as if he wished to articulate something. The saint behind him promptly thrust a wand forcefully against his spine, the tip nearly piercing his flesh. Not so fast, the girl interjected, raising her hand to halt the proceedings, a curious smile curling at the corners of her lips. She advanced slowly, her leather boots squelching in the pool of blood beneath her. Let us listen to his final words. Since the fall of Voldemort, the magical world had finally managed to catch its breath. The man glared furiously at Baelial, his voice trembling with rage and fear. And you would trample this hard-won peace into the ground. You gnash your teeth, burning with hatred, like your father. You are both sinners in the magical realm. Belial's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of contemptuous mockery flaring in her eyes. How laughable, she remarked coolly. How could a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan? Ogden's face flushed crimson, his mouth opening to retort, but the girl silenced him with a mere gesture. Mr. Ogden, do you understand dragons? Her gaze drifted past him, cast upon the gloomy sky beyond the window, not fire dragons, but the true dragons of Eastern mythology. Dragons? The man's brow furrowed in confusion and dread. What does this have to do with your meddling in the magical world? Baelial did not respond to his inquiry. She merely chuckled softly. Dragons can be grand or diminutive. They soar or conceal. The grand can summon clouds and exhale mists. The small can hide and remain dormant. Her fingertips traced the air lightly. Soaring means to leap to the heavens. Concealing implies lurking in the abyss. Outside, storm clouds roiled. A bolt of lightning struck, illuminating half her face. When the time is ripe, the dragon will rise, just as a hero aligns with destiny to traverse the seas. Her voice deepened, imbued with an almost prophetic solemnity. The dragon's existence may rival that of the greatest heroes of our time. Her gaze returned to him, causing Ogden to tremble suddenly. In his once ambitious blue eyes now burned a fervor akin to martyrdom, a fervent madness and heat intent on tearing apart the shackles of the old world. The current magical realm stood on the brink of unprecedented upheaval. She stepped forward, light spreading like a living entity beneath her feet. It required a pioneer to ignite the torch, a martyr to pave the path, and a revolutionary to reshape the rules. Thunder rumbled. Yet her voice rang clear as a blade slicing through ice. Do you not hear that circumstances forge heroes, and heroes must heed the call of the times? Revolution is the knife that excises decayed flesh. Her voice was cold and sharp. Only by eliminating the rot could one welcome rebirth. And you, Baelial suddenly seized his hair, yanking his head back to force him to meet her gaze. You are willing to be a blind fool, celebrating peace while buried in a decaying coffin. The sharp pain radiated from his scalp as Ogden was compelled to confront those frost-bitten blue eyes. You claim that my father and I are sinners? She laughed suddenly, a smile that froze his blood, as if the gates of hell had swung open and a demon whispered low. But the true sinners, those who revel among the corpses. Are you maggots? Her words echoed like thunderclaps within Ogden's mind, shattering his thoughts, plunging his consciousness into an abyss of doubt. Were they truly in the wrong? Kill him. The three words floated lightly, and Ogden's murky pupils dilated sharply. He beheld the girl's retreating figure and erupted into a fit of manic laughter, a sound both chilling and sorrowful. He understood all too well the truth of victors and vanquished. Yet his laughter was not for his own demise, but for the absurdity of a magical world rotten to its core. He laughed at those complacently seated in power, and at the futility of his own lifetime struggle to reach the position of chief judge, only to discover it was but a fleeting dream. As the green light of the killing curse surged forth like a tide, in the final moments of his life, he hazily glimpsed his younger self under the dome of Wisengamot years ago, the gleaming silver badge shining brightly upon his chest. He recalled the warmth of the badge beneath his fingertips, remembered the tremor in his voice as he raised his wand and vowed, I shall fight for justice within the magical realm. Chapter 99, Lock Me Up, My Dear. As the Pureblood Party solidified its dominion over the European magical realm, the fourth year at Hogwarts quietly came to a close. When the Hogwarts Express once again belched steam upon arriving at the station in London, the train's whistle and thick smoke heralded the imminent arrival of the 5th year. Hogwarts. Great Hall. The Daily Prophet rustled in Draco's hands, the glaring headline almost scorching his eyes. Mass prison break from Azkaban. Death Eaters escape en masse. Have they lost their minds? He slammed the newspaper shut, disbelief written all over his slate blue eyes. With the entire of Europe under the control of the Pure Blood Party, this was the time for a breakout? What difference was it from leaping into a fire? Harry shook his head. Who knows? Maybe they've been bashed by a troll? Tom's gaze fell upon the gaunt yet fervent face of Bellatrix Lestrange on the newspaper. She appeared almost emaciated, yet her eyes burned with a pathological loyalty, akin to a dying beast fiercely clinging to its prey's throat. He sighed softly, his voice laden with an indescribable complexity. Bellatrix Lestrange. She was once my sharpest blade, my most fervent subordinate, sacrificing her heart into my hands like that of Vincent de Lancelot. If Vincent was the black rose of France, elegant yet lethal, then Bella was the black thorn of England, sharp, mad, willing to pierce the entire world for him. However, this sigh fell upon a certain someone's ears with an especially jarring note. Clack. The teacup was forcefully returned to its saucer. Baelial narrowed her eyes, a restless flame igniting within her chest, heating her fingertips. The girl turned to the contemplative boy beside her, seizing his face with a swift motion, compelling him to face her. Senior, her voice was sweet, yet laced with an irrefutable chill. From the moment I marked you, you belong solely to me. Her fingertips caressed the silver spiral mark faintly visible on his brow, her blue eyes swirling with an almost obsessive possessiveness. You were the one who provoked me, therefore. Your heart shall not harbor another. She leaned closer, her breath warm against his lips, especially not that Bellatrix Lestrange. Tom's pupils constricted slightly. The girl's stubborn visage reflected in his dark red irises, the fervor in her blue eyes nearly searing through him. She sought to possess him. This thought seared through his reason like wildfire, sending tremors throughout his being. His girl, his beloved, had always illuminated those in need with the gentleness of moonlight. Yet now, her gaze was fixed solely upon him, her fury, obsession, and possessiveness all ignited by him. The blood of the Dark Lord boiled within him, his heart racing perilously close to losing control. He intentionally suppressed the upward curve of his lips, feigning nonchalance as he spoke. Bella is merely my subordinate. I harbor no other sentiments toward her. He disregarded the increasingly dangerous glimmer in her eyes and continued, she was once my most loyal follower. I am merely feeling a sense of nostalgia. After all, she. Before he could finish, his collar was yanked violently, and suddenly, a soft yet fierce sensation pressed against his lips. Baelial's kiss bore an undeniable aggression, as if seeking to snatch the very air from his lungs. Tom's breath hitched, his heartbeat quickening to the brink of bursting from his chest. She initiated the kiss. He even feigned a token struggle, but at the moment she bit his lower lip. He utterly surrendered, allowing her to invade his defenses. With a kiss concluded, Baelial pressed her forehead against his, her voice husky and imbued with an undeniable menace. Should I hear those words from you again? Her fingertips glided over his Adam's apple, eyes swirling with dark tides. I shall chain you, ensuring that for the rest of your life, you can only gaze upon me. Tom, how delightful. Is that so, my dear? The Dark Lord chuckled softly, nuzzling against her neck like a satiated cat. My body, my soul, he grasped her hand and pressed it against his heart, have long been your possessions. His crimson pupils narrowed slightly, and he suddenly wore an almost innocent smile. I would gladly have you bind me with chains, longing for your beautiful eyes to reflect only my shadow forever. While passion ignited between them, another party stood agog. What sort of peculiar romantic relationship is this? Ron exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Merlin's foul socks. Draco Malfoy's expression was one of utter disdain, his tone shifting. Is it now fashionable to cloak Azkaban-level threats as love declarations? Perhaps this is the romantic tradition of the Grindelwald family? Someone mused. Besides, that Slytherin senior is hardly a paragon of normalcy. The so-called savior appears particularly open-minded. Master. A piercing scream rent the night sky as she frantically rolled her eyes, as if attempting to grasp some non-existent entity from the void. I can no longer feel my master's presence. His mark, his summons, all have vanished. Her voice trembled, laced with a kind of near-hysterical despair. Silence, Lestrange. Antonin Dolohov emerged from the shadows, his mangled ear grotesque in the moonlight. The master must be waiting for us somewhere. But first, we must eliminate those filthy traitors. What do you think you are to command me? Bellatrix spun around, her wand aimed menacingly at Dolohov's throat. Her disheveled black hair danced wildly in the night breeze, her eyes glinting with a morbid fervor. That despicable fence-sitter, Lucius Malfoy, her voice suddenly sweet yet ominous. I shall rip out his heart. to see if it mirrors the cowardice of his soul. The Caros exchanged a knowing glance, Ado Caro licking her cracked lips, and little Barty crouch. The master bestowed upon him such favors, yet he chose betrayal. Traitor. Bellatrix's lips twisted into a horrific smile. They all deserve to die, to be torn apart. All of them. Ha ha ha. Chapter 100. Do you think Tom Riddle would mourn for you? Due to Tom's curse upon the position of defense against the dark arts. No one could hold that role for more than a year, leading to a perennial turnover of professors at Hogwarts. Given the immense popularity of Professor Moody, who taught defense against the dark arts during the 4th year, Baelial requested that Tom lift the curse, allowing our beloved Professor Moody to continue in his role. Thus, for the 5th year, the position of defense against the dark arts professor remained unchanged. Everyone expressed their delight. In a certain alleyway in London, England, Remus hurried along, pulling a suitcase. Though the Pure Blood Party had seized power, the immediate priority was to solidify that power, to instill a sense of belonging among the magical populace and to elevate their happiness index. That is the hallmark of a responsible government, were the current leader's own words. As a high-ranking official assigned to grassroots research and poverty alleviation, Remus had never felt the weight of responsibility so acutely. Yet, each time he witnessed the populace regaining their smiles, a profound joy filled his heart. Although he was now a civil servant, it did not imply weakness in his martial prowess. For instance, the rat that had been tailing him for some time now appeared to be restless. My lord, you have followed me for so long. What do you seek? From the shadows, a tall, lean figure slowly emerged. Antonin Dolohov, Remus exclaimed in astonishment. Aren't you imprisoned in Azkaban? That filthy cage can never contain our free souls. The Dark Lord shall return, and my task is to pave the way for him. He suddenly raised his hand, a green light tearing through the night. Remus sidestepped, the killing curse grazing his coat and striking the brick wall behind him, shards flying. Voldemort has fallen. Your era has passed. Will you still cling to delusions? Dolohov ignored his words, muttering nervously, the Master will return. The Master will slay all arrogant souls. He suddenly revealed a sinister grin. I heard you joined the Pure Blood Party? Your leader is but a child. Ha ha. Once I kill you, I shall capture her, tearing apart that wretched childess form, and offer her soul to the Master. Remus's expression turned cold. No member could tolerate an outsider disparaging their leader. He abruptly tucked his wand back into his pocket. What? Have you surrendered? Truly a bunch of cowards. Dolohov taunted, yet watched as the man before him began to loosen his tie. He advanced slowly towards Dolohov, each step causing the stone steps to tremble slightly. Never defame my leader in my presence. His voice transformed from icy to gruff, from refined to frenzied. The sound of cracking bones erupted in the alley. Remus's body swelled violently, shirt buttons popping off, facial contours distorting. When Dolohov's second killing curse struck, the green light was deflected by a thick mane of brown fur. This is impossible. He staggered back, his hand gripping the wand trembling. It was not a full moon night. How could you possibly? A massive wolf paw, accompanied by the sound of wind rushing, struck. Dolohov's hastily conjured ironclad charm shattered like glass, sending him crashing against the wall, the sound of breaking ribs echoing clearly. As he attempted to disapparate, another paw had already seized his head. The werewolf exhaled a breath laced with blood. Did no one ever tell you that werewolves possess high magical resistance? With the crack of a severed vertebra, the Death Eater's eyes froze forever in a moment of terror. As the first light of dawn broke into the alley, Remus had already retied his tie. He picked up his fallen briefcase, brushed off the dust gently, and continued towards his research site, as if he had merely handled a trivial matter the previous night. Hogwarts. What? 5th-year students are banding together to visit Hogsmeade? Harry exclaimed excitedly. That's brilliant. I must tell my godfather right away. Saying this, he eagerly pulled out paper and a quill, beginning to write. The new Firebolt model set, from Davy's Bands. Draco rubbed his hands together, the platinum tips gleaming. I intend to clear out the display case. The heads of 3 boys huddled closer, casting jubilant shadows across the dining table. Hermione lifted her gaze from which fashion magazine. It is said that the Elegance brand wizarding robes this winter are embroidered with scales from the Chinese Fireball Dragon. How wonderful, senior. I can savor Uncle Aberforth's culinary delights once more. Hogsmeade. The cobblestone path glistened with a damp sheen in the morning light. Students dispersed in groups, their footsteps and laughter echoing through the streets. Boys flocked into the Quidditch shop, while girls entered the Elegance wizarding shop, selecting their favorite garments. And some headed straight for the inn. The cobbled paths of Hogsmeade were already littered with footprints. Baelial, biting into a color-changing magical candy, laughed and chatted with her friends. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes and leaned close to Tom's ear, the sugary glaze twinkling on her lips. Senior, it seems like someone has been following us all along. I am aware. Tom's gaze remained unwavering as his slender fingers brushed away the sugar crumbs from her lips. There was a presence that felt strikingly familiar. It must be Bella, whose eyes narrowed slightly as he hastily corrected himself. Bellatrix Lestrange. Oh, Bella, how intimately you are called. She mimicked Tom's tone with a sarcastic lilt. Tom chuckled softly, drawing her into his embrace, his fingertips entwining with a strand of her hair. Are you jealous? How adorable. Who is jealous? Baelial's ears flushed crimson as she swatted his hand away. This is merely a normal emotional response. Standing 3 paces away, Harry and the others silently retreated, the palpable scent of jealousy wafting through the air. In the shadows, Bellatrix's nails dug deeply into the wall, her obsidian eyes swirling with madness. This wretched woman dares to encroach upon my master. Wake up, she is not the master. Amic Caro caressed the bloodstains on his wand. Merely a traitorous Horcrux. Where did you acquire this information? Bellatrix's wand suddenly pressed against her companion's throat. The master's soul is intact. Ida Caro emerged from the shadows. The Hufflepuff cup on the black market bears traces of dark magic, a spell only the master would wield. How could the master destroy his own Horcrux? The only possibility lies with that corporeal Horcrux. Their wands simultaneously pointed towards the jovial street. Eliminate that impostor. Infuse the master's consciousness into it. Let the Lord truly be reborn. Baelial and Tom halted in their tracks, wands silently slipping into their palms. Just as Harry was about to inquire, Tom's icy voice rang out. 3 o'clock, 7. Almost instantaneously, the boys formed a defensive formation in unison. Hermione's shield charm and Neville's barrier spell flared to life, while Draco's curse was poised and ready. Haha, look at this. You don't mean to engage in a direct confrontation with us, do you? The Death Eaters mocked. You little brats. Die. Avada Kedavra. The blinding green light surged towards Belial's face, only to be deflected by her silent spell. What? She didn't die? Bellatrix licked her lips, a sickly glint in her eyes. Then this just became more interesting. I shall break your bones one by one. Enough chatter, Lestrange. Ida Caro barked, Crucio. In an instant, the entire street was illuminated with a kaleidoscope of spells. The scarlet chains of the Cruciatus curse intertwined with the silver blades of the shattering curse, as the violet light of the soul extraction spell tangled with the obstructive golden net. Amidst the thunderous chaos, Belial sidestepped the flying curse, her wand casting a white beam that wove a dense net in the night sky, neutralizing the Death Eater's magic. Avada Kedavra. Belial flicked her fingers, a blinding green light flashing, as a charging Death Eater instantly fell, rigid as a corpse. She barely spared a glance, her wand aimed squarely at Bellatrix, advancing relentlessly. Expulso. The explosion spell tore a rift in the air, shattering Bellatrix's hastily conjured shield charm. The residual force of her powerful magic left her hands numb, nearly causing her wand to slip from her grasp. Stumbling backward, fear flickered in her eyes for the first time. What the hell is she? Bellatrix cursed under her breath, her dark hair disheveled by the magical turbulence. Belial's figure flickered in the smoke, her spells growing increasingly fierce. Suddenly, she halted her assault, tilting her head to assess the disheveled woman before her, and asked a nonsensical question. Bellatrix Lestrange, her voice was as light as discussing the weather. Do you think Tom Riddle would mourn for you? Bellatrix, what? The other battling Death Eaters. What the hell is this nonsense? She spat incredulously. What are you bragging about? Belial suddenly broke into a smile. The blue flames at her wand's tip nearly blackened, and with a fierce flick, the fire serpent instantly pierced through Bellatrix's chest. The woman stared blankly at her palm as it turned to ash amidst the flames. A piercing scream rent the night. Ah? The greedy flames consumed every inch of flesh. And the last thing Bellatrix saw was Belial's frost blue eyes and the cruel smile playing at her lips. Chapter 101, Family Above All. Harry gazed at the smoldering ashes on the ground, his lips twitching. Such jealousy. It's as if she extinguished her rival. Yet the person in question felt quite pleased as Tom's wand flicked, obliterating a Death Eater attempting to flee. 6. A Death Eater exclaimed. Damn it. Amic Caro shook his aching arm. Leave that bizarre woman for later. Let us deal with these brats first. Dozens of curses surged forth towards Harry and the others. His sister, Ida Caro, fixed her gaze on Draco, her eyes gleaming with morbid excitement. Little Malfoy, considering your father was once a Death Eater. She licked her cracked lips. I'll leave you with a complete corpse. Go to hell and reunite with your fence-sitting parents. Ha. Draco's complexion turned ashen in an instant. What do you mean? What do I mean? Amic sneered, casting a Cruciatus curse. It's that traitor Lucius, a coward. Who else probably? Draco. Harry deflected the attack with a shield charm. Don't listen to their nonsense. With the purest faction around. The Death Eaters cannot reach your parents. I know. Draco's voice was as cold as the frigid winds of winter, yet a terrifying fury ignited within his gray-blue eyes. His fingers tightening around his wand, knuckles widening. Brother, look, That Malfoy kid seems on the verge of tears. Ha ha. Humph. Draco scoffed, channeling all his magical power into his wand, each attack growing more ferocious, his magic intensifying. The Caro siblings' smiles gradually froze. Just a moment ago, they were toying with their prey, but now they were forced to retreat step by step. Amik's hand trembled, blood dripping from his wand. Brother, she. Ida Caro's voice quivered, nearly losing her grip on her wand. The red and green curses intertwined like lightning, expanding in the terrified eyes of the Caro siblings as the spells pierced through their bodies. Never, ever threaten me with my family. Two bodies collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blood splattered across the boy's pale face, glistening like blooming red roses in the sunlight. The age-old Malfoy family motto found its most perfect embodiment in this moment: family above all. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, Lucius was enjoying afternoon tea when he suddenly sneezed, spilling his red tea on the priceless Persian carpet. He glanced at the silver coins on the silver tray, the emblem of saintly identity glowing at that moment. The ancient magic within the coin was activated, ancient runes flowing with a liquid silver light, the Deathly Hallows mark emitting a clear hum. As a silvery magical barrier unfurled in the air, enveloping the entire Malfoy Manor. The Death Eaters attempting to scale the walls didn't even have time to scream before being obliterated by the overwhelming magic upon contact with the barrier. No wonder the leader insisted they carry this coin at all times, Lucius thought contentedly, sipping his tea. What a life-saving object it is. The path in Hogsmeade was suffused with an anxious atmosphere, remnants of dark magic crawling like veins across every inch of the earth. Hermione's boots crunched over a smoldering fragment of stone, and the tip of her wand flashed with a green light, putting an end to the final, futile struggle of the last Death Eater. With the area cleared, she brushed the ashes from the hem of her robe, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Ron rubbed the heated tip of his wand, still perplexed. He kicked aside the twisted silver mask at his feet, wondering where these lunatics found the audacity to hunt down Baelial. Could someone capable of unifying the entire European magical community truly appear weak? Harry removed his glasses, using his sleeve to wipe away the congealed blood on the lenses. It was merely a desperate fight for survival. Having clawed back from the depths of hell, he found the world irrevocably altered. These Death Eaters were akin to ants attempting to halt the tide, stubbornly clinging to decayed branches in the flood of a new era. Baelial gazed into the distant glow of the setting sun and murmured, "They are not hunting me. They are pursuing the bygone era that can never return." In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, fifth-year students were exuberantly sharing their tales from Hogsmeade, laughter echoing beneath the vaulted ceiling. Suddenly, the clattering of silverware broke the jovial atmosphere as Professor McGonagall lightly tapped her fork against a goblet, commanding silence. "Professor Dumbledore has an important announcement." The red-haired professor rose slowly, his blue eyes, hidden behind half-moon spectacles, sweeping across the hall. "I understand your excitement regarding the trip to Hogsmeade." His voice carried its customary gentleness, but as fifth-year students, it is time to redirect your focus towards the impending OWL's examinations. Instantly, the hall was filled with a chorus of groans. Ron's fork clattered onto his plate, while Hermione immediately straightened her back. "This is a necessary rite of passage for every wizard," Dumbledore said with a cheerful demeanor, "and as long as you prepare earnestly, I am confident you will all achieve commendable results. To assist you, I have specially hired a new professor." The heavy doors creaked open, and a figure clad in a pink cardigan entered with a pretentious gait. A middle-aged woman wore a saccharine smile that resembled a bloated toad as she waddled to the staff table. "Let us welcome Ms. Dolores Umbridge." Amidst the sparse applause, George leaned closer to Fred and whispered, "I have never seen someone so thoroughly detestable." Fred murmured in agreement, "Neither have I." Baelial buried her face in her hands in despair, wondering how Dumbledore consistently managed to recruit such oddities as professors. She watched as Umbridge, with her sickly sweet voice, engaged Dumbledore in conversation, punctuated by her disconcerting forced laughter. Logically, one would expect that after the rise of the Pureblood Party, the magical community would have undergone a thorough cleansing. Opportunists like Umbridge, bureaucratic parasites of the ministry, should have been expelled from the corridors of power. Yet, not only had Umbridge escaped scrutiny, but she also strutted into Hogwarts, seated at the faculty table without a hint of shame. A cold smile crept onto Belial's lips. The only explanation was that the power structure of the magical community was far more sordid than she had imagined. Perhaps some publicly bowed to the new order of the Pureblood Party while clandestinely preserving their networks of self-interest. Or perhaps their interests were interwoven, each protecting the other, a single thread tugging at the whole. Belial's thoughts surged, recalling the complete overhaul of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Wisengamot, and the Educational Committee after the Pureblood Party's ascension. But how many still covertly upheld the sordid games of power? Power would never truly be clean, not even after a revolution. Chapter 102, The Twilight of the Old Order. The principles of spells are a focal point of the examination. All must memorize the entire text. Umbridge declared in her shrill voice, her wand striking the blackboard with a forceful thud, chalk dust cascading down. As for the so-called dueling practical classes, they are entirely cancelled. Your sole task now is to focus on your studies. What? The classroom erupted in outrage. On what grounds are you cancelling dueling classes? A Gryffindor student stood up, indignantly arguing that practical experience was also a part of learning. Silence. Umbridge's wand pointed menacingly at the student, her false smile evaporating. Replaced by a harsh severity. 10 points from Gryffindor for openly defying a professor in class. She surveyed the room, her syrupy voice grating on the nerves. Only by mastering the theory firmly can you pass the examination. Do you think you can just wave your wands and play at dueling as you did before and expect to graduate smoothly? Huh. That mocking laughter was more potent than any words, silencing the room. The Gryffindors clenched their fists, while the Slytherins turned pale, yet none dared to voice a rebuttal. What kind of learning is this? Draco sneered quietly, memorizing spells as if they were history lessons? The essence of magic is in practice, not rote memorization. Baelial sat in her seat, lost in thought as Umbridge's shrill voice overlapped with a memory. With exams approaching, physical education classes are cancelled and replaced with math self-study. Study until you drop. Life may be cyclical, but the high school entrance examination is a once-in-a-lifetime event. She closed her eyes, a sardonic smile tugging at her lips. How ironic. Even in a new world, under a different system of power, certain educational methods remained unchanged. A typical example of a rigid education system prioritizing exams, stifling creativity, practical skills, and all that was deemed irrelevant to testing. She gazed at Umbridge's heavily made-up face, finding it utterly absurd. Magic ought to be liberating. Yet now, it was forcibly crammed into the confines of examination-oriented education, reduced to a series of dull regulations to be memorized. How ludicrous. Just as the class bell rang, and Baelial was gathering her books to leave, she suddenly heard a voice behind her, sickly sweet and unsettling. Miss Grindelwald. Umbridge approached with mincing steps, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Please wait a moment. She extracted a hefty tome with a gilded cover from her pink handbag and, feigning mystery, lowered her voice. This is the core review material I've specially prepared for you. There is only one copy in all of Hogwarts. As she drew nearer, a nauseating scent of rose perfume wafted over, prompting Baelial to discreetly step back, her brow slightly furrowed. Umbridge, however, remained oblivious, continuing in that nauseatingly familiar tone. By the way, regarding my announcement about canceling dueling classes. She leaned in closer, almost brushing against Baelial's ear, of course. This does not apply to the dueling class you are hosting on Friday. You are absolutely free to continue. A cold laugh interrupted Umbridge's words, and a dangerous glint flashed in Baelial's blue eyes. So, in Professor Umbridge's view, her voice soft yet laced with an icy edge, rules and regulations can be selectively applied? As long as one's identity is special enough, one can transcend the rules? Umbridge's smile froze on her face. Your grades are so exceptional. And you are the leader of the Pureblood Party, the ruler of the entire European magical world. Her voice suddenly turned sharp, like a rusty knife plunging into Baelial's heart. Isn't power merely a means to control these ignorant lower-tier wizards? The classroom fell into a suffocating silence. Baelial fixed her gaze upon the heavily made-up woman before her. A long-buried anger surging within her, her blood seeming to boil. She slowly raised her hand, her fingertip lightly touching Umbridge's chest. Dolores Umbridge. Her voice was soft, yet seemed to lower the temperature in the room by several degrees. Do not presume to project your filthy thoughts onto me. With a sudden force, her fingertip pressed down, causing Umbridge to stagger back several steps. Indeed, I am the leader of the Purity Party. Baelial's voice resonated throughout the vacant classroom. Yet the true essence of power has never rested in my grasp. It belongs to every witch and wizard, belongs to the people. Umbridge stood frozen, her face as foundation crumbling with her contorted expression. She fixated on the retreating figure of Baelial, her nails digging painfully into her palm. Power belongs to the people? A sharp, cold laugh erupted from her lips, as if it were wrenched from between her teeth. What a pretentious facade. The empty classroom echoed with her hysterical whispers. All the painstaking reforms, the scheming for power, was it not merely to ascend to that supreme position? She violently hurled the weighty documents onto the floor, parchment scattering like fallen leaves. Umbridge staggered to steady herself against the podium, her manicured fingers drumming nervously upon the wooden surface. For millennia, the power structure within the magical realm has resembled an impenetrable web, pureblood families intermarrying and forming alliances, officials shielding one another, coins flowing in the shadows. Suddenly, a piercing laugh escaped her lips. This deluded girl dares to dream of dismantling it all? The laughter abruptly ceased, her expression contorting into a grotesque mask, truly a fool's errand. The so-called slogans and ideals of the Purity Party appeared as saviors to those at the lower and middle echelons of wizardry, yet to the higher echelons, they were merely a means for Baelial Grindelwald to win hearts. However, they underestimated Baelial's determination for reform and the fervent pursuit of a true revolution within the hearts of those who had long suffered under the Red regime. A genuine storm was brewing within the magical community, one that would cleanse the accumulated filth of countless years. Those self-assured aristocrats would ultimately realize, this time, they faced not another ambitious usurper, but a revolutionary with a pure heart. Chapter 103, A Self-Righteous Isolation, Dancing with the Light. In Britain, at the Ministry of Magic, the marble corridors of the ministry perpetually glimmer with a cold light, and when John Wilson emerged from the conference room, the brightness pierced his eyes painfully. He mechanically returned to his desk. The freshly issued documents gleamed with a blinding gold-red hue, resembling a pool of congealed blood. The deputy minister's resounding declaration still echoed in his ears, by high-level resolution, in accordance with the new policies of the Purity Party. The composition of the galleon will be adjusted from 6 parts copper and 4 parts gold to 4 parts copper and 6 parts gold, while the silver sickles will transition from 7 parts copper and 3 parts silver to 3 parts copper and 7 parts silver. Wilson's fingertips traced the edge of the document, the coarse texture of the parchment reminiscent of the cracked hands of the street vendors in Diagon Alley. He had previously voiced his concerns regarding the hazards of such currency minting to his superiors. This method was detrimental to the livelihood of the populace. Yet his proposals were consistently dismissed. The sound of the chief financial officer tapping a quill against the rim of a cup still pierced his heart. What does a mere level 3 employee know about the economy of the populace? Did you discover something? Are you seeking credit? Do you think we, the senior officials, are ignorant? The ink within the inkwell suddenly swayed, and Wilson realized his hand trembled. He pressed hard against his temple, where a vein throbbed insistently. You do not lack understanding. You simply refuse to open your eyes. Unwilling to confront the threats to your own interests. Did he truly not understand? Wilson inhaled deeply. The core ideology of the new regime was to encourage all to seek truth and engage in thorough research and practice. It was precisely because he had ventured into the grassroots, because he had immersed himself among the people, that he felt a deep unease, a yearning for the higher-ups to improve the lives of the populace. Yet, his proposals were rebuffed time and again. The fervent heart that sought to safeguard the people's welfare perpetually doused in cold water. This world is undeniably grim. Wilson, the voice of Kevin Bailey drifted from the partition, warm with the scent of coffee. Still organizing your theories? His tone dipped. I've heard that someone in the Auror Command has been suspended pending investigation for inappropriate remarks. Never mind. Allow me to advise you, Bailey said. They will not heed your words. If you continue to overreach, you may find yourself losing the job you've worked so hard to obtain. Being in office is about maintaining a self-righteous isolation, dancing with the light. I know, Wilson replied, gently turning the bronze scales in his hand. I just can't reconcile. Holding this money feels like a betrayal to my conscience. The scales tipped slightly, reflecting the heart that was sinking within him. We are the reliance of the people. If we do not stand for them, who will? When everyone chooses to dance with darkness, dawn will never arrive. It is precisely because those officials, once filled with fervor, have gradually lost themselves under the chains of power's desire, that a series of nevermind has woven this power web that has endured for a millennium. In Britain, at the Purity Party stronghold, Baelial's slender fingers gently flipped a brand new galleon, the cold metal reflecting sharp light in her palm. The originally etched patterns had been entirely erased, replaced by the fierce lines of the deathly hallows, angular and distinct, silently proclaiming the end of one era and the rise of another. Sunlight streamed through the glass windows, the galleon shimmering with an almost blinding brilliance, radiant, sharp, and beyond dispute, akin to this nascent regime. This was a sample of currency minted in accordance with the directives of the Purity Party. An official beside her slightly bowed, his voice laced with barely concealed flattery. If you are satisfied, it can be fully issued in 3 days. A hint of pleasure curled at the corners of her lips as her fingertips caressed the edge of the coin. Indeed, it is more beautiful than the old currency. Aligning with our ideals, she murmured, new currency, a new order harmoniously matched. Then, if there are no objections, it shall become the official currency of the magical realm in 3 days. After the meeting concluded, the crowd dispersed like a receding tide. Footsteps and whispers fading into the distance, leaving only the faint echoes in the now empty hall. Baelial remained seated at the head of the table, flipping the brand new galleon between her fingers, the cold metallic light dancing upon her pale fingertips. Tom stood silently behind her, his dark red eyes lowered, fixated on her slightly furrowed brow. Senior, She suddenly spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. I feel a profound sense of unease. Tom's lips curled into a lazy smirk. What is the matter? Isn't this galleon quite to your aesthetic? The Deathly Hallows, a perfect symbol of the New Order's pure golden sheen. Baelial tightened her grip, the coin's edge digging painfully into her palm. I don't know. While it is indeed beautiful, I can't shake the feeling that it is but a gilded lie. She lifted her gaze, sunlight streaming in at an angle, the crowd outside bustling as usual, yet she felt she could hear a silent wail. Something is amiss, profoundly amiss. Tom raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue glimmering in his eyes. Now that you mention it, I recall that official smile seemed to conceal something sinister. Baelial suddenly rose. Let us investigate discreetly, senior. Her gaze fixed outside, her voice calm, yet resolute. The truth will eventually surface, and lies. She loosened her grip, allowing the galleon to fall. Producing a crisp chime, will inevitably shatter. Tom chuckled softly, stepping closer, just the two of us? Baelial contemplated for a moment, and we shall add little Barty. The air stilled abruptly. Tom's smile froze upon his face, the warmth in his eyes plummeting to ice. He stared at her, his voice dangerously soft. Barty Crouch Jr.? Barty is more familiar with the power structure of the Ministry of Magic than I am. I am familiar too, Tom said ominously. Not the same. He is now the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, more acquainted with the internal power dynamics than you, she stated matter-of-factly. Tom, he shouldn't have asked that one question. Chapter 104, The Darkness Before Dawn. As the dark forces have seized power, and Baelial, as their new leader, frequently graces the pages of the Prophets daily, there lies a necessity to discreetly investigate and alter her widely recognized visage. Yet, standing before the mirror at this moment is an unfamiliar silver-haired maiden. Surely, no one would recognize her now. She gently twirled a strand of cascading silver hair. Suddenly, the door burst open, and young Barty rushed in, panting heavily. His gaze froze upon encountering the silver-haired girl, his throat involuntarily tightening. Had he not received prior notice, he would never have envisioned that this seemingly naive girl was, in fact, the very leader adept at captivating hearts. However, what astonished him further was the dark-haired youth standing beside her. Lord, Barty's voice nearly cracked, his eyes wide as if he had witnessed a giant performing ballet. His gaze lingered on their entwined fingers, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. This was not them. Baelial's lips curled into a faint smile, her fingertips gently resting on Tom's shoulder. Allow me to introduce Tom Riddle. She deliberately elongated the final word, boyfriend. Barty. His lips parted and closed several times, ultimately swallowing down all inquiries. The thought of his leader being capable of overturning the magical realm and dating the Dark Lord, who was once his superior, seemed less inconceivable now. I understand, he said dryly, striving to control his gaze away from their interlocked fingers. So what is our task today? The silver-haired maiden replied cheerily, her eyes sparkling with mischief. England, the Ministry of Magic. In the corridors of the ministry, Barty lowered his voice to explain. The 13th floor of the Department of Finance is the office area for lower-level staff, while the 46th floor is reserved for senior officials. Where shall we go first? Barty inquired. Without hesitation, Baelial responded, of course, the lower levels. Just then, a fierce argument erupted from a nearby office. Wilson, if you persist in this stubbornness, you'll not only lose your job, but your life may be at stake. Behind the wooden door, Kevin Bailey was gripping his colleague by the collar. Bailey, are we to stand idly by while those self-important elite feast upon the people's toil? John Wilson's glasses tilted askew as he stubbornly pushed away his friend. Merlin's beard. I truly do not comprehend what you are holding on to. Is life not meant for oneself? Wilson's roar pierced the walls. Is existence merely for self-preservation? How I wish for grand mansions to shelter all the downtrodden, Baelial murmured softly in Chinese. Tom furrowed his brow. What? She shook her head, her silver locks veiling her reddened eyes. In a daze, she seemed to glimpse a figure from a past life, a scholar clad in an old long robe, inscribing similar verses amidst the storm. Oh teacher, look, under the stars of any world, there are still those who plead for the common folk. Let us take a look. Baelial composed herself. Barty approached and rapped on the office door, which fell silent immediately. A brown-haired man opened the door. Hello, how may I assist you? Barty produced his badge as the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Investigation, allow us entry. The brown-haired man's demeanor instantly shifted to one of respect as he opened the office door, but soon his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the silver-haired girl, who emanated an undeniable aura, making even the director instinctively take a step back. Baelial's eyes scanned the office. A dark-haired man was leaning heavily on the desk, gasping for breath, his knuckles white from exertion. John Wilson. Her gaze shifted to the man who had opened the door. And Kevin Bailey? Can you explain the dispute that just transpired? Wilson was about to speak when Baelial abruptly seized his sleeve. It's merely a minor disagreement regarding work. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. Are you mad? Wilson hissed, his voice low and gritted. Finally, we have someone capable at the helm. Do you think they will assist you? Baelial retorted, equally gritting her teeth. Those lofty figures are all cut from the same cloth. Baelial paid no heed to their whispered exchange and strode to the desk, picking up a document to peruse. The parchment was densely covered with annotations and charts, momentarily causing her fingers to pause. Barty had barely restrained his friend's relentless fervor when he turned to find the formidable superior perusing Wilson's proposal, instantly petrified. A profound silence enveloped the office, broken only by the rustling of paper. Wilson, the girl suddenly spoke. Explain why the adjustment of galleon composition endangers the populace? Wilson, seeing his friend's frantic head shakes, finally straightened his back. Do you believe the new currency is flawless? It aligns perfectly with the new regime's ethos. Baelial replied calmly. Then permit me to be bold. He inhaled deeply, his voice trembling with agitation. Is Gringotts' minting of currency truly for the convenience of the people? Or is it merely a facade? The air thickened, Baelial's gaze sharpened, and the paper in her hand crinkled slightly. Tom leaned against the doorframe, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. This man was audacious. What do you mean by facade? The silver-haired maiden's voice dropped to a chilling tone. Wilson's throat tightened, yet the light in his eyes grew ever more resolute. The new coin is indeed far more exquisite than the old. However, the copper 4 gold 6 ratio presents an opportunity for the elite. Baelial narrowed her eyes, the office lights casting shadows beneath her silver lashes. Clarify. This is not conjecture. Wilson grew animated, turning to rummage through the disorganized desk. Parchments scattered across the floor as he trembled, finally grasping a report and presenting it to Baelial. She accepted the document, scrutinizing the figures circled in red ink. Wilson's voice brimmed with long-suppressed fury. Post-issuance of the new currency, the elite will engage in mass acquisitions with the goblins. And he gestured a smelting motion. The galleons will be recast. While the refined gold will end up in their pockets, the market will ultimately be flooded with. Baelial interjected, her voice dry. The diluted old currency. Suddenly, Baelial let out a low laugh, her mirth chilling. Very well, these parasites are indeed insidious. She closed the document in her hand. John Wilson, you are a commendable official. Her voice was clear and powerful. You have embodied the principles of the Dark Arts Party through your actions. Wilson stood nervously, staring at the enigmatic silver-haired maiden. As of today, you shall assume the position of Minister of Finance. Wilson's eyes widened in shock. What of the former minister? He is no longer. Baelial stated with calmness akin to discussing the weather. The office fell into an eerie silence. Barty gasped, instinctively taking a step back. The dawn they had long awaited was finally upon them. Wilson's hands trembled slightly, his knuckles turning white from tension. He gazed at the silver-haired maiden before him and felt his throat tighten. All the nights of perseverance, the countless proposals rejected, the ridicule from colleagues. Suddenly, everything held significance. His voice faltered, but he straightened his back, resolute. I shall not fail you. Barty stood to the side, observing his friend's reddening eyes, suddenly reminded of the vow they had made together upon entering their positions. The grand proclamations of that time, long dulled by the relentless grind of reality, now shimmer anew in this moment. The darkness before dawn shall inevitably pass. Chapter 105. Kill, to the point where they dare not covet again. At Hogwarts. In the room of requirement, the flames of the fireplace crackled softly in the stillness, casting flickering shadows upon Baelial's profile. She reclined upon the sofa, her slender fingers deftly sifting through the pages, the rustling sound resonating sharply in the vast room. Suddenly, the door opened silently, and Tom entered, his black robe billowing gently behind him. He approached Baelial with purpose, presenting her with a list, a knowing smile curving his lips. Truly remarkable. One never knows until one looks. Baelial raised her gaze, a flicker of intrigue passing through her blue eyes. She accepted the list, her fingertips gliding over the black ink. Tom settled naturally beside her, his voice low and laced with amusement. The bribery network within the magical realm has infiltrated the entire system, with the high officials shielding the lowly, and the lowly fawning upon the high, a tightly woven web, impenetrable even to young Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The judiciary bribing the legal authorities? Baelial scoffed, tossing the list onto the coffee table, the parchment sprawling out. How ironic. She leaned back, lifting a hand to massage her temples, a fleeting weariness flickering in her eyes. Tom's arm instinctively encircled her shoulders, his long fingers gently pressing against her temples. His voice a low whisper. What are your intentions? Exterminate them all? Young Barty trembled at the audacity of this statement, casting a glance at Tom, wondering how he had never perceived the Dark Lord's madness before. Exterminate? How would one go about that? Baelial chuckled lightly. turning slightly in Tom's embrace to meet his crimson gaze. Wildfires may not be extinguished, but will return with the spring breeze. The domain of power shall never be truly cleansed, dear scholar. Her fingertips brushed against Tom's collar, her voice soft as a sigh. Clear waters yield no fish. The flickering flames in the fireplace danced in her eyes, reflecting a cold resolution. Yet, someone must pay the price, those most exuberant in their rebellion. Not a single one shall be spared. After all, the flames mirrored the cold smirk upon her lips, a warning through bloodshed. The sudden summons of a full government meeting by Numengard cast a shadow of unease over the entire European Ministry of Magic. In the conference hall of Paris, the French Minister of Magic clutched the edict, his fingers trembling slightly. Why, all of a sudden, is there a need for a full assembly? He turned to his colleague beside him, his voice involuntarily lowered. The last time such a large-scale emergency was convened was during the overthrow of the old regime. The German Minister of Magic meticulously polished his monocle, rumored to have paused deliberately, observing his colleagues who were straining to listen. It seemed their leader intended to rectify the corrupt atmosphere within the bureaucracy. Purging the corrupt officials? A Wisengamot judge suddenly laughed, the sound jarring in the tense atmosphere. If I may be blunt, esteemed colleagues, you all know how filthy this circle truly is. He swirled his goblet, the amber liquid reflecting his sardonic expression. Let alone investigating, one couldn't even cleanse the bloodshed. It is precisely this that breeds greater unease. The previously silent official slowly raised his head. Let us not forget our leader's surname. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, each sound resonating in the hearts of the assembly. Grindelwald has never espoused gentle admonitions as Dumbledore did. I have a premonition, his voice diminishing to a near whisper, that this time at Numengard, blood may indeed be shed. A flash of lightning illuminated the pallid faces of all present outside Numengard. In the Supreme Council chamber, the crystal chandelier cast a ghostly light upon the long table, where dozens of the most powerful figures in the European magical realm sat stiffly, each breath deliberately subdued. The young woman at the head of the table perused the documents in her hands, her golden hair glinting coldly under the light. The air was so thick it seemed one could hear the ticking of a pocket watch. The British Minister of Magic unconsciously glanced at the wall clock, where 10 minutes of silence dragged on like a dull knife scraping against every nerve. A Wisengamot elder was already perspiring, his silk handkerchief crumpled in his grip. 13 are yet to arrive. Baelial suddenly spoke, her cold voice startling everyone into silence. She slowly lifted her gaze, her blue pupils sweeping over each person in attendance. What is the matter? The leader, an elderly judge, trembled as he stood, his goat-like beard quivering. The Chief Justice is unwell today. Following suit, other officials rose awkwardly, stammering explanations for the absentees. Ailments, headaches, urgent matters at work. Each excuse varied yet laced with a suspicious camaraderie. Tap, tap, tap. Baelial's fingertips rhythmically struck the table, each sound resonating like a death knell. Suddenly, she flung a stack of documents onto the table, the parchment fanning out to reveal dense text. How fortuitous. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of her lips. 13 individuals. Even their excuses seemed prearranged. Tapping lightly on the table, even more fortuitous was that the laws they had violated were precisely enumerated. Her voice turned icy. Unwell? I suspect it is guilt that ails you. Surrounding the long table, all officials kept their heads low, a few even quivering uncontrollably. Baelial strove to suppress her inner fury, striving for a calm demeanor. The purpose of today's assembly at Numengard. I believe some of you are already aware, a rectification of our conduct. She took a deep breath, presenting the party charter, gazing upon its principles and doctrines, asking them to reflect upon whether they have upheld these tenets. The air in the conference room seemed to solidify. My father, the purest party. Why did we seek to overthrow the original rule of the magical realm? She suddenly raised her voice, precisely because of the state you present now. The archaic laws, lagging behind the times, oppress the populace. The corruption within the bureaucratic system erodes the magical community, and the refusal to engage with the Muggle world has left our society lagging far behind theirs. The sharp social contradictions you fail to see, then do observe. Go take a good look at the shops in Diagon Alley. Witness the lives of the people firsthand. The Ministry of Magic is the backbone of the magical realm, a pillar for the people. And what of you now? Do you justify the garments you wear? This statement plunged the room into a profound silence. Several officials who had been leaning back in their chairs suddenly sat upright, a flicker of uncertainty flashing in their eyes. Why do I continually emphasize that true power resides in the hands of the people? Because your current status and power are upheld by the very people you disregard. The opulent lives you lead are fueled by the blood and tears of the populace. The expressions of the officials shifted from fear to shock, ultimately settling in a state of bewilderment. as if their souls had been laid bare. The German Minister of Finance's plump chin began to tremble. His gaze fixed upon the black text of the party charter, suddenly recalling his idealistic youth when he first entered the job 2 decades ago. When did it begin to change? Was it from the first illicit galleon accepted, or the first instance of turning a blind eye to the sufferings of the people? An atmosphere of collective repentance permeated the entire chamber. The French Minister of Magic's lips quivered, his throat bobbing several times before he managed to utter, "Leader." My voice sounded as if it had been rasped by sandpaper, fragmented beyond recognition. Baelial raised her hand, signaling him to be quiet. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to amend them is the greatest virtue. Her gaze swept across every individual present. I hope today's meeting will enable you to rediscover your original intentions. Do not wait until the last moment to awaken to the truth. At that point, she gently shook her head, fearing that even the path she had taken would be obscured. The British Chancellor of the Exchequer summoned his courage to speak. Addressing the absent 13 officials, an enduring silence ensued. Baelial's gaze fell upon the list in her hands, the parchment trembling slightly under her fingertips. Ultimately, she merely uttered, "Dismissed." The officials exchanged glances, yet none dared to inquire further. As the heavy door closed behind them, the long-suppressed atmosphere erupted. Is it truly over? A young official could not help but exclaim. Such a commotion for those 13 individuals. Ah, Klaus, the deputy director of the German legal department, suddenly scoffed. Do you truly believe our leader possesses the mercy of a gentle maiden? In the shadows of the corridor, an elderly official exhaled a smoke ring. Those 13 fools flickered like dying embers in the darkness, reflecting his chilling smile. They were likely not far from death. A slight disturbance rippled through the shadows of the conference room as Tom stepped forth, slowly approaching the blonde girl at the head of the table, his elongated fingers lightly resting on her shoulder. "Give the order, Belle," he whispered in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her loose strands of hair. His voice as tender as a lover's yet imbued with a chilling undertone. Baelial stared at the list in her hand, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Kill." The word crushed beneath her lips, and Tom's fingers tightened on her shoulder, his crimson eyes alight with delight. Let them tremble in fear. Let them dare not covet again. Tom chuckled softly, performing an elegant bow. "As you wish, my leader." Chapter 106. Tom Riddle, the Assistant. The European magical community was utterly shaken the following day. The latest edition of the Daily Prophet boldly featured 13 black and white photographs on its front page, each accompanied by a chilling headline. 13 high-ranking officials executed for serious crimes. In the streets, the populace was in an uproar. Yet those officials seemed to have anticipated this outcome, remaining silent. In the Slytherin dormitory, the silver-green curtains fluttered gently, the firelight casting the shadows of 2 figures upon the stone wall. Baelial leaned against the 4-poster bed, the paper list rustling softly beneath her fingers. "Umbridge is dead?" She suddenly raised an eyebrow. "I recall she wasn't on the execution list." Tom hesitated as he adjusted his collar, turning to her, his tall figure casting a shadow over her. "That pink toad? Your disdain for her is evident." As he leaned in, the scent of pine enveloped them. It was a mere convenience to eliminate her. "Well, she is dead now. Who will be my assistant?" Baelial rubbed her forehead. "I certainly do not wish to end up with less than 12 OS on my final exams." Tom propped himself on the bed's edge, lifting her chin with one hand. "My dear," his breath caressed her lips. "Have you forgotten my grades from years past?" A lingering kiss sealed her unspoken words. Baelial laughed, tugging at his tie, as they both tumbled onto the soft bed. The curtains swayed, her golden hair spilling across the dark sheets, her playful fingers tracing his throat. Grinning like a cat that had stolen cream. "Professor Dumbledore will surely have a headache now." Tom captured her mischief-laden hand, his crimson eyes sparkling with mirth. What else would give him a headache but another deep kiss? In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore rubbed his temples, his blue eyes behind crescent-shaped glasses reflecting resignation. "Tom's grades are indeed exemplary. He is more than capable of teaching you. However, considering his identity and temperament." "Professor, is that a personal attack?" Tom interjected with a playful elongation of his tone, leaning against Baelial. "Belle, do say something." He deliberately leaned closer to the girl, his warm breath causing her ears to flush crimson. "Dumbledore." The boy's clear voice carried a rising lilt, and his playful tone softened Baelial's heart. "Little Belle is far more sensible than you." The white wizard frowned, only to meet his daughter's gaze, filled with tender affection. Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat. "Boo." As expected, when Baelial turned, her blue eyes glistened with unshed tears, her face strikingly similar to a 16-year-old Gellert, nuzzling against him. "Daddy." Her elongated tone dripped with honeyed sweetness, her delicate fingers gently shaking his arm. "Senior's grades are so outstanding. You must agree." Dumbledore gazed in despair at his daughter's sparkling eyes, catching sight of Tom's triumphant smirk hidden behind Baelial. With a silent sigh, he relented. Very well. The white wizard conceded, but you must keep a close eye on him, he said sternly, raising a finger, especially concerning those dangerous spells. Upon hearing this, Tom immediately poked his head from behind Baelial, his crimson eyes filled with innocence. Professor, in a sense, I am indeed your most exceptional student. He deliberately rested his chin on the girl's shoulder, flashing an innocuous smile. As the classroom door swung open, Tom entered, devoid of any materials or lesson plans, armed only with a wand. Yet, all the students failed to notice this detail, their focus solely on Tom's visage. By Merlin S. Underpants. What a handsome face. Is he the new assistant? That face exudes authority. I shall pay close attention in every class. Meanwhile, several little snakes instinctively straightened their spines, a natural dignity instilling them with awe. Tom's fingers lightly tapped the podium, and the classroom fell silent. My name is Tom Riddle. Henceforth, I shall be your new assistant. Professor Riddle, what of Professor Umbridge? A young lion bravely raised his hand to inquire. She has gone home, Tom replied nonchalantly. Indeed, she has gone home. And to heaven at that. Only then did a keen-eyed little snake notice that Tom had brought neither materials nor lesson plans. Professor, where are your teaching materials? How shall we review? Mediocre minds require such things, the Dark Lord replied nonchalantly, tapping his head. All knowledge resides within my mind. Baelial rested her chin on her hand, her blue eyes sparkling with amusement at his pretentious demeanor. How infuriatingly charming. Close your burdensome textbooks, he instructed, turning to the blackboard, inscribing one knowledge point after another. Remarkably, those seemingly disjointed points, under his explanation, interlinked like a chain, forming a flawless knowledge system. It became evident that the Dark Lord was quite suited to the role of professor. Had Dumbledore not rejected him, perhaps Tom would have immersed himself in the teaching profession, oblivious to the world beyond. Chapter 107, The Resonance of Life. The OWL examinations are divided into two parts, compulsory subjects and elective subjects. There are 7 compulsory subjects, and students must choose at least 2 electives. According to wizards, herbology, potions, transfiguration, and history of magic are universally acknowledged as the 4 most challenging subjects. Thus, Tom primarily guided those he deemed little giants in reviewing these 4 courses. I simply cannot comprehend, Tom said, tapping his wand against the timeline-covered blackboard, his voice tinged with evident confusion, that you find history of magic, a subject that merely requires rote memorization, to be difficult? Baelial rested her chin in her hand, observing her beloved at the podium with great interest. In just 2 weeks of teaching, the former Dark Lord bore the distinctive weariness characteristic of educators. Indeed, education matures a person. Regarding herbology, Tom continued his instructive commentary, his elongated fingers gliding over an illustration of a herb, proclaiming the names, characteristics, and uses. What difficulty could there possibly be? My standing within the magical realm is virtually unassailable. He suddenly raised his voice, a flicker of menace flashing in his dark crimson eyes. Yet you, a collection of single-celled organisms, have left me humiliated in the realm of education. Enough of the scolding, enough of the scolding, the wizards lamented, their faces drawn in despair. Initially, they had perceived this new professor as approachable, only to discover he possessed a tongue as sharp as Professor Snape's. With a flick of his wand, 4 stacks of parchment materialized out of thin air. Each student was assigned a paper, 6 inches on potions, 6 inches on herbology, 8 inches on the history of magic. And he paused, 8 inches on transfiguration. A chorus of wails erupted from the audience. The students exchanged glances, with a paper for every subject. When would they ever finish writing? Stunned, are you, lad? This workload is but a mere drizzle for a Chinese child. For those electing to study ancient runes, he added while gathering the assignments, I shall arrange additional tutoring. When the last student fled the classroom, as if escaping a beast, a warm body suddenly pressed against Tom's back. Baelial rested her chin on his shoulder, her golden hair brushing against his slightly reddened ear. Professor Riddle, her voice dripping with sweetness. Must I also write an 8-inch paper? His hands, which had been organizing the parchment, abruptly stopped. Tom turned to confine her between the podium and himself, gently lifting her chin with his fingers, gazing into her mischievous blue eyes. A hint of fondness curled at the corners of his mouth. In light of Miss Grindelwald's exceptional performance, his lips brushed her temple. An exemption shall be granted. However, Baelial did not remain elated for long. Although her mandatory courses shone brightly, her elective classes were a different story altogether. The House of Requests. When Baelial, for the 3rd time, uttered an outrageous prophecy while cradling her teacup, Tom, with an exasperated clap of his hands over his face, gritted his teeth and inquired, Why did you wish to take this course? Does divination appear to be an easy subject to you? The girl stirred the tea leaves in her cup, her voice a mere whisper. Well, Isn't it because I am a Grindelwald? The talent for prophecy is emblematic of the Grindelwald lineage. Who could have known it would mutate in my hands? Mr. Grindelwald mentioned that your prophetic gift awakens in your teenage years. Thus, it can only be passively triggered rather than actively manifested. Tom seized her tilted teacup, exasperation etched across his face. Do you truly expect it to activate passively during the exam? Perhaps a bit of pressure might induce it? Maybe. Do you find that probability significant? The Dark Lord expressed profound frustration. Well. The girl slumped over the table, her golden hair cascading like a waterfall. Observing her disheartened demeanor, Tom sighed. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. When the exam arrives, simply fabricate. Fabricate? How does one fabricate? Baelial shot up in surprise. Whatever way you can. Just make it believable. Employ your renowned Grindelwald silver tongue. Twist the white into black and the false into the true, and you shall bamboozle that professor. Baelial's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that even permissible? Triurin herself cannot distinguish between truth and fiction. Tom elegantly rolled up his sleeves. Remember, the first principle of a seer. He whispered into her ear, if you believe it yourself, then it is true. The girl stared at him, her expression dazed. So divination class is a test of storytelling ability. Within Newt's marvelous suitcase, the Thunderbird emitted a delightful low hum under Baelial's gentle touch, its golden wings shimmering under the sunlight. Newt stood nearby, his eyes glimmering with pride. Remarkable, he murmured softly, his fingers lightly brushing the Thunderbird's feathers, each soothing gesture perfectly timed. I've read your paper. It is sufficient to earn you a splendid oin your OWLs. Really? Baelial's eyes sparkled, her golden hair fluttering in the breeze, all thanks to Mr. Scamander's adept guidance. Newt, bashfully lowering his gaze, subsequently raised his gentle brown eyes. Baelial, your talent is quite extraordinary. He paused. Have you considered becoming a magizoologist? The girl's smile gradually faded, and she locked her gaze with the elderly man's. Professor, I adore magical creatures, and that passion will never wane. However, reforming the magical world and guiding wizards towards a brighter future is my aspiration. I anticipated as much. Newt sighed softly, his rough palm tenderly ruffling her hair. You are undoubtedly a true Grindelwald, destined to stand upon a grander stage. Baelial observed the elderly magizoologist's expression of disappointment, suddenly stepping forward to offer him a gentle embrace. She inhaled the familiar scent of grass that clung to him, a unique fragrance belonging to magizoologists. Professor, may I inquire about your reasons for choosing this path? She softly asked. What has sustained your commitment until now? Newt's gaze grew distant as he caressed the Thunderbird's feathers. Initially, like you, it was purely out of love. The Thunderbird affectionately nudged his cheek. Later I discovered that every life is uniquely beautiful. I yearned to understand their language, to grasp their joys and sorrows. The elderly man's voice gradually deepened. However, many wizards regard them merely as tools or commodities. How many precious lives have perished due to greed? His fingers trembled slightly. To protect them is to safeguard the miracles of this world. Baelial listened intently. Images of workers steadfastly maintaining nature reserves from her past life surfacing in her mind. Across time and space, this reverence for life resonated deeply. Many have advised me against this path, deeming it hopeless and misunderstood. Yet this is my choice. Magical creatures are my first listeners and my family. Newt chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Who said that? The girl suddenly interrupted, her blue eyes shining brightly. I completely understand you, Professor Scamander. Newt was taken aback, the wrinkles etched by time appearing particularly pronounced in the sunlight. Every life is magnificent. They deserve respect, and they are part of this world. The Creator, having chosen to create them, must have had a reason for their existence. Baelial's voice was soft yet resolute. We coexist under the same blue sky. We are, in essence, the closest of kin. To protect them is to safeguard the future of wizards. Sunlight filtered through the outstretched wings of the Thunderbird, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Newt blinked back tears as he gazed at the girl before him, who embodied both a student and a confidant. Thus, Baelial smiled, reaching out to wipe away the tears from the corners of the elder's eyes. Individuals like Professor Scamander, who respect life, are indeed magnificent and worthy of reverence. Newt lowered his head slightly, sunlight streaming through his silvery lashes, casting intricate shadows on his cheeks. How many years has it been since he embarked on this solitary journey? It was the first time someone so clearly understood his beliefs, the first time someone spoke to him with such unwavering conviction, affirming that his persistence was indeed noble. An indescribable emotion surged within his chest, akin to a long-frozen river suddenly thawed by the warmth of spring. He recalled the skeptical gazes of his youth, the derisive laughter, and the countless solitary nights spent wandering the wilderness. Grindelwald. The elderly man lifted his moist eyes, fixating on the resolute face of the golden-haired girl before him. At this moment, he suddenly comprehended why Dumbledore, a century ago, was so captivated by that ambitious individual. When the deeply rooted belief within one's soul is wholly embraced by another, the arrival of the first true confidant in a solitary ideal realm evokes a profound shock and emotion, indeed capable of leading even the most rational individuals into a state of oblivion. The resonance of thought whispered Newt, revealing that it truly was a baptism of the soul. Chapter 108. Aberforth. I am indeed foolish, truly. The winter snow adorned the spires of Hogwarts Castle with a silvery veil, while the fireplace in the Slytherin dormitory crackled, casting the shadows of the two upon the emerald drapes. Baelial circled Tom for the third time, her golden hair glinting in the candlelight. My judgment indeed proves astute. This black gown suits you splendidly. She stepped back, a playful smile gracing her lips, embodying the essence of a dark lord. Tom stood silently, allowing the girl to manipulate him. His dark crimson eyes followed her every move, as if he were admiring a rare treasure. By the way, Baelial suddenly grasped his tie, pulling him closer. When we meet Uncle Aberforth later, remember to keep your tongue in check, all right? Rest assured, Tom replied with a perfectly gentle smile, his gaze becoming clear, playing the role of the obedient student with expertise. Outside, the snow continued to fall quietly, and faint laughter from the great hall could be heard. Baelial watched her lover instantly switch to the mode of an exemplary student, unable to suppress a laugh. Godric's Hollow. A gentle knock echoed upon the wooden door, revealing a pair of timid black eyes. Upon recognizing the visitor, the eyes instantly sparkled. Baelial. Nagini abruptly flung the door open, enveloping the girl in a tight embrace. She affectionately nuzzled Belial's cheek, reminiscent of how she would do with her wrist when it sought affection. Good girl. Baelial gently stroked Nagini's long hair. You look much more spirited now. When Nagini had first regained her human form, her memories were still anchored a century back, having been a serpent for so long. She had forgotten how she once lived as a human. Back then, she resembled a delicate puppet, devoid of any vitality. But now her black eyes shimmered with a lively brilliance, akin to stars scattered across the night sky. Nagini, are there guests? Ariana poked her head from the inner room, her azure eyes lighting up upon seeing Baelial. Little Belle. She hurried forward, pinching Belial's cheek, finally realizing she had returned to visit us. Only then did she notice Tom standing nearby. The youth's handsome visage made her pause slightly. And who might this be? Tom Riddle. Baelial naturally entwined her arm with his. He is my boyfriend. Nagini tilted her head, seemingly trying to grasp the meaning of this new term. Ariana, astonished, covered her mouth. Boyfriend? She winked mischievously. Surprised you became enlightened so early? Tom shot a sidelong glance at Baelial. Enlightened early? If he hadn't taken the initiative, this wooden-headed girl might still be oblivious. Perhaps that Hufflepuff would have whisked her away at the ball. Ariana leaned closer to Baelial, whispering with a chuckle. After Aberforth pursued Gellert. Gellert thought a kiss was merely an expression of intimacy between friends. Tom raised an eyebrow at Baelial, his eyes filled with understanding. Is your wooden head still a family trait? Come in quickly, it's cold outside. Ariana smiled, ushering the two into the warmth of the room, where the golden light mingled with the aroma of freshly baked bread. Nagini gently tugged at Ariana's sleeve, whispering a question. The tall, golden-haired girl stifled a laugh, whispering a few words in her ear, causing Nagini's pale cheeks to flush. Just like Credence? Nagini asked cautiously. Ariana paused, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes. Yes, she replied softly. The kitchen door suddenly swung open, and Aberforth emerged, carrying a steaming pie. Upon spotting Baelial, the old man's goatee perked up. Little Belle. But his smile quickly faltered as his gaze fixated on the dark-haired youth. Aberforth's radar for early romance buzzed ominously. Who is this lad? Aberforth's blue eyes widened, the pie precariously tilting in his hands. You better not be like your scoundrel father. Good day, Mr. Dumbledore. The model student Tom presented himself impeccably, bowing slightly. I am Tom Riddle, currently in a courtship with Baelial. Aberforth squinted, his goatee twitching with scrutiny. The boy's handsome features, articulate manner, and most importantly, his humble demeanor, were far more pleasing than that arrogant German lad from years past. Humph, the old man merely snorted, turning towards the dining table and heavily placing the pie upon the red-checkered cloth. Uncle Aberforth. Baelial tugged at the old man's sleeve, whispering, What do you think of Tom? Do you like him? He grunted, speaking gruffly. My feelings are of little consequence. The crucial matter is whether you like him. If you do, love boldly. He waved his hand. Nothing is more important than your happiness. Gellert, you were not like this back then. Wow, Uncle Aberforth is the best. The girl clung to his arm, cooing, I like Tom. I have chosen him for life. However, Aberforth soon sensed something amiss. His elder brother, Albus Dumbledore, was exhibiting a rather peculiar attitude towards that dark-haired lad, while the German seemed quite satisfied with him. Something is off, exceedingly so. After dinner, Aberforth leaned towards Dumbledore and whispered, "Hey, do you know that dark-haired lad? Are you aware of his background?" Dumbledore cast a somewhat complicated look in his direction. Aberforth swore he had never seen such a convoluted emotion in his brother's eyes. "Ah, Tom Riddle is the name of Voldemort during his school years," he heard his brother say. "He is the very one who cast a decade-long pall over the entire European wizarding world." Aberforth's eyes widened in disbelief. "The Dark Lord?" He stiffly turned to Tom, gazing at the youth with the humble smile and impeccable manners. How in the world could this boy resemble a Dark Lord? Shouldn't a Dark Lord be the type to point arrogantly towards Gellert, displaying such haughty demeanor? Tom had been adept at disguise during his school days. Dumbledore sighed softly. Just as Gellert could be an entirely different person in various situations. Aberforth stared blankly at his niece, who was affectionately leaning against the Dark Lord's shoulder, suddenly murmuring, "I am indeed foolish, truly. Why would little Belle suddenly inquire about that lad? How could I believe that the daughter of Grindelwald would choose an honest man?" Even more foolishly, he glared at his brother, having forgotten that the Dumbledore tradition of his generation was to be attracted to dark wizards. Dumbledore's lips twitched as he silently lifted his teacup for a sip. "Aberforth, one cannot even empathize with oneself from an hour ago." Chapter 109. Dumbledore will not mourn for me. Aberforth glared at the seemingly model student Tom, observing him entwined with his niece, his throat constricting as he swallowed the sarcastic retorts that threatened to spill forth. Perhaps they truly love each other? He pondered. After all, his niece bore the surname Grindelwald, and Grindelwald was most skilled in beguiling hearts. Who knows, perhaps this girl had enchanted the Dark Lord. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards Gellert. The elderly man's blue eyes shimmered with complex ripples. Despite his constant disdain for this German, he had to concede that only this individual could evoke genuine smiles in his brother's eyes. They were destined to fall in love. They were soulmates. The joyous laughter of Christmas filled the entire house, but an unexpected guest knocked at the door. Ariana approached the entrance and opened the door, revealing a frail, white-haired gentleman awkwardly standing on the steps. "May I ask who you are?" Newt Scamander, the elderly man, shyly fidgeted with the worn handle of his suitcase. "Professor of magical creatures at Beauxbatons." So he was Bellatrix's professor. Ariana's eyes sparkled as she stepped aside. "Please, come in and warm yourself." Newt entered and explained to Ariana. Bellatrix has always aspired to achieve an O in her OWL exam for care of magical creatures. So I thought I might offer her some guidance over Christmas. Just as Bellatrix was sharing gingerbread cookies with Bashida, she caught a glimpse of Newt and turned around in surprise, her golden hair creating a jubilant arc in the air. "Professor Scamander, Merry Christmas, Bellatrix." Newt greeted the young girl with a smile, suddenly feeling a chill. He looked towards the source of his discomfort. Gellert was seated beside Dumbledore, coldly staring at him. "Bellatrix?" Gellert repeated languidly, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest of the sofa. "Mr. Scamander, it seems you are quite familiar with little Bellatrix," addressing her by her first name. Newt felt beads of sweat forming. How could Gellert Grindelwald be here? His mind churned slowly, like rusted gears. Wait, he was Albus's old lover. Living together seemed reasonable? But that wasn't the crux of the matter. Why did this dark wizard appear unchanged from half a century ago? Would he never age? Albus, too, appeared excessively youthful. Was it some sort of de-aging potion? Was it really worth it just to rekindle their relationship? "Mr. Scamander," the dark wizard's voice resonated once more. Newt gazed at the shadow of the once youthful figure, his pupils quivering. Yet, as Dumbledore's most cherished student, he possessed not only Hufflepuff's loyalty, but also Gryffindor's courage. Thus, the brave little badger spoke up. "Mr. Grindelwald, Bellatrix is my most outstanding student, and I take great pride in her. Our relationship is one of both friendship and mentorship." "Humph," Gellert scoffed. Just as he was about to respond, Bellatrix interrupted him. "Fada, care of magical creatures is my favorite class, and Professor Scamander is my favorite teacher. What is wrong with that?" "Huh, your favorite professor?" Gellert elongated his tone, repeating mockingly while casting her a sharp glance. "Mr. Scamander, do you believe Dumbledore wouldn't mourn for me?" Newt instinctively blurted out a long-buried line. Gellert was momentarily taken aback, then sinisterly asked, "Will Bellatrix mourn for you?" Bellatrix rose defiantly, standing in front of Newt. "Fada, can you stop acting like a petulant child? It's really tiresome, is it?" Gellert raised an eyebrow, deliberately adopting her syrupy tone. "Bellatrix Lestrange, do you think Tom Riddle would mourn for you?" "Who said that?" Such a puzzling query. Bellatrix's face flushed instantly. "That is different," she stammered. "It's because Tom's attitude towards Lestrange is quite peculiar that I said that." The roomful of Dumbledores turned their gaze towards Tom. The Dark Lord immediately sat up straight, his expression earnest. "By the heavens, I have no interest in Bellatrix Lestrange. My heart belongs solely to Belle." The possessiveness of Grindelwald elicited a look of indescribable confusion from Albus. The elderly magizoologist gently patted the girl's shoulder, stepping forward to meet the chilling gaze of the dark wizard. Mr. Grindelwald, you have been entangled with Dumbledore for a lifetime. You must understand better than anyone the rarity of encountering a kindred spirit. A flicker of warmth momentarily dulled the coldness in Gellert's eyes. I have spent my life in the company of magical creatures. They are my family. Newt's voice was soft yet imbued with the unwavering conviction that came with years. Yet, no one has truly understood my choices. Even if they have, it was merely sympathy for my solitude, not a resonance with my beliefs. But Bellatrix is different. She is the first to tell me, your perseverance is magnificent. I believe you can comprehend how rare it is to find such a confidant. Unconsciously, Gellert glanced at Dumbledore. Indeed, within those cerulean depths, he perceived a familiar, profound love. The dark wizard's heart felt as though enveloped in honey, the sweetness seeping deep within. For the first time, he refrained from tormenting Newt, his slender fingers reaching for his teacup, only to brush against something furry. When Newt discerned the shadowy figure, his eye twitched violently. Merlin's beard. Why must this little rascal choose this moment? Gellert looked down to meet a pair of round, glossy black eyes. The Niffler froze, its paws still poised in a position of theft. The air thickened with tension, just as the dark wizard's fingertips grazed his wand. The Niffler suddenly burst forth with remarkable survival instinct, darting towards Bellatrix. In mid-flight, it seemed to hesitate, contemplating whether to scurry back to its owner. But its clever mind quickly concluded that Newt couldn't protect it, and it decisively dove into the golden-haired girl's embrace. Puff! It was unclear who first broke into laughter. Soon, joyous giggles rippled through the room, filling it with warmth. Wow, so fluffy. Bellatrix gleefully rubbed the Niffler nestled in her arms. The little creature wriggled joyfully, emitting adorable chirps. How delightful! The girl's dexterous fingers delved into the Niffler's pouch. Retrieving a delicate golden spoon, she raised an eyebrow mischievously. Where did this come from? The Niffler blinked its round, black eyes, pushing the spoon towards her palm in an endearing manner. For me? Bellatrix couldn't help but chuckle, though she returned the golden spoon to its pouch. Next time, bring me something bigger. The little creature's eyes widened in shock. Goodness, this human likes shiny things too. It immediately began rolling in her embrace, its tiny paws excitedly waving. Those who love gold are good people. Tom, who had been leisurely observing the scene unfold, felt his expression darken as he watched the black creature nuzzle against Bellatrix's chest. In that moment, he comprehended Gellert's feelings from years past. Damn that wretched black rat. It's that one again. Gellert ground his teeth, drawing his wand with a swish. That big black rat. It stole my blood pact and dares to frolic before me. As Newt gasped in horror, Dumbledore swiftly disarmed his lover. Albus, Gellert exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. It stole our blood pact. I have guarded it carefully since the day it was forged, never letting it out of my sight. I know, dear. The white wizard gently patted his hand, trying to soothe his lover. Just as Gellert was calmed, his gaze fell upon Bellatrix, who was about to become fast friends with the Niffler. Surely a magical creature that loves shiny things can't have any ill intentions, he heard his daughter say. Gellert. The embers of his suppressed anger flared up once more, yet thankfully, Bellatrix was perceptive enough. Fada, think positively. If it weren't for this little fellow stealing me away, you and Daddy wouldn't have met so soon. Baelial cast a knowing glance at Dumbledore, urging him on. Come on, Daddy, I'm counting on you. The white wizard accepted this grave responsibility with a serious demeanor. Gellert, Dumbledore's hand gently caressed his lover's cheek, aligning their mismatched eyes. In the past, I hesitated to speak of our bond, but ever since that little creature absconded with the blood pact, I have been compelled to confront you in our once-hidden affection. The sorrow and regret in the white wizard's gaze were palpable, his voice heartbreakingly soft. I am indeed a Gryffindor, yet in your presence, I find myself paralyzingly cowardly. But now, I would unhesitatingly choose you. He leaned tenderly against his lover's forehead, his warm breath brushing against Gellert's pale cheek, igniting a faint blush upon his skin. Even if we were to publicly declare our feelings now, I would gladly do so. I love you, Gellert. He confessed, in times past, I lacked the courage, but now nothing can sever our bond. This declaration pierced through the defenses of the dark wizard like a warm current. Gellert bit his lip fiercely, struggling to contain the tears welling in his eyes. His Albus, his reserved lover, had never so openly revealed his heart, even during their sweetest summer, when love was always cloaked in subtlety. After those 2 months, his saint had further shunned his affections, avoiding everything related to him. Gellert's love was a tempest, a wildfire, a fervent desire to announce to the world his claim. The dark wizard's affection burned with such intensity. He longed for an equally passionate response, yet all he received was the white wizard's frigid gaze, his resolute voice, an unwavering silhouette departing, and the chilling winds of Nurmengard. Yet in this moment, his lover finally presented his heart in the very way he had yearned for. Jealousy, born of fierce possessiveness and deep-seated insecurities, reflects the fear of loss. But now, Gellert had no mind for jealousy or suspicion, for his Albus had professed his choice. He was even willing to declare it publicly. The White Wizard had filled his heart to the brim, leaving no room for envy. Chapter 110, The Nameless Hero. This Christmas was fulfilling and joyous for Baelial. Under the careful guidance of Newt and Tom, she brimmed with confidence regarding the impending OWL's examinations, believing she could achieve outstanding grades in all subjects. After the holiday, Hogwarts was once again enveloped in a tense atmosphere of exam preparation. Every fifth-year student was engrossed in their studies, the library perpetually crowded, and lights flickered in the common room late into the night. However, Harry's condition was particularly dire. In the room of requirement, the savior wearily rubbed his temples. "I've been having strange dreams," he lamented, the dark circles under his eyes betraying his long bout of insomnia. "It feels like I'm experiencing someone else's memories, yet those scenes are unfamiliar to me. It's been a whole week." Harry desperately tugged at his hair. "Merlin, I just want a good night's sleep. The exams are approaching." Baelial exchanged a glance with Tom. A flicker of confusion crossed the Dark Lord's eyes. But the girl understood. This was likely the remnant of Voldemort's soul parasitizing Harry's own. "It's a Horcrux," Tom exclaimed, closing his eyes in shock. "How can there be a fragment of Voldemort's soul within you?" "It must have attached itself to Harry when the killing curse rebounded," Baelial deduced. Tom's expression darkened. "That complicates matters. Destroying a Horcrux requires fiendfire or a lethal curse. Even metal can't withstand it, let alone a living being. What am I supposed to do?" Harry asked urgently. "I can't carry it around forever, and the OWLs are right around the corner." "Indeed. Spending too much time with Hermione has made the exams seem the scariest thing," Baelial remarked, her fingertips igniting with ethereal blue flames. "Harry, do you trust me?" Her cerulean eyes locked onto the savior's. "If you trust me wholeheartedly, this fire will not harm you." "Of course I trust you," Harry replied without hesitation, a determined smile gracing his face. "I recognize this spell as Grindelwald's signature work. I have always been his, in the past and in the future." Tom observed with keen interest. He could not fathom why the savior could trust his girl so completely, yet he realized if it were him, he might also step into her fiery embrace without hesitation. Grindelwald was adept at captivating hearts, while his girl exchanged sincerity for sincerity. Baelial's fingertips brushed against Harry's forehead. The azure flames surged within him, encircling the dark Horcrux. In an instant, that fragment of soul was reduced to ashes. "All right," Baelial declared cheerfully. "You can now focus on your studies without worry." The OWL's examinations proceeded as scheduled. The corridors of Hogwarts bustling with students displaying a myriad of emotions, some nervously flipping through notes for a final review, others confidently arranging their quills. After the exams, the castle echoed with similar scenes, groups of students either rejoicing jubilantly or lamenting despairingly. "Stop," Ron interrupted, covering Harry's mouth before he could speak. "Don't compare answers. I don't want to experience the roller coaster of emotions. I just want to wait calmly for my results." Rejected, Harry turned to Hermione and Baelial. 10 minutes later. "Before comparing answers, Harry. Hee. After comparing answers, Harry. Not hee. Ron, you were right. Harry seemed to have lost his spirit. Why did I even want to compare?" The red-haired boy sympathetically patted his brother's shoulder. "This is the truth I've distilled from countless sleepless nights. Comparing answers after the exam only leads to despair." Baelial sat at the Slytherin table, her fingers gently tracing the O grades on her report. The sun shone brightly outside, and she could hear Harry arguing with Draco, Hermione, and Ginny laughing, and Ron and Neville goofing around. Suddenly, she felt a moment of disorientation. How swiftly time flies. They were already in 5th year, and in 2 more years, they would leave this castle. "What are you thinking?" Tom noticed her distraction keenly. "Nothing." She shook her head and straightened her back. "What are you feeling melancholic about, Baelial? Your revolution in the wizarding world has yet to succeed. The ultimate goal remains unfulfilled. This is not the time for sentimentality." With the examination season concluding, Baelial could finally address the last Horcrux, the locket of Slytherin. The truth, long shrouded in dust, was due for revelation. In front of number 12, Grimmauld Place, Baelial, Tom, and Sirius gathered beneath the overcast sky. "Why are we at the Black family home?" Sirius scrutinized the dilapidated structure, his voice tinged with complex emotions. "To destroy the last Horcrux." "Horcrux?" Tom raised an eyebrow in shock. "How could the locket be here?" "It should. Because Regulus Black switched it," Baelial replied calmly. "The one in the cave is a fake. Do not underestimate the Death Eater's intelligence network." "Regulus? Rel?" Sirius's breath quickened, his throat constricting with anxiety. "What switch? What fake?" Baelial pushed open the dust-covered door. "Come inside. The truth lies within." As they stepped into the entryway, The portraits on the wall erupted into piercing screams. The foremost witch's portrait contorted in rage. "Get out. You filthy half-breed. How dare you?" "Silence!" Sirius roared, his eyes reddening. He leaned closer to Baelial and whispered, "Where's the locket? It should be right here." A sharp voice interrupted, "Look who it is." The disowned disgrace, accompanied by a bunch of lowly. An elderly house elf staggered from the shadows, its wrinkled face twisted in disgust. He hastily bowed to Sirius, expressing disdain for Creature, lamenting that the filthy creatures had sullied the noble abode. "Creature," Sirius exclaimed, seizing the elf by the collar. "If you dare insult my leader again, I shall rip your mouth apart." Creature's murky eyes shifted to Bellatrix, reluctantly mumbling, "I apologize, Mississippi." The curses emanating from the portrait persisted. Venomous words not only directed at Sirius, but also veiled insinuations towards the other two guests. Tom had been enduring since he stepped into the mansion. At this moment, a fierce murderous intent surged within his crimson eyes. A streak of green light grazed the elf's ear before crashing into the wall beside the portrait, followed by a red beam that blasted a gaping hole in the wall. "I say," the Dark Lord's gentle voice caused the air to freeze momentarily, "be silent." He looked down at the trembling creature. "I know you fear not death, but let me hear another filthy word, and the tip of my wand shall glow with a perilous light. I will blow this ancestral home of the Blacks to smithereens, sending you to hell alongside that wretched loyalty of yours." "Very well," Bellatrix said, patting Tom's shoulder. "Now, tell us the truth." Creature shuddered, his murky eyes suddenly glistening with tears. "Master Regulus is not a traitor. He replaced that evil thing in the cave," he muttered incoherently, his bony fingers tightly clutching a tattered tea towel. Sirius could no longer contain himself, kneeling on one knee and grasping the elf's shoulders. "Creature, clarify. Where's the locket? Why did Regulus do this? What truly transpired back then?" The aged house elf wiped his tears with his filthy clothing and turned to Bellatrix. "Noble miss, Creature shall go now." "No need," Tom interjected, raising a hand. With a graceful flick of his long fingers, a dark green locket box flew from the room and landed steadily in his palm. The Dark Lord scrutinized the Horcrux, his voice unusually wavering. "To obtain it, one must drink the poison from the cave. The agony is enough to be fatal. And Regulus was but a child back then." Bellatrix softly added, "Creature." Sirius's voice suddenly turned hoarse. "Tell me everything. Reveal the truth." As the old elf's disjointed recounting unfolded, long-buried memories resurfaced. When the final syllable fell, Sirius slowly sank to the ground, clutching the fabric of his chest as if such an act could alleviate the agonizing pain radiating from his heart. His world was collapsing. Regulus, that brother who always quietly followed behind, the one praised by their mother as the true heir of the Blacks. The boy he had thought lost in the fervor of blood purity had never betrayed his own heart. The Regulus of his memories had always been taciturn, clad in a crisply ironed school robe. Sirius had once scoffed, deeming him merely another puppet, tamed by the family. Yet now, Creature's words pierced like a dagger, unraveling all misconceptions. His brother, unseen by all, had been braver than anyone, and the waves of pain surged forth, nearly drowning him. Just as Bellatrix prepared to step forward, Tom suddenly narrowed his eyes, taking a step ahead to stand before Sirius. He was a hero. The youth began awkwardly, but all of this was for. Before he could finish, Bellatrix gently patted his arm. "If you cannot comfort, then do not force it," Tom replied. The young woman bent down, attempting to lift the curled-up Sirius from the ground. After several failed attempts, she knelt beside him, tenderly stroking his disheveled black hair until his sobs gradually subsided. "Sirius, compose yourself. Regulus would not wish to see his brother in such despair. Remember, you are a Gryffindor." Her fingertips delicately wove through his tear-soaked strands. "When everyone berated you for losing the pureblood's dignity, when you were reviled during your imprisonment, only Regulus steadfastly believed that his brother would never yield to any darkness. It was precisely because his brother dared to shatter the chains that the boy could bravely uphold the light in the shadows. It was because his brother feared nothing that the boy had the courage to confront the deepest fears." Bellatrix cradled Sirius's face, compelling his eyes to meet hers. "In his heart, you will forever be the bravest brother. Now, it is time for you to prove him right, for Regulus and for yourself." Her hand gently brushed over his head, reminiscent of years ago when Regulus had cautiously offered him a cookie after he had been punished. Did he deserve such sacrifice? Sirius clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. He had once believed that escaping Grimmauld Place was a victory, that severing ties with his family was an act of rebellion. Yet Regulus, that child deemed obedient by all, was the one who truly shook the foundations of darkness. "You are a Gryffindor, are you not?" Bellatrix's voice pulled him back to reality. Indeed, he was a Gryffindor, but his brother, that Slytherin, was even more of a Gryffindor than he. Sirius inhaled deeply, the salty bitterness of tears lingering in his throat. If Regulus could face the Dark Lord, then he, at the very least, should have the courage to confront this truth. Chapter 111, A New Era. Time flies, Harry mused, gazing at Bellatrix, who was delivering a speech at the graduation ceremony. Sunlight danced upon her golden hair, reminiscent of the moment he had donned the sorting hat just yesterday. Ron followed his gaze towards the ancient stone walls of the castle. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, we are already in our 7th year. Neville was set to succeed Professor Sprout's position. Draco prepared to return to the Pure Blood Party to re-establish British pureblood supremacy. And Hermione was undoubtedly headed for the Ministry of Magic. Harry turned to his friend. And you, Ron? What are your plans after graduation? Quidditch star. The red-haired boy replied without hesitation, his eyes sparkling. Then he paused. What about you? The Savior's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Me? I haven't thought that far yet. Years later, deep within the Forbidden Forest, a blinding green light sliced through the night, striking the staggering shadow with precision. The dark-robed wizard collapsed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, convulsing twice before falling silent. Harry flicked his warm wand, wiping the coagulated blood from his cheek with the back of his hand. The chill of the forest wind caused the lightning scar on his forehead to throb painfully. Chief. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and several Aurors arrived, panting beside him. The poachers to the east have all been subdued, and here. Wrap it up. Harry nudged the corpse at his feet with the toe of his boot, instructing them to take the evidence back for documentation. Observing the young team members' weary yet exhilarated faces, he smiled slightly. Well done today. You can take an early holiday to spend Christmas with your families. Really? By Merlin. Long live the chief. At Numengard, Mr. Malfoy. One by one, purebloods respectfully nodded towards Draco, who slightly raised his head in acknowledgement. The 5th secret exchange with the Muggle president will take place on the 13th of next month. Our communication with Muggle technology will also deepen, as magic gradually integrates into new technologies. The latest batch of cannons is about to be completed. The parchment rustled on the long table as Bellatrix's fingers glided over the data charts, quietly listening to Draco's report. Leader, should we continue to oversee the corruption among purebloods? Of course, we must remain vigilant. Avellini will include this in the party charter draft for discussion and decision at the next meeting. The brown-haired woman beside her nodded, swiftly recording with a feather quill. The office door was knocked upon once more. Come in. Hermione briskly entered, cradling a stack of documents, her curls gently swaying with her movements. She presented the latest bill to Baelial, stating, the draft of the House Elf Freedom and Independence Reform Bill has been completed, and I have engaged in extensive discussions with the elf representative, Dobby. Please review it. It was then that Hermione noticed Draco standing nearby. Long time no see, Mr. Malfoy. She greeted. Indeed, it has been a while, Minister Granger, Draco replied with a smile. The plan is meticulous, Baelial remarked, closing the document and signing it smoothly with a quill. We can proceed with its implementation. Additionally, let us bring the proposal regarding the disclosure of the magical world's existence to the Muggle Society to the agenda. As you command, Leader, Hermione responded, sharing a knowing glance with Draco as they observed the woman at the desk, nearly submerged beneath a mountain of parchment. They silently turned to leave, despite the multitude of words they wished to express, unwilling to interrupt her diligent work. Aphany stood by the door, quietly watching the two depart. As Hermione passed by, she suddenly halted. Macmillan? Hermione's lashes fluttered slightly. You are now the leader's secretary? Yes, Granger. Aphany adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, the chain glimmering in the sunlight. Hermione yearned to ask if she had truly not given up, if she still loved her, but the words remained unvoiced. You are not mistaken, Aphany suddenly smiled, sunlight dancing in her light brown eyes. I still love her. The beauty of youth is difficult to forget. It is like the fleeting brilliance of fireworks in the dark, illuminating the rest of one's life. Every person I meet afterwards carries her shadow. Yet, the one I adore has long since found her heart's desire elsewhere. Since I cannot stand by her side, I will remain behind her. Initially, I joined the Pure Blood Party to follow her. Aphany gently traced the silver party emblem on her chest, but now I have discovered my own purpose in life. Hermione gazed at her intently and eventually nodded. That is for the best. With a soft sigh, she remarked, I was worried, yet it appears you have already found closure. As their footsteps faded, Aphany turned to gaze at the figure by the window. The sunlight cast a golden halo around the blonde woman. Closure? She chuckled bitterly as she removed her glasses, rubbing her tired eyes. How could one ever find closure? Chapter 112, The Punishment of Rules. In the Great Hall of Numengard, the once solemn atmosphere was replaced by laughter and cheer. Groups of people clustered together, old friends reuniting in tight embraces. George and Fred stood at the center of the crowd, having shed their youthful naivete, yet still exuding a familiar mischief. Clad in exquisite tailored suits, They animatedly recounted tales of their entrepreneurial ventures. "No one dares to underestimate the Weasley family now," Fred quipped, raising an eyebrow. "Though we may not rival the Malfoy family as heritage, our wealth has surpassed that of most pure-blood families." Ron approached with several signed Quidditch memorabilia, now a renowned star. Limited edition, signed copies. He proudly showcased to Draco and Harry. "They are quite rare to find on the market. You should be grateful." Meanwhile, Baelial was conversing with Newt. "The new nature reserve has been established," she said with a smile, "and cases of magical creature poaching have significantly decreased. Mr. Scamander, your proposal has been approved." Newt's eyes glistened with emotion, his voice slightly choked. "This has been my lifelong dream," he added somewhat awkwardly. "I apologize for missing your wedding. There was a bit of a situation in Zone B." "I completely understand," Baelial replied gently. "A wedding is undoubtedly important, but those lives need you more. It would be quite absurd for a magizoologist to attend my wedding instead of tending to them." Newt chuckled at her words. Merlin's beard. "You mustn't let Grindelwald charm you any further. My old bones can scarcely withstand it." "My dear, we haven't danced in ages." Tom's deep voice resonated in her ear, his long arms encircling her waist. Baelial felt the familiar warmth behind her, her fingertips lightly brushing his pale cheek as she turned to Newt with an apologetic smile. "Excuse me, Mr. Scamander." The light from the crystal chandelier danced across the empty hall, and without music, only their intertwined breaths formed a rhythm. Baelial placed her hand on her lover's shoulder, gracefully following his lead as they twirled. "Daddy, where are they?" she suddenly inquired. A playful curve graced Tom's thin lips. "Now that you have fully taken over the Pure Blood party, they have likely retreated to some sunlit coast to relive their honeymoon." "How outrageous." Baelial pouted, her brows slightly knitted. "While I am buried in paperwork, they are enjoying leisure." She suddenly rose onto her toes, lightly pecking his lips like a butterfly alighting on petals. "Next week, you must accompany me to review documents." A low, rumbling laugh reverberated in Tom's chest as he deepened the kiss, holding her tightly. "As you wish, my lady. How could I bear to let you toil alone?" Time passed swiftly, seasons changed in the blink of an eye. The magical world had long since shattered its outdated shackles. Wizards no longer lurked in shadows but openly walked in the sunlight, coexisting with the Muggle realm. However, those close to Baelial began to discern the peculiarity of her appearance. She remained forever frozen at the age of 25, unchanged. Though Gellert and Albus had imbibed the permanent aging-reducing potion, the passage of time still quietly eroded them. Their faces had not aged, yet the candle of life would eventually extinguish. But Baelial was different. She had consumed no potion, nor had she been cursed. Yet time seemed to stand still for her. Tom, bound by the Horcrux, aged at an almost imperceptible rate. But he could feel his internal magic slowly dwindling with the passage of time. Whenever the night grew silent, his long, pale fingers would gently rest upon his beloved's wrist, feeling the tide of her surging magic, unwavering as ever. This was not right. Even Nicodemus, who had lived for over 6 centuries, could not withstand the ravages of time. His appearance was fading, his magic waning, unless his beloved could achieve immortality. Immortality. This word had once driven him to madness, yet now, contemplating its meaning brought forth boundless dread. If she were truly immortal, he would be forced to watch as his dear friends departed, witnessing the world's transformation while he remained eternally forgotten by time. He loved her, a love so profound that merely uttering her name ignited a burning heat within his heart. And she loved him in return. Yet, if he were destined to grow old and perish, she would have to bear the eternal solitude alone. Tom suddenly clenched the fabric of his shirt, his knuckles turning white, unwilling to ponder further. As the night deepened, he rolled over and tightly embraced his sleeping beloved, as though doing so could hold back the relentless passage of time. In Paris, on Montmorency Street, the flickering firelight danced upon Nicodemus's wrinkled face. His frail fingers clutched the latest edition of the Daily Prophet, his murky eyes revealing a heavy concern. "Just as I thought, this is the punishment of the rules." The old man's hoarse voice echoed in the silent living room, as if a sigh had traversed centuries. Perenelle set down her knitting and looked at her husband with concern. "Is it that girl from the Grindelwald family? What punishment of rules?" "The rules of time." Nicodemus lifted his trembling hand, pointing to the photograph of Baelial in the newspaper. "A life that should not exist, forever exiled beyond the currents of time." A flicker of alarm crossed Perenelle's eyes. "Are you saying that child will? She shall live eternally." Nicolene turned her gaze towards the swirling snowflakes outside, her voice barely a whisper as she watched each familiar visage fade away, until even memories transformed into unbearable shackles. Chapter 113, Take Me With You. After the passage of half a century, old friends gathered once more in the hall of Newmungard. The once vibrant youths had now stepped into middle age, the marks of time etched clearly upon their faces, yet one person remained untouched. Among them, Baelial retained the visage of a 25-year-old, her youth startlingly preserved. Hermione's gaze lingered on her for a moment, yet ultimately, she said nothing. Little Belle, Dumbledore approached, his hand gently brushing through her golden locks, his voice tinged with an unmistakable sorrow. I have seen Nicoline. She said it as a punishment of fate. A life that should not exist shall be forever exiled beyond the currents of time. Suddenly, Gellert spoke up, his voice choked. He hesitated, as if unable to continue. He wished to convey that if she did not exist, perhaps she would not endure a long, aimless life. That cannot be said. Baelial looked at them. I came into being because of you. If I had not appeared, then you. She took a deep breath, raising her gaze to meet her beloved's reddened eyes. Darling, if that were the case, you would never comprehend what love truly is, would you? A radiant smile suddenly lit her face. And who says that immortality must be a curse? I have a way to resolve this. What? Everyone gazed at her in astonishment. Do not underestimate me, she winked playfully. If I could create the first miracle, surely I can conjure a second. In Godric's Hollow, Baelial sat quietly before the floor-to-ceiling window, her slender fingers unconsciously caressing the frame. The morning mist in the valley had yet to dissipate, and sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a gentle halo. System, she softly called within her heart. What is it, host? The mechanical voice echoed in her mind. You have long known about the eternal nature of my body, haven't you? This is a manifestation of the fundamental laws of this world, beyond the system's intervention. The system's response was devoid of any emotional inflection. She gazed out the window, lost in thought, watching Nagini tenderly stroke the head of a young lamb. Then can my body be immune to the killing curse? No. The answer caused the corners of her mouth to lift slightly. It is fine to die. She had no desire to become a mere shell, gradually losing her humanity in the endless flow of time. Is the host planning to end her life? Yes. She cradled her chin in one hand, sunlight dancing on her golden eyelashes, but not just yet. This journey was an accident. Her purpose was to amend the regrets of the original narrative. Ultimately, this world had never been her true home. The only ties that bound her were the genuine connections she had with her friends, her beloved, her family. They were her link to this world. When these bonds faded with time, it would be her time to depart. This was the best choice, the most perfect conclusion, and the most complete regret. The system interjected, unusually engaging in conversation. Baelial chuckled lightly. Is there truly such a thing as absolute perfection in this world? People have their joys and sorrows. The moon waxes and wanes. Even the heavens and the earth are not complete. Why should I demand my story to be flawless? A century later, the sunset over Godric's Hollow bathed the entire sky in crimson. Beneath the ancient oak, Baelial nestled in Tom's embrace. His heartbeat was no longer as strong as it had been in his youth, occasionally faltering, akin to a lamp on the verge of extinguishing. You are all I have left, my dear, she suddenly uttered, her voice as light as a falling leaf. Tom looked down at his eternally youthful beloved. The passage of time leaving its marks on his face, smoothing the edges of his youth with a touch of maturity. He had not aged as the wizards of a century hence, yet the signs of aging were still evident. He understood what Baelial meant. He was her only remaining connection in this world. Her family and friends had all departed. Meanwhile, he, the Dark Lord, closed his eyes, sensing the dwindling magic within him, likely indicating his own end was near. You said you had a solution. He tightened his embrace, his voice raspy. Baelial tilted her face up, intense love swirling in her eyes. I just find it hard to part with you. What do you mean? He pressed urgently, but was met with silence until the bright moon replaced the sunset, the cold moonlight washing over them. You are leaving, she murmured against his chest. Are you afraid of death, my dear? Not anymore. Tom rested his chin atop her fluffy hair. But I fear for you. What will you do when I am gone? Suddenly, Baelial thrust the elder wand into his hand, its tip pressing against her heart. If you love me, then take me with you. Tom's pupils dilated sharply. Is this your method? He choked out. You want me to kill you? My dear, apart from you, I possess no other connections in this world. Do you wish for me to endure this endless solitude forever? Tom inhaled deeply, gripping the wand tightly. Very well, he said, I shall take you with me. But you must promise me that after death, our souls shall never be apart. I promise you. In his final moments, Tom felt his heartbeat slowing. He struggled to press the wand against his beloved's heart. Just before consciousness faded, he uttered the incantation that instilled fear in all. Avada Kedavra. The green light pierced through her body, and Baelial felt her soul being torn from her flesh, an endless chill spreading from her heart to her limbs. So this is the sensation of death. With her last ounce of strength, she raised her gaze, wishing to imprint her beloved's visage deep within her soul. Tom's kiss gently fell upon her forehead, and then he forever closed his eyes. Detected host's physical death. Host's soul is about to depart the HP world for the original world. Please prepare. 3, 2, 1. Soul transfer complete. The story is complete. Epilogue. Reunion in another world. The blinding white light before Tom rendered him unable to open his eyes. Instinctively, he raised a hand to shield them, only to find his fingers restored to their youthful form. Confused, he surveyed his surroundings. The pure white space bore no boundaries, no sound, only eternal silence. So this is death? He murmured, his voice creating ripples in the void. The anticipated fear did not descend upon him. Rather, there was a sense of liberation and tranquility. As he moved forward, the white light gradually receded, revealing an ancient platform emerging from the mist. The weathered brick walls were entwined with ivy, and the tracks glimmered coldly beneath the dim gaslight. A myriad of souls lined up, guided by a conductor to board a rusty steam train. Tom's gaze swept across each platform, a fervent fire igniting in his crimson eyes. He pushed past the dazed souls, weaving through the crowd in search of that familiar figure. Baelial. His call echoed across the empty platform. His fingertips unconsciously brushed through the air, as if he could still feel the softness of her hair. A yearning so intense surged within him, almost painful. He longed to kiss her trembling eyelashes, to hear her call him senpai once more. He searched platform after platform, desperately seeking the silhouette of his beloved. As time elapsed, Tom still found himself unable to locate Baelial. What could be the reason? Was she not at the station? Where could she possibly be? The man's breathing became increasingly erratic and hurried as he whispered her name, his heart aching to the point of silence. Where on earth are you? The clock's gears emitted a dull ticking sound, as soul after soul boarded the train. Amidst the billowing steam, the platform gradually emptied. Only Tom remained, a solitary figure in a desolate station devoid of any other lingering souls. No, he could not find her anywhere. Deceiver. Was it not promised that souls would never part? Deceiver. Tom's spirit trembled violently on the vacant platform. He stared at his translucent fingers, suddenly unleashing a heart-wrenching roar. The sound was not one a human could produce. It resembled the final lament of some wounded beast. You deceived me, he cried out in despair. You promised you would wait for me. Memories gnawed at his soul like a venomous serpent, the corners of Baelial's lips curling into a smile at their farewell. The sparkle in her eyes when she vowed that souls would never be separated, and the last longing gaze she cast amidst the green glow of the death curse. Every image transformed into a sharp blade, slicing his spirit until it bled profusely. I killed you. I truly killed you. He collapsed beside the tracks, transparent tears splattering onto the rusted rails, curling up at the edge of the platform, his voice as faint as the murmurs of the dying, begging, I implore you. Oh. This sigh seemed to traverse ancient times, stirring ripples in the void. The entire platform trembled slightly with the sound of the sigh, even the suspended dust freezing in midair. She never belonged to this realm. After death, she would naturally return when she came. Tom suddenly raised his head, a terrifying light bursting forth from his dark red eyes. He staggered toward the source of the sound, demanding, Tell me how I can find her. His hoarse voice was laden with pain. Silence once again enveloped the platform. Just as despair was poised to consume him, a rusted iron door appeared out of thin air. The door was entwined with thorn-like runes, emitting a ghostly blue glow under the dim light. Beyond this door lay her world. The voice thundered like distant lightning, but there was no magic there. You shall lose everything forever. I accept. Tom interrupted without hesitation, his fingertips brushing against the frost forming on the doorknob. A muggle? He suddenly chuckled. The laughter tinged with relief. That was preferable to eternally losing the one he loved, to becoming a soulless wretch. As his figure vanished entirely, the mist on the platform gradually coalesced into a vague human silhouette. That girl had corrected far too many destined tragedies. Gently touching the dissipating door. Let this cause and effect be concluded here. Before the iron door transformed into stardust and faded away. The last words echoed through time and space. If you promised to be united in heart, how could you bear to wander alone? When Tom opened his eyes once more, the cacophony of sounds instantly engulfed him. Strange languages surged like a tide, and the surroundings were filled with dark-haired, yellow-skinned passers-by. This was the East, or rather, the land of flowers. He stood bewildered amidst the throngs of people as a colossal electronic screen flickered the date, July 24th, 2031. At that moment, a silver-white mark deep within his soul, dormant for many years, suddenly began to heat up, like a star awakening in the darkness. Baelial instinctively pressed a hand to his chest, where a long-lost heartbeat resonated. This sensation was all too familiar, as if an invisible thread was pulling him through the bustling crowd. Following this sensation, Tom arrived at a verdant park, where, in the twilight, a tall girl with black hair was walking with her head bowed. As the distance diminished, the tremors within his soul intensified, nearly scorching his very insides. Even with a changed appearance, even with a different hair color, The undulations of her spirit were unmistakable. This was the soul that had accompanied him for a century. How could he be mistaken? Tom took a deep breath and stepped forward, resolutely approaching his beloved just as he had once done in the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. "Excuse me, miss," he interjected, halting the girl who was engrossed in her thoughts. "Are you blind? Move aside." Mo Qingyan snapped, the relentless pressure of marriage proposals over the past week igniting her ire, each word laced with venom. She abruptly looked up, only to be struck by a thunderbolt at the sight of the man blocking her path, his sharply defined British features and those signature dark red eyes. "We promised to walk together." The man's voice trembled, nearly shattering. He gazed at the girl before him, her always shadowed peach blossom eyes now glistening with tears, as if she wished to engrave his image into the depths of her soul. "I searched every platform for you, Baelial." His voice suddenly caught in his throat. "You deceived me. You were never waiting for me at the station." Mo Qingyan's lips quivered, but no sound emerged. She beheld the character from the novel tear through the confines of the pages, standing before her, imbued with ink and unshed tears. As her outstretched fingers were about to touch his cheek, they instinctively recoiled. She feared this was yet another of the countless dreams that had haunted her through the deep night. But in the next moment, she was pulled into a fervent embrace. Tom's arms tightened around her like iron bands, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. She could hear the frenzied resonance of two hearts, separated by flesh, beating in unison. "Now, you cannot live forever. You can only grow old with me. In fact, there is another epilogue to follow. Do not forget." Epilogue 2, the self-narration of Like I. After much contemplation, I felt a bit of itchiness and decided to share a snippet of my tale. Haha. Hello everyone. I am Like I. Indeed, I am the legendary serpent monster, Hailbow, whom people fear and flowers wither before. Speaking of which, I might be one of Hogwarts' oldest residents. My first master was the renowned dark wizard, Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders, a millennium ago. When mentioning my master, I must accuse that golden-haired lion, Godric Gryffindor. That reckless fellow dared to steal away my handsome, aloof, and charming master. How outrageous. Alas, despite my master's immense power, even a wizard cannot escape the ravages of time. This chamber once served as my lair, where my master instructed me to guard Hogwarts, awaiting the arrival of his bloodline to unlock the chamber and restore Slytherin's glory. At that time, I was but a young serpent coiled around my master's wrist. On the first day of his departure, I missed him. On the second, I missed him even more. After 10 years, a cold sense of foreboding silently settled in my heart. Perhaps that heavy stone door would never open for me again. At that time, I was too naive to comprehend death. I only knew that the familiar essence, the gentle touch, had vanished forever into the depths of darkness. Thus, I adhered to my master's command, day after day, year after year, lying in wait within the chamber. Here, there was no cycle of day and night, only the suffocating darkness that devoured all, and a silence so prolonged it was almost suffocating. Time lost its measure. Only eternal solitude flowed between the stone walls. In this manner, I slumbered in the lightless abyss for a millennium until the stone door once again emitted its ancient groans. I beheld the heir of my master's bloodline, a decent-looking black-haired boy accompanied by an upright blonde girl. However, the boy issued a cold command to me in parcel tongue: kill his companion. What was the meaning of this? They had entered together, their words laced with pleasantries and even familiarity. Why would they turn against each other? The human heart is truly complex. A serpent does not understand. A serpent merely obeys orders. But you little rascal, why did you not inform me of the strength of the person you wanted me to kill? You wretched creature. No wonder you didn't T-act yourself. You intended for me to go and deliver the serpent's head. Look at that magical thunder that tore through the darkness. It nearly reduced this old body of mine to ashes. I almost met my end. Fortunately, the girl had no intention of killing me. She asked if I would like to be her pet. As a dignified serpent pet of Slytherin, how could I ever resign myself to becoming a mere plaything for a stranger's offspring? However, I must admit, the name Tsaitsai is indeed festive and melodious. Thus, I find myself transported back in time, a millennium ago, reverting to the small serpent coiled around my first master's wrist, gracefully swimming toward my second master, gently winding around her slender arm. My master praises my adorableness, hee. Initially, I presumed this new master to be a quintessential dark wizard, akin to Lord Slytherin himself. Yet, as days turned into weeks of companionship, I gradually discerned a stark contrast between them. My master possesses a heart brimming with compassion. Yes, you heard correctly, compassion. Her embrace encompasses all beings, humans, magical creatures, house elves, and all entities imbued with spirit. In her eyes, all life is equal, devoid of any trace of disdain. Even more astonishing is her lack of animosity toward muggles, a sentiment that sharply contrasts with my first master's vehement disdain for them. Rooted in the horrors of the witch hunt, my new master, however, advocates for a harmonious coexistence between wizards and muggles. Though I, as a serpent, may not grasp the full depth of her intentions, I ardently believe that her choices are undoubtedly righteous. She treats me with unparalleled kindness, dedicating time to frolic with me and indulging my instincts, allowing me to roam freely in the depths of the forbidden forest. I adore this master beyond measure. Of course, my heart eternally cherishes the loyalty I owe to my first master, Salazar Slytherin. Yet, vexingly, that dark-haired lad, who bears the blood of my first master, has entwined himself with my current master. That wretched man has stolen my master away. The complexities of human emotions are utterly baffling. Initially, he harbored a cold, murderous intent toward her, yet at some point, it transformed into a complicated entanglement of feelings, ultimately blossoming into a tender affection. So intricate. Far too intricate. Alas, what can I say? After all, my master has also fallen for him. As long as she finds happiness, the rest of us serpents remain indifferent. However, as time silently slips away, I discover something exceedingly peculiar. My master's visage has not altered in the slightest. Decades, even a century has passed, and time seems to have come to a standstill for her. Goodness, could it be that my master is granted eternal life? Would that mean she could forever accompany Kai? This thought fills me with unbridled joy. I shall no longer be forced to witness my master grow old, nor bear the gnawing solitude alone. Why has the atmosphere suddenly grown heavy? Is not eternal life the highest gift? For a serpent, death is the ultimate terror. Yet, my master implores that dark-haired lad to end her life with his own hands, then depart with her. Why? Why does my master not wish to remain with me eternally? Frankly, I fear being abandoned once more in the abyss of eternity. My master explains that if that dark-haired lad were to perish, she would have no ties to this world and would lose the desire to continue living. I cannot fully comprehend the weight of the bond she feels. A profound emotion that transcends my serpentine understanding. Yet, I sense that if she were to live endlessly, it would inflict upon her an anguish that runs deep into her very soul. If death is a release for her, then I, the serpent, willingly accept this eternal solitude. I watch as the ominous green light, a harbinger of death, pierces through her chest. She and that dark-haired lad embrace tightly, their breaths fading, ultimately sinking into eternal slumber together. I slide down from my master's gradually cooling wrist, traversing her delicate arm until I rest upon her shoulder. I inch closer, feeling the last remnants of warmth with my cold scales, gazing intently with my serpentine slit pupils at her countenance and the silhouette of the dark-haired lad beside her. I wish to engrave this visage deep within the innermost recesses of my soul. My attachment to this master is profound. She understands my nature and my yearning for freedom. Radiating warmth. I truly find it hard to let go. My cold lips gently press against her gradually cooling cheek as I greedily draw in the last vestiges of her essence that belong to this world. Extra Chapter 3. What if my wife has transformed into a man? Well, I shall handle him. Dumbledore was in the headmaster's office, feeding Fawkes, when the heavy wooden door suddenly swung open without warning. A golden figure, as agile as a fawn, darted into the room, crashing directly into the arms of the red-haired man, affectionately nuzzling against him. "Gellert!" Dumbledore exclaimed, his azure eyes widening in astonishment. The image of the golden-haired youth reflected clearly in his pupils. "What are you?" The white wizard found himself momentarily speechless, his thoughts swirling in confusion. Before him stood the very person he adored, yet transformed from middle age back into youthful form. Furthermore, why did this voice carry a hint of a flirtatious tone? "Al." Another soft and sweet call brushed against Dumbledore's heart like a feather. He lowered his head, gazing at the youth nestled in his embrace. At this stage, Gellert embodied all that was beautiful in his memories, radiant and fervent, encapsulating the madness and pure joy of his youth. "I'm here, Gellert," he responded gently, his fingers tenderly combing through the boy's brilliant golden hair. Al, a white-haired man, had just stepped into the headmaster's office, his footsteps halting in disbelief. He stared incredulously at Dumbledore, who was tightly embraced by a strange golden-haired youth, and in the blue depths of the white wizard's eyes, he saw a warmth and happiness that he hadn't witnessed in ages. Gellert's fury ignited in an instant, surpassing even his anger upon discovering Dumbledore's favoritism towards Scamander in the past. Albus Dumbledore. This thunderous roar jolted the two, immersed in warmth, back to reality. Dumbledore whipped around to face the doorway, where the dark wizard's signature mismatched eyes blazed with fury, as if he might hurl a ball of fierce fire at him any moment. "Gellert!" Dumbledore exclaimed in shock, hastily lowering his gaze to the youth in his arms. What in the world was happening with this Gellert? "Who the hell are you?" The dark wizard bellowed at the youth. "Daring to impersonate me? How dare you embrace Dumbledore? The golden-haired boy, embarrassed, slowly released his hold. He waved his hand in the air, and with a flicker of magical light, his mismatched eyes transformed back to clear blue, while the golden locks cascading from his shoulders grew until they flowed smoothly down to his waist. Those familiar blue eyes, coupled with a mischievous smile and such audacity, sent a shiver down Gellert's spine. Baelial Grindelwald? It's me, Fada, the boy replied, a hint of guilt lacing his voice. Belle? Dumbledore felt his mind grind to a halt. How did you turn into a boy? Merlin's beard. My adorable little Belle. How could you suddenly become a son and pull such a shocking prank? At that moment, a small green serpent slipped from the boy's sleeve, unfurling gracefully upon hitting the floor. The black robes billowed without wind, revealing a tall and elegant figure. Tom. We are as bewildered as you are, Tom calmly explained, his gaze sweeping over the slightly chaotic scene. We woke up this morning to find Belle had transformed. And then you came to tease Albus? Gellert spat through clenched teeth, his tone icy. Well, it's not quite that simple. Baelial's voice dwindled under his father's intense gaze. I just wanted to enhance my relationship with Daddy. So, what do you plan to do? Dumbledore rubbed his temples, striving to regain his composure as headmaster. Will you remain like this indefinitely? We don't know. Baelial shook his head. We'll have to take it one step at a time. Although it felt quite awkward at first being a boy, I'm getting used to it, and it feels fine. Despite knowing that the one he had just embraced was his daughter, Gellert's anger had not fully subsided. He took several steps toward Dumbledore, gritting his teeth as he demanded. Dumbledore, how could you not even recognize me? You mistook your own beloved? Gale, please calm down and allow me to explain. Dumbledore endeavored to pacify the furious dark wizard. As the tension in the headmaster's office escalated, Baelial discreetly tugged at Tom's sleeve, and the two swiftly slipped away from the battlefield. In the Slytherin common room, deep into the night, Baelial sensed for the 10th time that evening a peculiar, unsettling warmth in Tom's gaze. Unable to endure any longer, he closed the book in his hands and turned to the boy leaning beside him. What on earth are you staring at? Haven't you had your fill yet? Tom's eyes did not waver, but instead locked onto him with an intensity akin to a deep abyss, his voice low and resonant. Not enough. I could gaze upon you for a lifetime and still desire more. Baelial felt a rush of heat to his cheeks. Damn it, when did this guy become so flirtatious? He instinctively averted his gaze. Suddenly, a warm hand, imbued with undeniable strength, slipped unexpectedly into the partially opened collar of his robe, gliding beneath the fabric against his skin. What are you doing? Baelial recoiled as if scalded, his voice tinged with panic and caution. Yet Tom wore a serious expression, leaning forward as he contemplated aloud. I wonder how Dumbledore and Grindelwald fell in love. How would I know? Baelial snapped, swatting away the misbehaving hand. Are you not bound by blood magic? Tom probed, his eyes inquisitive. I was barely conscious during the blood pact. I can't recall those details. Baelial attempted to create some distance, but Tom's arm tightened around his waist like a vice, anchoring him in place. Perhaps, with an unsettling deliberation, Tom's other hand began to untie the sash of Baelial's robe, his voice husky and laced with a subtle seduction. Shall we explore this together? Baelial felt the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Had Tom awakened some peculiar attribute? Explore what? Baelial exclaimed, struggling fiercely to escape the perilous embrace. Yet the boy's strong grip rendered him immobile. Tom Riddle, I warn you. Baelial's voice carried genuine alarm as he pushed against Tom's chest. If you dare to act recklessly today, I will. Before he could finish, Tom swiftly subdued him. The intention unmistakable. That's not how one uses their backside. Baelial's voice rose in astonishment and embarrassment. For Merlin's sake, can't you be gentler? The common room was soon filled solely with the sounds of their bodies colliding and the boy's slightly ragged breaths. Extra Chapter 4. What to do if your wife turns male. Obviously, you handle him. After a night of absurdity, Baelial felt as if every bone in his body had been disassembled and reassembled. He laboriously propped himself up against the headboard, every muscle screaming with intense soreness, particularly in his lower back and thighs. When he attempted to rise, a sharp pain radiated from a sensitive area beneath him, causing him to gasp. What was worse? That damn male form had not reverted. Why isn't he a changed back? He lamented. In truth, maintaining a male form wasn't he entirely unappealing. Tom sat on the edge of the bed, gently kneading the sore muscles in Baelial's back. Easier said than done. Baelial nearly exploded, grinding his teeth in frustration. You're not the one suffering. Apologies, I may have gone a bit overboard last night. The boy rested his chin lightly on Baelial's shoulder, his voice laced with a languid satisfaction. But I didn't anticipate that even transformed into a boy, you would remain so captivating. Previously, such sweet nothings might have sent Baelial's heart racing. But after the intimate exchanges of the previous night, he was now filled with wariness and dread. The more beguiling the words, the harsher the actions. I really can't take this. Can you not show some understanding? He managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth. Very well, Tom replied, a barely discernible hint of suppressed regret in his tone. Baelial thought, what on earth is he regretting? Enough, he interrupted, irritated by the lingering tension. We have classes this afternoon, go fetch my clothes. Do you require my assistance, my dear? Get lost. After a strenuous battle with his weary limbs, Baelial finally managed to dress himself and set his feet on solid ground. However, it was evident that Merlin had no intention of granting him respite. When he opened the dormitory door, instead of the familiar corridor, he was met with a dark, unfamiliar alley exuding an air of antiquity. Is this a joke? Baelial mused. I must be opening the door incorrectly. He slammed the door shut, took a deep breath, and pushed it open once more. The strange alley stubbornly remained outside. Good job, Baelial said, his face devoid of expression as he glanced at Tom. It appears we have successfully traversed through time, with no other option at hand. The two were not ones to shy away from adversity. Whatever lay ahead, they would confront it head-on. Baelial exchanged a knowing glance with Tom, and without further ado, they stepped into the alley. The passage was not deep, and after only a few steps, the light at the end became increasingly visible. At that moment, Tom's hand suddenly pressed against Baelial's shoulder, signaling him to look at the weathered brick wall on the right. There, prominently displayed, was a wanted poster. The silver-haired man depicted bore his signature heterochromatic eyes, radiating a near-contemptuous pride, as if surveying the entire magical realm. The text on the poster was chilling. Wanted, Dark Wizard Gellert Grindelwald, for orchestrating multiple terrorist attacks and inciting rebellion among the wizarding community. Someone dares to openly defy the Pureblood Party? Baelial raised an eyebrow. Do they have a death wish? He leaned closer, scrutinizing the yellowed edges of the paper, which unmistakably pointed to the 1920s. Baelial. Tom's voice turned grave as his sharp gaze swept over Baelial's golden hair and blue eyes. We may have returned to a century ago. He paused, his tone adopting an undeniable caution. You must alter your appearance immediately. Otherwise, the moment you step out of this alley, you will be apprehended as the leader of the Pureblood Party. This is utterly fantastical. Baelial raked his fingers through his brilliant golden locks in frustration. First, he inexplicably transformed into a man. And now he finds himself in this wretched world a century in the past. What on earth is happening? A sharp snap echoed through the narrow alley. As magic surged, Baelial's hair changed to silver at a visible rate, his facial features subtly adjusting to form a handsome but unfamiliar visage devoid of flaws. Let us go? He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of thoughts, his silver hair glimmering faintly in the dim light. Since we are here, we might as well make the best of it. Merlin must have his reasons for placing us here. You're adapting quite swiftly, Tom remarked with a slight scoff. Of course, Baelial lifted his chin, striving to regain his customary composure, undeterred by the looming challenges ahead. Such is the essence of a leader. Is that so? Tom's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. But I recall someone from last night. Shut up. Baelial's ears flushed red as he sharply interrupted. All right then. The end of the alley did not lead them to the fog-laden streets of London, nor to the familiar pathways of Diagon Alley. Instead, they emerged into the bustling streets of New York. Good heavens, we jumped straight from England to America. The streets of New York were teeming with life, and amidst the throngs of bustling people hid numerous wizards skillfully blending in with muggles. Remember, a century ago, the American Ministry of Magic imposed strict regulations on wizards and magic. Baelial lowered his voice. You need to temper that temper of yours. Tom frowned slightly. A natural aversion to muggles causing discomfort, yet for the sake of his beloved, he suppressed his distaste, striving to accept their presence. Love indeed possesses a peculiar power, compelling one to completely surrender and willingly change for the other. Excuse me, a bashful man with a freckled face, clutching an old suitcase, accidentally bumped into Baelial, offering an apologetic smile. It was Mr. Scamander, and he appeared so youthful. A plot line had emerged. Baelial's heart tightened as he immediately grasped Tom's hand, silently trailing in the wake of Newt's figure. What line? Tom inquired, perplexed. Nothing, Baelial replied swiftly. As newcomers, we must find a place to settle, right? Let's follow him. Thus, the little badger was blissfully unaware of the two tails that had appeared behind him. Consequently, they witnessed Newt collide with a plump muggle, resulting in the muggle's suitcase crashing against Newt's cheek. Ultimately, the muggle mistakenly took Newt's suitcase filled with magical creatures and departed. How did he even graduate from Hogwarts? Tom, who had been observing from the shadows, couldn't help but ponder. Actually, he is a dropout, Baelial corrected. Why did you stop me just now? Tom inquired, looking at Baelial. Given your usual approach, I would have expected you to intervene. If we intervene now, it would disrupt the unfolding plot, making it significantly harder to locate the corresponding key wizard in this timeline, Baelial explained. However, we can kindly offer him a warning. With that, Baelial approached the still rubbing Newt. Hey, sir. I think you should know that the suitcase you originally had was taken by that muggle, and the one you are holding now belongs to him. Baelial pointed at the suitcase in Newt's arms. Upon hearing this, Newt's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly opened the suitcase, revealing it was filled to the brim with bread and pastries. Merlin's beard. He lamented, ruffling his disheveled curls. This is a catastrophe. Thank you for the warning, sir. Newt finally responded, turning to Baelial. I gather from your accent that you're from London? Are you also a wizard from Britain? Yes, sir. My boyfriend and I are here in America searching for family, Baelial replied, his tone tinged with the perfect amount of helplessness. But we don't have any leads and are utterly lost. Boyfriend? The little badger seemed quite surprised, his eyes widening at the revelation. It's all right, Newt. You'll encounter another gay in the future, and that one will leave a lasting impression. Just then, Tom stepped closer to Baelial. The youth's handsome visage bore an undeniable, chilling aura, reminiscent of something from the abyss. As Newt's gaze met the dark crimson of Tom's eyes, he instinctively felt a twinge of wariness, even a shiver down his spine. Yet, observing the youthful faces before him, Newt hesitated, and his innate kindness prevailed. I do have some acquaintances in America. Why don't you both accompany me? We can plan once we have news of your family. How does that sound? That's exactly what I was hoping to hear. However, Newt's voice dropped lower, laced with a hint of embarrassment. I must first retrieve my suitcase. It contains, magical creatures, as he seemed quite concerned about his peculiar fascination being discovered. Magical creatures? Baelial's blue eyes instantly sparkled with sincere interest. Oh my goodness, I adore magical creatures. That is wonderful. If possible, may I assist you in your search, sir? You too love magical creatures? Newt's eyes brightened, shyness dissipating somewhat. Merlin above, of course. Absolutely. Only then did he remember to ask. But I still don't know your name? I am Newt Scamander. He introduced himself. My name is Baelial Riddle, Baelial added, appending Tom's surname. Upon hearing his beloved naturally declare the name Riddle, the chill surrounding the Dark Lord seemed to ease slightly, and an obscure joy welled up within him. Tom Riddle. The youth followed suit with his introduction. That is my name. Extra Chapter 5. What to do if your wife is gender swapped. Of course, you handle it. Hey you. A sharp, commanding voice suddenly rang out. A woman with impeccably cropped hair, clad in a tailored silver coat, approached them briskly, exuding an undeniable authority. She stood directly before Newt, and before anyone could react, one gloved hand swiftly seized Newt by the collar, while the other almost simultaneously grasped Baelial's collar. As a faint magical aura emanated from the woman, Tom's eyes glinted coldly, immediately clutching Baelial's wrist. Pop! A subtle explosive sound echoed. The four figures vanished from sight in an instant. The next moment, they materialized at a dimly lit alleyway in New York. Just as Newt regained his footing, the woman forcefully slammed him against the cold brick wall. Tell me, did you just erase that muggle's memory? You did erase it, right? Her voice was deep and urgent, laden with an uncompromising inquiry. Muggle? Newt was bewildered by the unfamiliar term and the sudden circumstances. Those who are unaware of magic, those ignorant of it. The woman nearly shouted, speaking rapidly. Answer. Did you erase it or not? Oh, we call them muggles in our country. No. Merlin's beard. The woman despaired, covering her face with her hands. This is a dire situation. Do you have any idea how tense the magical community in America is right now? Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed her emotions, lowering her hands from her face, adopting a stern, businesslike demeanor, her piercing gaze fixated on Newt. Who are you? Her voice regained its composure, yet it radiated chill. Newt Scamander, Newt instinctively responded. Excellent, Mr. Scamander. The woman decisively produced a gleaming badge from her coat pocket. Flashing it before him, I officially arrest you in the name of the American Magical Congress. Wait, hold on, Newt stammered. Bewildered by the whirlwind of the arrest procedure, my suitcase was taken by mistake. This is that Muggle-S. No, that Muggle-S suitcase. He clumsily lifted the suitcase in his hand, attempting to explain. What exactly are you trying to say? The Auror woman furrowed her brow, clearly losing patience with Newt's jumbled expressions. What Mr. Scamander means is, Baelial interjected at the opportune moment, his tone clear. The suitcase he currently holds belongs to that Muggle gentleman. Mr. Scamander's own suitcase, filled with magical creatures, was mistakenly taken by that Muggle gentleman. What? The Auror's face drained of color, her voice rising in shock and panic. What did you just say? A suitcase filled with magical creatures? In the hands of a Muggle? She abruptly turned to Newt, her eyes blazing. Mr. Scamander, you must return with me immediately. Her tone was unequivocal. Then, she quickly glanced at Baelial and Tom. You two must come along as well, as witnesses to the incident. Wait, I believe it's more urgent to find Newt. He finally managed to squeeze out half a sentence, trying to convey the critical need to retrieve the creatures. However, before he could finish, The Aura woman's hand had once more seized Newt's arm with fierce strength. No need for further discussion, we leave now. Accompanied by yet another irresistible force and sudden tug. Pop. The subtle explosive sound echoed once more. The four figures vanished from the quiet alleyway again. American Ministry of Magic. Hall. It was Baelial's first time stepping into this place. Quite spectacular, he whispered to Tom. It's all right, Tom replied, casting a casual glance around. But it pales in comparison to Newmontgard. Certainly, the glimmer of unabashed pride in Baelial's eyes reflected her belief that Newmontgard was unparalleled. Just then, Miss Goldstein, a house elf responsible for operating the elevator, attempted to ingratiate herself but was sharply interrupted by the woman. To the Department of Criminal Investigation. This gentleman has violated Clause 3A. Her tone brooked no argument. The little elf sighed and promptly operated the elevator. As it ascended smoothly, the cramped space felt somewhat oppressive. Suddenly, the woman recalled something and turned to Baelial, inquiring, "Where is your wand permit?" Baelial was momentarily at a loss for words. "What about the American magical passport?" Her gaze swept over to Tom, who merely scratched his nose in response. "Good." The Auror's tone carried a hint of bureaucratic coldness. "You two have also violated Clause 3A. Observing the somewhat pitiful expressions on their faces, she softened slightly, lowering her voice. "Considering your status as minors, the penalties will be lenient." Her gaze then shifted sharply to Newt. "Mr. Scamander, you are different. You are willfully in violation." Newt simply responded with a muted acknowledgement. The crisp chime of the elevator bell signaled their arrival, and the door slid open. The woman led the trio into a spacious and bustling office. The wizards, previously engaged in heated discussions, halted and redirected their attention to the unexpected intruders. Baelial's gaze swiftly scanned the crowd, locking onto her target, Percival Graves, or rather, the figure expertly portrayed by Gellert Grindelwald. The silver-haired youth's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. "Another encounter, Fada, after a century. Is that the Minister of Magic, Grindelwald?" Tom's voice, a whisper, brushed past her ear, laced with certainty. Baelial raised an eyebrow in surprise. "How do you know?" "Magical fluctuations," Tom replied, his eyes sharp as he analyzed. "Though he hides it well, I am particularly attuned to the powers of dark wizards." Across the office, the imposter Graves conversed with others. Yet his brow instinctively furrowed. His deep, night-like eyes swept over the crowd and landed precisely on the unfamiliar silver-haired boy. Despite it being their first meeting, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him, particularly drawn to those clear blue eyes. "Madam Chairwoman, this gentleman," the woman began eagerly, attempting to report. Miss Goldstein, Salvatina Pitquery, the chair of the American Magical Congress, turned, her tone tinged with annoyance at the interruption. "You know this office only addresses significant international matters. But Madam Chair, this is truly urgent." Goldstein, Pitquery's voice was clear and unyielding. "You are no longer an Auror." Her words underscored Tina's demotion. "Madam Chair, it is genuinely pressing." The woman implored, her voice filled with urgency. Goldstein, Pitquery raised her voice slightly, her impatience unmistakable. "Apologies for the interruption," the woman deflated, her eyes dimming. She turned helplessly, signaling for Newt to follow her out. As Baelial pivoted, she cast a deep, meaningful glance back at Graves. After they had distanced themselves from the office, Newt stole a sidelong glance at the despondent woman beside him. "I still do not know your name." "Tina," she replied softly, weariness etched in her voice. "Tina Goldstein." Baelial and Tom walked a few paces behind, whispering to each other. "Why didn't you acknowledge him?" Tom asked in a lowered voice, referring to Grindelwald. "Isn't he the pivotal wizard you mentioned?" "Direct recognition would be rather dull," Baelial replied, a playful smile curving her lips as she met Tom's slightly bewildered gaze. At this moment, Fada's ambitions are vast enough to engulf the world. Anyone or anything could become a pawn in his game, even Daddy. Moreover, his current ideology is frighteningly radical. Only by enticing the prey to willingly step into the trap, the silver-haired youth's blue eyes sparkled with excitement. Do I stand a chance to reshape the deeply entrenched obsessions in his mind? Tom raised an eyebrow. "So, the current contest has become a duel between two Grindelwalds? I am quite eager to see who emerges victorious." Baelial looked back at him. "What do you think?" Tom chuckled lightly, an air of mischief and unwavering loyalty in his tone. "Hard to say. Both of you are masters of manipulation. However," he asserted confidently, "you will always hold the title of the most formidable in my heart." Upon exiting the hall of the American Magical Congress, Newt expressed his anxiety to Tina. "Our immediate priority is to locate the muggle who took the wrong case. The consequences of him opening it could be dire." Tina covered her face with her hands, inhaling deeply. "You are right. In my eagerness to reclaim my Auror status, I nearly overlooked this critical matter." She turned to the two young men behind her. "And you?" "We promised Mr. Scamander we would help him retrieve the case," Baelial asserted resolutely. "Very well." Tina regarded the silver-haired youth with a penetrating gaze. I hope you two little ones do not encounter any mishaps in the process. Rest assured, Miss Goldstein. Tom replied with a smile, though his eyes betrayed an unexpected maturity. The quartet navigated through the bustling streets of New York, their eyes scanning each corner with meticulous care. Soon, a congested crowd ahead caught their attention. They pushed their way through, discovering the street had been torn up, revealing a massive, serpentine trail glimmering faintly under the dappled sunlight. Baelial bent down to pick up a dirt-streaked feather, the blue-violet plume shimmering with iridescence in the sunlight. It is a bird snake. It could only be a bird snake. Oh, Merlin. They have escaped. Newt lamented, exhaling in frustration. On the bright side, Baelial clapped a hand on Newt's shoulder. At least we have found a lead. They couldn't have fled far. They must be nearby. The critical task now is to locate that muggle. The badger-like youth nodded in dejection. The four approached the most severely damaged building. Hey, you there. The plump policeman began, but was cut off by Tina's confounding charm, which enveloped the entire curious crowd. Ah, as expected from a former Auror, Baelial raised an eyebrow, revealing her political acumen. We should find a time to recruit her into the purity party. Tom merely lifted a hand, his fingertips twitching, and a thick fog began to billow from all directions, swiftly shrouding the entirety of New York City. A silent spell? Tina gasped in disbelief, casting a bewildered glance at the dark-haired youth. Elementary, the Dark Lord replied nonchalantly, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Tina hurried over to Newt's side, whispering, Who exactly are they? A silent spell is already exceedingly difficult to master, let alone on such a citywide scale. Equally astonished, Newt shook his head. I am unclear. They only mentioned coming from Britain, seeking relatives in America. Seeking relatives? Given their demeanor and power, they must be purebloods, right? Could this be part of the British ministry's plan to infiltrate the American Magical Congress? At that moment, Newt's urgency to locate the muggle and the magical creature drove him to hasten his steps, catching up with Baelial and Tom. Cautiously, Newt pushed open a precarious door, revealing a scene of utter chaos. The entire room had suffered severe damage. The walls bore gaping holes, sunlight streaming through the openings and casting mottled shadows on the floor. As soon as Newt stepped inside, he spotted the portly muggle curled up in a corner. He gasped and rushed forward, checking for signs of breath, feeling relieved when he detected the faintest hint of life, helping the muggle to sit upright. He was startled to find a gruesome bite mark on the side of the man's neck, the wound already turning dark. What bit him? Tina inquired urgently. It was a bite from a murtlap, Newt replied, his tone slightly evasive. It's nothing serious. A bite from this rodent merely causes a mild fever and some nausea. Are you certain, Mr. Scamander? Bellatrix interjected, her voice laced with skepticism. I seem to recall that the book mentioned it could potentially be fatal in severe cases. Newt. Tina shot a disapproving glare at Newt and extended her hand to help support the plump muggle. Oh dear, the muggle mumbled, slowly opening his eyes. I feel so dizzy. Am I dreaming? I saw so many bizarre things, including a snake with wings. You'll soon forget all of this, Mr. Muggle, Tina said softly, struggling to steady him. When they found this muggle gentleman, they also discovered a murtlap that had escaped. The senior badger swiftly stuffed the chattering creature into the magical creature case. At that moment, Tom, who had been leaning against the wall, spoke coldly, his gaze still fixed on the street. There are some individuals with strong magical signatures approaching. They appear to be Aurors. If you wish to avoid a visit to the Magical Congress of the United States, it would be best to leave now. Follow me. Tina decisively gripped her wand and pulled Newt along. Tom and Bellatrix quickly grasped Newt's arm as well. In an instant, the five of them twisted out of sight, vanishing without a trace. They suddenly materialized inside a residence protected by the Fidelius charm. Let us stay at my home for the time being. There's nowhere else to go, Tina said. Before she could finish her sentence, a woman with golden curls peeked out from the kitchen. Is there a guest, sister? Yes. Queenie. Tina helped the muggle sit at the dining table while Newt retrieved a remedy for murtlap bites from his pocket and applied it to the wound on the gentleman's neck. The muggle, rubbing his forehead, was presented with a delicate plate of pastries. He looked up, blinking, and gazed dreamily at Queenie, who was preparing dinner with magic. Her radiant golden hair accentuated her fair skin, and her deep green eyes seemed to speak, stirring the softest affections within him. Realizing he had been staring, the muggle blushed and lowered his head. Oh, darling, it's quite all right. Every man who sees me for the first time has such thoughts, Queenie smiled gently. This is my sister, Queenie Goldstein, Tina introduced. Jacob Kowalski, that's my name. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kowalski, the golden-haired beauty replied, her words imbued with charm. At the dining table, only the two starry-eyed young people exchanged words, while the other four remained silent, munching on bread. After dinner, Jacob retired early. Since the bite had left him dizzy, sleep indeed aided his recovery. Tina instructed Queenie to take care of the muggle and not let him wander off, while she and Newt headed out with the others to search for the remaining magical creatures. Perhaps it was the strength in numbers or the plot's momentum, but they quickly gathered all the lost beings and returned them one by one to Newt's case. By the time they returned to Tina's home, it was already dawn, the eastern sky lightening with the first blush of day. Though all the escaped magical creatures were safely back in the case, Newt remained restless, insisting on checking once more. Curious about it all, Jacob followed Newt into the case, while Bellatrix, equally fond of magical creatures, joined as well. Tom, though uninterested, trailed behind. However, when the four of them finished exploring this little world and stepped back out, they found themselves in the very center of the Congress of the United States Chamber. Newt and Jacob looked around in panic at the crowd's gaze, their shock turning to disbelief as they caught sight of a somewhat sheepish Tina standing nearby. Bellatrix caught a playful glance from Graves, lifting her head to meet his gaze. "Damn it, forget the plot. This is a disaster," Tom whispered in his ear. "And what of it?" Bellatrix replied nonchalantly, "We aren't trapped." Hearing his lover's response, the Dark Lord's lips curled into a faint smile. "Mr. Scamander?" Graves' voice resonated from the podium, imbued with undeniable authority. Newt cautiously cast a glance at the Minister of Magic and replied softly, "Yes, sir." "Scamander? Theseus Scamander? The war hero?" interjected Momo Watson, a representative of the International Wizarding Federation. "No, this is his brother." "May I ask what brings you to New York, Mr. Scamander?" Another representative inquired. I came to purchase a Murtlap, Minister." Newt's voice wavered slightly under pressure. "Enough, Mr. Scamander," Chairwoman Pickweary said impatiently, glancing at Jacob. "And who is this Goldstein?" "Jacob Kowalski. He.s. a muggle bitten by Mr. Scamander's magical creature," Tina explained. A cacophony erupted in the chamber, panic and anger rippling through the representatives. "A muggle? Has he been given a memory charm? Quick, cast the charm on him. Muggles aren't welcome here." Jacob appeared bewildered by the wizard's accusations, scanning the faces in the gallery, which held expressions of scorn, fear, and rage. At that moment, Newt noticed a spectral projection of a Muggle's soul hovering above the illusion of a Muggle corpse. "Merlin's beard," he murmured, his complexion turning pale. "Do you know which creature is responsible for this, Mr. Scamander?" Ms. Zhou, a representative of the International Wizarding Federation, asked. Newt stepped forward, scrutinizing the deceased's wounds. "It was a Murtlap that caused this." A murmur spread through the crowd. "A Murtlap? How is that possible? A Murtlap has appeared in America?" A flicker of shock crossed Graves' eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "Please don't exaggerate, Mr. Scamander," Chairwoman Pickweary frowned. "There are no Murtlaps in America." "Fudge, Voldemort will not return." "Seize that case, Graves." Pickweary slightly turned her head to instruct the minister beside her and arrest them. "Those two boys as well." Tina hurriedly stepped in front of Bellatrix and Tom. "Wait, Chairwoman. These two children are innocent. They merely came to America to find family." "Find family? You expect us to believe such an excuse? It seems wise to have removed you from the Auror ranks, Goldstein." Graves extended his right hand, fingers gradually closing together, causing Newt's case to slip from his grasp and soar toward him. "Wait, no, they aren't dangerous creatures. Don't harm them." Newt attempted to seize the case, but an invisible force held him in place. Yet, just as the case was halfway to Graves, it suddenly halted in midair and then flew back into Bellatrix's hands. Graves rose in astonishment, immediately casting a silent binding spell toward her. The silver-haired youth merely waved his hand, effortlessly dispelling the spell. The two forces collided violently in the air, creating a deafening sound, and the intense magical backlash sent the crowd in the gallery tumbling. The elite wizards present instinctively drew their wands, but as soon as their tips began to glow, they were knocked to the ground by a surge of powerful magic emanating from Tom's palm. In an instant, the entire chamber erupted in chaos, wands scattered across the floor. Merlin, Tina, and Newt were left speechless, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. "Who on earth are you?" Chairwoman Pickweary demanded, feigning calmness, although her voice trembled slightly. "Tom Riddle." The youth with raven locks and crimson eyes stated his name with an eerie calmness that sent shivers down the spine. The silver-haired boy's lips curled into a subtle smile as he waved his right hand, transforming his silvery mane into resplendent golden locks. His features shifted accordingly, ultimately settling into a visage strikingly reminiscent of Gellert Grindelwald. The audience fell into a profound silence, only to erupt into gasps of disbelief. Under the incredulous gazes of those present, the golden-haired youth beamed a radiant, audacious smile. "Baelial Grindelwald." "Grindelwald?" Graves murmured to himself, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. "How could this be possible?" "Grindelwald." A wizard cried out in shock, wondering if he was part of Gellert Grindelwald's faction. Had the Pureblood Party infiltrated the American Ministry of Magic? I have no interest in you parasites, gentlemen. Baelial's fingertips flicked, and azure flames surged forth, encircling Newt and his companions with an ominous intensity. The deadly heat emanating from the flames stifled any approach from the surrounding wizards. A fire shield? Who on earth is he? Graves fixated on the flickering blue flames, astonishment etched on his face. Through the layers of fire, he felt the piercing gaze of the youth fixed upon him, as sharp as a blade. It was no wonder the American magical community was stagnant and riddled with flaws. They clung to their ignorant fantasies rather than heeding the judgment of professionals. The American wizards present were flushed with embarrassment, yet none dared to step into the fiery circle. The youth snapped his fingers, and the blue flames erupted skyward, consuming everyone within the circle. In an instant, the fire transformed into a flurry of azure butterflies, and the individuals engulfed in the flames vanished without a trace. Graves stepped toward the charred remnants in the hall's center, and in that moment, he heard the youth's clear whisper, "I await your arrival, Mr. Grindelwald. Extra 8, still too indolent to name it. In front of the Chinese Embassy in America, New York." By Merlin's beard, the side effects of cross-border apparition left Tina, Newt, and Jacob pale and nearly unsteady on their feet. Newt gazed at the composed expressions of the other two and couldn't help but exclaim, "Your magical prowess is beyond comprehension, but even your physical resilience is astounding. We cannot return to my home. They will surely search for us. We must find a safe place," Tina said, struggling against nausea. She lifted her gaze and suddenly spotted the glimmering emblem of the Chinese embassy above the eaves. "Oh my," Jacob murmured, "is this the Chinese embassy? Rest assured, everyone. This place is safe," Baelial declared with confidence. After a brief moment to regain their composure, the group stepped into the embassy's foyer. "What brings you to the Chinese embassy in America?" Tom whispered. "This is unfamiliar territory. Do you really think these muggles will assist us?" "You underestimate the hospitality of Chinese muggles," Baelial replied with a wink and a smile. At the reception desk stood a quintessential Chinese woman with black hair and dark eyes, exuding poise. After organizing her documents, she looked up to find a remarkably handsome golden-haired youth smiling at her. "Oh, sir, can I assist you?" Her demeanor was impeccable, yet the shadow of unease lingered in her dark eyes. The 1920s were a tumultuous time for China, and it was no wonder that even when facing foreigners, the sense of inferiority remained. "Greetings, miss," Baelial responded in clear Mandarin. "My friends and I have come to America to seek family, but we currently find ourselves without relatives or a place to stay. Might we be permitted to reside in the embassy temporarily? We will compensate accordingly." "My goodness, you speak Chinese," the woman exclaimed, astonished, yet as she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears. "Of course, sir." She seldom encountered foreigners who treated her with such respect and equality. For the first time, someone engaged her with genuine sincerity. "Please do not be saddened, Mississippi." Baelial clasped his hands together and then opened his palms, revealing a stunning blue rose that bloomed quietly. Such beautiful eyes should not shed tears. Thank you," she stammered, struggling to contain her emotions, her voice quivering. She quickly composed herself, donning a professional smile as she led Baelial and his companions to an available room. Though she knew she should not engage too deeply with guests, she could not help but be intrigued by this youth, who was unlike any foreigner she had ever encountered. He displayed no disdain, scorn, or even pity towards China. Rather, his eyes radiated pride and hope. Why would there be pride and hope? What was he proud of? She had no answers, yet those beautiful blue eyes inexplicably bestowed upon her a sense of strength. After escorting the guests to their room, just as Baelial was about to close the door, she finally voiced her burning question. "Do you believe China still has hope?" "Certainly," the youth replied without hesitation, his gaze steadfast and warm. "A hopeful nation cannot lack heroes. A promising country cannot be without pioneers. Please look back. Does China not possess a group of individuals tirelessly striving for a brighter tomorrow?" With a safe haven finally established, Newt, Tina, and Jacob could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "This was truly perilous," Newt remarked, looking at Baelial, his voice gradually lowering. "I never expected you to be a Grindelwald." "Seeking family? Seeking family," Tina exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You don't mean your relative is Gellert Grindelwald, do you?" "Correct." Tina and Newt, mic drop. "Don't cue us. Then you're not like those lunatics who kill indiscriminately in the name of greater good, are you?" Tina's voice tightened. "My ideals, like his, are for a greater good, yet our methods differ entirely," Baelial replied calmly. "I do not endorse radical measures, nor will I achieve my goals through the sacrifice of innocence." Though his words eased the tension on their faces slightly, the weight in their hearts remained. Grindelwald was a master of manipulation. Who could tell if his words were genuine or deceitful? "Wait, what Grindelwald? What are you all talking about?" Jacob asked, his face a mask of confusion. Newt faltered, unsure of how to explain Grindelwald's philosophies and actions to a muggle. "Do you know William Christian Whiteling, Mr. Kowalski?" A German theorist of social reform? Baelial inquired. Oh, Jacob's eyes lit up. I know him. He is regarded as a utopian socialist and an early advocate of the workers' movement. Precisely. Grindelwald's radicalism is roughly on par with Whiteling's. Ah, I see. Jacob scratched his head. So, does that mean Grindelwald is actually a political leader? An idealist dedicated to social change? One could say so. Baelial replied cheerfully, though his methods can sometimes be overly extreme. Tina and Newt, silent exchange of glances. Though they didn't fully grasp the discussion, they sensed the conversation veering towards something monumental. Tom cast a sidelong glance at Baelial, his expression one of incredulity. Does your father know how you are promoting him? Those who are unaware might genuinely think Grindelwald is a noble revolutionary with a spirit of sacrifice. It would be best to fetch Queenie as well, lest we encounter further mishaps, Baelial said, rising to his feet and scanning Newt and the others. Tom and I will go retrieve Queenie. You three remain here and do not move. Tina opened her mouth as if to say something, but was interrupted by Tom's cold voice. With all due respect, Miss Goldstein, your abilities here would only serve as a hindrance to Baelial and me. The former Auror lowered her head in frustration. It's quite all right, Tina. The senior badger whispered reassuringly. They were never ordinary individuals to begin with. Remember, Baelial solemnly cautioned, do not leave this place until we return. The Ministry of Magic has likely issued a warrant for our capture. With that, Baelial and Tom's figures vanished from the room. How could they possess such formidable magical prowess at their age? As for the Grindelwald family, what of that riddle? Tina pondered aloud. I do not know. The two figures quietly materialized in a secluded alleyway in New York. Senior, you go fetch Queenie from the embassy. I must seek someone, Baelial stated. Seek someone? Who? Grindelwald? Tom inquired. Not my father, but Credence, Aberforth's son. Aberforth's son? Tom raised an eyebrow slightly. Where shall I find you later? The blond youth chuckled softly, his fingertip gently tapping Tom's forehead, the icy touch causing the dark-haired boy to shiver slightly. Have you forgotten, Senior? My mark resides within your soul. Baelial's voice held a teasing tone. You can use it to locate me. Very well, the Dark Lord replied in a low voice. As his words faded, their figures once again dissolved into the dim alleyway. Extra Chapter 9, Nameless. The streets of New York teemed with humanity. The blond youth navigated the crowd with ease. Yet none realized how closely his visage resembled that of Grindelwald on the wanted posters scattered throughout the city. Under the influence of a confundus charm, Baelial effortlessly eluded all pursuing Aurors. This great city of New York shone with the brilliance of human ingenuity. The theaters, automobiles, radios, and electric lights dazzled the senses, as if enchanted by a witch's spell. Yet where there is light, shadows abound. Dear friends, a sinister force lurks in the corners of our city, poised to wreak havoc and vanish without a trace. At such a moment, we must rise to arms and join us, Second Salem, to fight alongside us. For the sake of our society and nation, we must eradicate all aberrant wizards. A middle-aged woman with short black hair passionately addressed the crowd, distributing flyers and fervently urging people to join the anti-wizard organization, Second Salem. Her eyes burned with near-paranoid fervor, every word and gesture betraying an extreme loathing and rejection of the wizarding community. Mother, a girl with golden curls timidly approached her. The woman turned, catching sight of the nearly untouched flyers in the girl's hand, her voice suddenly sharp. Haven't you finished distributing them? What on earth are you doing, Chastity Bibb Berman? Can't you even manage this simple task? Her harsh reprimand caused the girl to tremble slightly. The girl's lips moved, yet no sound emerged. Passers-by cast curious glances, for it is human nature to gawk. The woman shot the girl a fierce glare, but ultimately said nothing more. Baelial stood quietly to the side, taking everything in. At last, he had found Mary Lou Bibb Berman, Credence's adoptive mother. Now that he had located her, Credence could not be far behind. Where is Credence? Mary Lou hurriedly inquired, yanking the girl's arm as she walked briskly. Her strides were so large that Chastity nearly had to jog to keep up. He is still distributing flyers. I fear no one will take them. A freak, who would want to be near him? The woman's words dripped with unabashed disdain and rejection. It's time to return home. Anyone who fails to arrive on time will face the usual punishment. The two hastily approached a dilapidated house, oblivious to the fact that someone was quietly following them. As usual, Credence was the last to arrive home. He always had the most flyers to distribute, and the task was overwhelming. He was expected not only to finish the flyers, but also to return on time, which was an impossible demand. Credence Bibb Berman, you're late again. Mary Lou brandished a ruler, tapping it on the table with each word. The children sat silently at the dining table, heads bowed as they consumed thin porridge and stale bread, not one of them looking up at Credence. In this household, punishment had long since become commonplace. The boy with neatly kept short black hair extended a trembling hand. His palm bore numerous scars, some of which were only just beginning to heal, despite having endured abuse since childhood. He could not suppress the fear that gripped him in the presence of his adoptive mother. Crack, crack. The ruler came down again and again, wielded by someone who showed no mercy. New wounds layered upon old, gradually splitting open and seeping blood, staining the ruler and dampening his palm. "You're the spawn of a freak wizard," Mary Lou muttered under her breath as she struck him. After the punishment concluded, Credence silently took a seat at the edge of the dining table. His hand trembled as he clutched the spoon, struggling to bring the thin porridge to his lips. "After you've rested, you'll go back out to distribute flyers." In a corner unnoticed, a patterned golden snake coiled quietly upon a beam, its crimson-slit pupils coldly observing all that transpired. "Sir, please consider the Second Salem Organization." A tall man waved his hand dismissively, hurrying away, rejecting him. Credence gazed at the nearly untouched flyers in his hands, biting his lip. Not a single one had been given out. He would surely face another beating tonight. "Could I have one?" Suddenly, a clear youthful voice echoed in his ear. Of course, he instinctively replied, but when he looked up, he found no one beside him. "Could I have one?" The voice rang out again, this time seemingly from afar. Was it a figment of my imagination? Or had a wizard sought me out? Credence instinctively clutched the flyers closer to his chest. The only wizard he knew was Graves, the American Minister of Magical Security. That man had once offered him a moment of warmth, caressing his cheek and saying that if he found the Obscurus, he would become a savior in the eyes of wizards. Having suffered abuse and neglect throughout his childhood, this was the first time he felt the kindness of another. The outstretched olive branch. He instinctively grasped onto this lifeline with such desperation that even as it cut into him, drawing blood, he would not let go. "Are you a wizard?" he whispered, his voice laced with hesitation and hope. "Follow me, come this way." The voice did not answer directly, but clearly guided him toward a dark alley in the distance. Curiosity, after all, is the nature of youth. Credence followed the voice into the alley, where he found two figures standing. One, a boy with black hair and red eyes, leaned against the wall with crossed arms, his expression indifferent. The other, a blond boy with blue eyes, stood in the center of the alley, smiling at him. "Were you calling for me just now?" Credence asked. "Yes," the blond boy replied gently. "Are you a wizard?" "Indeed, and we are family." "Family?" Mr. Graves had mentioned that wizards are all family. No. Baelial stepped forward, his cool fingertips brushing against the warm nape of his neck. "We are family, in the literal sense of the word." Credence blinked in confusion. "Still processing, what?" "I am your family, Credence. Your original name is Aurelius Dumbledore. We are kin by blood." The boy remained dazed, while Baelial extended his right hand, his fingertip releasing a crimson thread that gently wove into Credence's heart. "This is blood magic. Only those bound by blood can be connected by this red thread. You have a family now, Aurelius." The blond boy gently embraced him. It was only upon feeling that warmth that Aurelius seemed to awaken, trembling as he returned the embrace. The Dark Lord, observing from the side, found this scene particularly irksome. Though he knew Baelial was merely winning hearts, this display of intimacy still stirred discontent within him. Tom closed his eyes, choosing not to watch any longer. He tilted his head slightly but suddenly stiffened, his gaze sharpening as he focused on the depths of the alley. Just as Baelial had predicted, by laying down bait, the prey would surely walk into the trap. Extra Chapter 10, Still Nameless. The term family is commonplace and ordinary for most, yet for Aurelius, it is a concept both foreign and nearly luxurious. Since his birth, he has never laid eyes upon his parents, nor does he possess any knowledge of them, as though he were utterly detached from this world, neither arriving nor departing with it. Subsequently, Mary Lou Bael took him in. The young boy once naively believed he had finally found a home and family. Little did he know, this was merely the beginning of a relentless nightmare. Mary Lou harbored an almost obsessive hatred towards the wizarding community, coupled with an overpowering need for control. She unleashed all her personal grievances upon her adopted children, subjecting them to incessant mental and physical torment. Tragically, she suspected that Aurelius bore the blood of a wizard, thus rendering her cruelty towards him particularly merciless. Growing up in an environment stifled by oppression and devoid of love, the boy's body quietly nurtured the presence of his alter ego, Mermoran. If Credence is perceived as a freak in the eyes of ordinary people, then Aurelius is an outcast among wizards. He finds no refuge in either group. In this vast expanse of existence, there is no place for him to belong. Until one day, Graves revealed to him that he was a wizard, and that if he could locate Mermoran, the wizards would embrace and appreciate him. The raven-haired youth was unclear about what he truly yearned for: the recognition of wizards, the compassion of strangers, or even a mere glimmer of love bestowed upon him. He did not know. Graves filled his heart with a gentle poison. The boy, like a moth drawn to a flame, savored the sweetness in the man's palm, unwilling to let a single drop escape. The pity reflected in Graves' eyes sent shivers down his spine, yet he found it intoxicating. He swallowed every ounce of sweetness whole. But unbeknownst to him, he had already been ensnared by this gentle poison, dragging him into an abyss. Do I truly merely seek the acceptance of wizards? Do I genuinely yearn for the admiration of humanity? Do I simply wish to become the so-called savior? The hollow ache within him silently suggested otherwise. Yet, he dared not rebel. He feared that if he resisted, the warmth and sweetness that Graves offered would vanish completely. At this moment, a pair of warm hands cradled his shattered heart, softly caressing each scar. Where the fingertips roamed, old wounds gradually healed, as if they had never existed. We are family. Aurelius, family. This word was enough to draw him toward the flames. What he truly longed for was never admiration or reverence, but rather that ordinary yet warm love that belongs to family. Baelial grasped his wrist, his fingertips lightly tapping against Aurelius's palm. The ghastly scars vanished in an instant. You have already encountered a wizard, have you not? Baelial inquired softly. Yes, Aurelius replied, his voice barely above a whisper. He is Percival Graves, the head of the American Magical Security Department. The head of security? What does Mr. Graves wish you to do? He said that if I find Mer Moran, I will become a savior in the eyes of wizards. Aurelius, Mer Moran is the dark matter born from the extreme oppression of young wizards. In other words, it is the self-preservation that erupts when one is on the brink of collapse. Aurelius's pupils quivered slightly. Self-preservation? It was the first time he had heard anyone describe Mer Moran in such a manner. There was no disgust, no pity, no rejection, but rather a unique appreciation, like a traveler marveling at the resilience of a pine tree clinging to a precipice or praising the lone plum blossom blooming in the snow. Yet, it is undeniable that Mer Moran harbors astonishing destructive power. Perhaps the head of security seeks to exploit this power to achieve his own ends. Every wizard possessing Mer Moran has experienced a childhood akin to yours, Aurelius. Born into despair, yet bursting forth with tenacious vitality. Would you wish to see Mr. Graves manipulate others like you? Would you want to witness someone tearing open another's wounds merely for their own gain? Aye. Aurelius, you are a good child, are you not? Kind and resilient. What you have always desired is not the empty reverence and admiration, but love, a simple, warm love from friends and family. And now, you have found it. How will you choose? Aurelius's eyes flickered with struggle, but ultimately, he turned to the blond youth and resolutely declared, I choose you. Baelial smiled gently, enveloping Aurelius in a comforting embrace. The golden-haired boy lifted his gaze to meet the silent gaze of the raven-haired youth leaning against the wall, both corners of their mouths curving into a faint, shared smile. Having observed this spectacle for so long, it is time to reveal ourselves, is it not? Baelial suddenly called out. From the depths of the dim alley, clear footsteps echoed, and Aurelius instinctively tightened his grip on Baelial's shoulder. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was none other than the head of the security department, Graves. Mr. Graves? However, Graves paid no heed to the astonished Aurelius, instead fixing his gaze squarely on Baelial. You claim your surname is Grindelwald, but I suspect it is merely a tactic to intimidate the Ministry of Magic, Graves remarked coldly. You are a Dumbledore, I presume, a descendant of that esteemed professor. A Dumbledore, who espouses the power of love, yet masters the art of manipulation. Graves seemed to see the shadow of Dumbledore in the boy before him, the lover of his youth, the old flame he had parted ways with over a decade ago. He advanced step by step, his expression growing increasingly grim. You dare to boast of being a Grindelwald? Humph. Mr. Dumbledore, do you think Albus Dumbledore would mourn for you? Graves' words brimmed with fury, tinged with an undercurrent of grievance. He abruptly drew his wand, sparks flying from its tip, only to be interrupted by the boy's swift action. The golden-haired youth conjured a thread of crimson that surged straight into Graves' chest. I told you, my surname is Grindelwald, Fada. Graves stood frozen, staring down at the red thread embedded in his chest, then lifting his gaze to the line connecting him to the boy, his pupils constricted in shock. You are not the leader of the Pure Blood Party, he stammered, struggling to articulate a complete thought. I am the child of you and Professor Albus Dumbledore. Impossible. He immediately retorted, though his tone was laced with doubt. Albus and I have never had a child. In that moment, he too began to question himself. What if this child had been created by some means devised by Albus? Yes, he assured himself, he had done nothing. It must have been Albus. And thus he successfully convinced himself. What do you mean, never? Baelial chimed in with a smirk. I was born in 1899, and now I am still nestled within your chest. Treasured like a gem, Gellert Grindelwald. You are the Blood Pact. How is that possible? Grindelwald instinctively touched the small vial resting against his chest through the fabric. Hey, still in disbelief? On July 21st, 1899, you and Professor Dumbledore forged the Blood Pact in the barn, and then you fervently kissed. Stop. Enough already. I believe you are the Blood Pact. A flush crept across Grindelwald's face, wishing he could immediately cover the mouth of this unfortunate child. But how can you take human form? Your true essence is right here. Because I am not the blood pact of this era. I hail from the future. Nearly a century ahead. Extra Chapter 11, Untitled. The future? Is it time magic? Gellert inquired. Sort of, though we were compelled to undertake this journey through time and space. The flicker of anger within Gellert began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of frustration. If you are indeed my son, why do you seek to thwart my plans? You should understand that the greater good is the ideal I have pursued my entire life. Because Baelial's ideals are the same as yours, yet his methods are entirely different. Tom approached Baelial, seemingly nonchalantly brushing aside the hand that Aurelius had firmly placed on the boy's shoulder. Instinctively, Aurelius yielded space to Tom. The Dark Lord cast a sidelong glance at him, seemingly approving of his compliance. Different means? Gellert let out a derisive snicker. Don't tell me he, like Dumbledore, is deluded by the so-called power of love. Yes, I indeed believe in the power of love. Furthermore, I must inform you, Fada, that your methods are excessively radical and destined for failure. Impossible. In revolutionary ideology, Gellert never compromises. I strive for wizards to walk openly under the sun. For the future of our entire race. My approach is infallible. My compatriots share the same dream, and we shall undoubtedly succeed. As for the power of love, is it akin to Dumbledore, cowering in that dilapidated school, afraid to confront me? Revolution is inherently about violently overthrowing the old order. Where is the room for tenderness? Yet in the future, Baelial succeeded. While you failed, Tom remarked calmly. The dark wizard's pupils dilated sharply. What did you say? His lips quivered slightly. You failed, Mr. Grindelwald. In the duel of 1945, you lost to Dumbledore. The Wisengamot ultimately sentenced you to life imprisonment. Absurd. How can the success or failure of a revolution be determined by a mere duel? That is a question you must ponder, Fada. You have always believed that Daddy was merely your strategic ally, yet deep within, you harbor an overwhelming love and longing for him. The golden-haired youth gazed at him. You love him, Fada, to the extent that you would willingly sacrifice yourself in his memory after his death. The cool autumn breeze swept through the alley, quietly dispersing the heavy, murky fog that lingered in Gellert's heart. 2 months of tumultuous emotions, a century of unspeakable feelings. He loved Dumbledore, to the point that merely uttering his name sent his blood boiling. Loved him so fiercely that in the stillness of night, memories of their time together in Godric's Hollow would elicit an involuntary smile. Loved him so deeply that when Dumbledore shunned his outstretched hand, it felt as though his very soul were being torn asunder. It was precisely because he loved him that he was compelled to confront these emotions. Because he loved him that he hastily concluded the revolution with a duel. Because he loved him that he believed Albus would ultimately hesitate to harm him. Because he loved him that he waited atop the tower for half a century. Gellert closed his eyes for a long moment and softly said, "This is not the place for conversation. Follow me." In America, the headquarters of the Death Eater Party. The room already housed 7 or 8 saints, all core elites. For Baelial had instantly recognized one of them, Wendell Ruziel. "Sir." The saints rose from the sofas in succession, their tone respectful, their eyes betraying unabashed admiration. Gellert had reverted to his customary white hair and mismatched eyes, offering them a slight nod. Aurelius stood awkwardly to the side. The dialogue they had shared earlier left him utterly bewildered until Baelial succinctly clarified the situation, allowing him to barely grasp their thoughts. "Please, have a seat." Gellert took his place at the head of the table, directing his gaze toward Baelial and the others, his tone calm, yet scrutinizing. "You claim my methods are too radical. May I have the honor of hearing your esteemed insights?" Wendell and the other saints turned their astonished gazes toward Baelial, unable to conceal their disbelief that a saint would dare question the master's strategy. Yet the master was willing to listen? Very well. Baelial restrained his smile, his expression turning exceedingly serious. What is revolution? What are its essential elements? First, an advanced leading class. Second, scientific theoretical guidance. Third, the support of the masses. Fourth, ample funding. Fifth, the appropriate timing. The Death Eater Party possesses both an advanced leading class and sufficient funding. However, what it currently lacks is scientific theory, popular support, and the right timing. Among these, the most critical is the scientific theory. Your approach is excessively radical, a grave error of leftist adventurism. Gellert's gaze gradually brightened, as if this discourse illuminated the entirety of his thoughts. The saints in the room held their breath, their eyes reflecting an unprecedented focus and shock. The analysis was precise and profound, striking directly at the core. The second point is equally crucial, the support of the masses. Fada, I assert your methods are radical because you have only perceived the strength of the elite while neglecting the vast populace. What constitutes the majority within the wizarding community? Purebloods? No, it is half-bloods and muggleborns. Your current strategy, while safeguarding some interests of purebloods and half-bloods, undermines the rights of muggleborns. Consider this. If a war between wizards and muggles were to erupt, the ones who would suffer the most would be these muggle-born wizards, their relatives, friends, and families would endure catastrophic losses. Would they still support the Death Eater party then? Revolution, revolution. What is paramount is self-revolution. The wizarding world has remained insular for centuries, rife with maladies and flaws. To hastily provoke war without first contemplating self-strengthening is akin to courting annihilation. Fada, the so-called power of love, is, in essence, the power of the people. Tom stood beside Baelial, gazing at his beloved, his crimson eyes shimmering with unmistakable pride and admiration. He understood better than anyone that Baelial possessed not only formidable magical prowess, but also profound vision and meticulous reasoning. This was precisely why he chose to stand beside him. Aurelius listened in rapt attention. Though he could not fully comprehend every word, he felt deeply the wisdom and strength woven into this discourse. The respect in his gaze toward Baelial grew. Gellert remained silent for an extended moment, his fingertips unconsciously tapping the table. His gaze distant as he reevaluated the path he had steadfastly followed for half a lifetime. The entire room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Every saint, including Wendell, lost in contemplation, as if for the first time someone had unveiled another dimension of revolution to them. To conquer without battle is the highest virtue, Baelial said, fixing his gaze on Gellert, his voice clear and resolute. A distinguished politician should strive to achieve the greatest benefits at the least cost. He reached into his pocket, retrieving a small black booklet embossed with the mark of the Deathly Hallows, and handed it over. This is the party constitution I drafted for the future. Please take a look. Gellert accepted the booklet, bowing his head to scrutinize it closely. As his gaze traversed the lines, his expression grew sharper and brighter, a hint of uncontainable pride tugging at the corners of his lips. He passed the constitution to Wendell, and the other saints gathered around. The Black Rose softly read aloud each phrase, each word on the pages. I finally comprehend why you will succeed in the future, Gellert remarked, looking toward Baelial, his voice imbued with unprecedented admiration. You are neither an ambitious schemer nor a conniving plotter. You are a revolutionary with a heart of innocence. Baelial, a born revolutionary. What would be the highest compliment for a rabbit from the House of Flowers? A revolutionary with a heart of innocence. If Baelial indeed had a tail, it would likely be proudly held high at this moment, with the most challenging hurdle behind them. The next step would be to assist Aurelius in reclaiming his heritage while simultaneously mending that fractured relationship. Epilogue 12, Untitled. After engaging in a profound ideological exchange with Comrade Grindelwald, Baelial, Tom, and Aurelius returned to the embassy. What? You say Grindelwald has altered his strategy? What? Grindelwald is no longer organizing terrorist attacks. Newt and Tina exclaimed almost in unison, disbelief etched across their faces. Yes, Baelial affirmed with a smile, but regrettably, the American Ministry of Magic has yet to revoke the warrant for our arrest. Tina sighed. I knew I couldn't hide in the embassy forever, right? Newt scratched his head. Actually, I might be able to return to England. After all, this warrant was issued by the American Ministry of Magic, not the British. Mr. Scamander, you must understand that the Purist Party is an international organization, and this warrant is shared among the various magical ministries. At once, Little Badger felt disheartened. However, there was not entirely a lack of options. As Baelial observed the glimmer of hope rekindling in their eyes, he sinisterly smiled and proclaimed, Join the Purist Party, young men. Let us together realize that grand ideal. Tina. Newt. No, I am an Auror, he exclaimed. Once I join a criminal organization, I can forget about ever reclaiming my identity. Former Auror, Miss Goldstein. Besides, the Purist Party is a legitimate political organization, not a criminal syndicate, Baelial calmly corrected. That's impossible. Professor Dumbledore will have me killed. My brother will surely berate me. Newt nearly wailed. Baelial inquired, why would Professor Dumbledore wish to harm you? What is your relationship with him? No wonder Fada finds you so disagreeable. There must be a reason. Despite their myriad of reasons to refuse joining, reality compelled them to make a choice. Thus, the Purist Party welcomed 2 new members. Even more delightfully, Jacob and Queenie had established a romantic relationship. Queenie, who already embraced Gellert's ideals, naturally chose the same path as her sister without hesitation. Jacob surveyed the room filled with wizards, feeling a twinge of doubt as the only muggle present. The Purist Party also warmly welcomes your participation, Mr. Kowalski, Baelial stated earnestly. Our party's paramount objective is to establish a community where wizards and muggles share a common destiny. Thus, the ranks were bolstered with 2 more new members. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts Castle, is it truly acceptable for us to simply walk in like this? Aurelius inquired anxiously, observing the bustling corridors filled with students clad in various house robes. Of course, it is perfectly fine, Baelial replied with ease. Tom and I are indeed students of Hogwarts. And you are a relative of Professor Dumbledore. It is certainly permissible. The trio effortlessly located Dumbledore, who was in a classroom instructing Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students in Transfiguration. Baelial had never witnessed this side of Dumbledore before. The figure he was accustomed to was that of the aged headmaster, and even when restored to youth, he retained an essence of the all-seeing elder. The individual before him, fervently engaged in teaching, was a vibrant Transfiguration professor, entirely novel to Baelial. Thus, the blond youth quietly stood at the back of the crowd, his gaze intently following the figure at the podium. Tom and Aurelius silently stood beside him, offering their presence. Is this truly his family? Aurelius gazed dreamily at the gentle and handsome professor, a profound emotion swelling within him. The professor, currently guiding a young Gryffindor, seemed to sense something, instinctively lifting his eyes, only to catch a glimpse of an extraordinarily familiar face amidst the crowd, the face of a 16-year-old Gellert, a visage that existed solely in the depths of his memory, surfacing only in the mirror of a Reist. Ah, it is 16-year-old Gellert. Gellert. Dumbledore abruptly turned his gaze back to the blond youth, even rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Merlin's beard. Is it truly Gellert? How did he find his way here? What has stirred him? Wasn't it agreed that we would meet on the weekend? The Transfiguration professor's mind became a chaotic tangle. Perhaps it was Merlin's grace. For at that moment, the class bell rang. Dumbledore looked at the eager faces awaiting the end of class and dryly announced, "Class dismissed, children." Once the students gradually departed, he approached Baelial with a serious demeanor. "Gellert, did we not agree?" "Daddy." Baelial suddenly leaped into his arms, affectionately nuzzling against him. "Oh, the familiar scent of candy. I declare, Dumbledore is my second push." The white wizard froze in place, his gaze fixated on the golden-haired youth before him. What did Gellert just call him? Daddy? Was this some sort of daddy issue? Dumbledore felt an uncontrollable flush creep across his cheeks. In his youth, he had indeed fantasized about Gellert calling him this in bed. It was only when Baelial tilted his head upward that Dumbledore sharply realized something was amiss. The boy in his arms possessed a pair of sapphire blue eyes, while Gellert had heterochromatic ones. In the Transfiguration professor's office, Dumbledore struggled to sip his honey tea. "So, you are a blood pact from the future? And you corrected Gellert's ideological errors? And this child?" He shifted his gaze to Aurelius, his voice softening. "Is it Dumbledore?" "Indeed," Daddy Baelial cheerfully responded. The white wizard had to take another large gulp of tea to steady himself, even knowing that the person before him was not Gellert. Facing such a countenance and hearing that term of endearment stirred within him an indescribable sensation. "How astonishing," Dumbledore sighed, shaking his head. "Magic indeed transcends the realm of imagination. Daddy, since you are to meet on the weekend, why not take this opportunity to lay everything bare? Even if you choose to reconcile, there need be no concerns, for the future will turn out splendidly." Dumbledore coughed lightly, taken aback. "Aurelius, are you not excited to meet your true father soon?" "Thank you, Baelial. Do not be so distant by lineage. You are still my cousin." Abeforth finally reunited with the son he had lost for so long. While Aurelius met the long-desired family member, the two embraced, tears streaming down their faces. On another front, the scene everyone had longed for unfolded as the lovers, separated for years, finally reconciled. Gellert was no longer the radical he once was. The ideological rift had dissolved. The two faced each other with candor, their relationship swiftly warming, as if time had never torn them apart. How beautiful, Baelial thought. "Fada, may I see your blood pact?" he softly inquired. "Blood pact?" Gellert, though puzzled, handed over the small silver vial. Baelial gazed intently at the 2 drops of blood swirling within the vial, thoughts churning. He was a traveler from another time, an anomaly that should not exist. Yet, it was precisely due to his presence that the trajectory of this world's fate could be altered. However, he could not ascertain whether this timeline would still harbor the existence of Baelial. If the world continued to unfold as originally scripted, he glanced at Tom beside him. His beloved would forever lack a soul's belonging, and Ariana, Nagini, Cedric, they would all inevitably meet their destined ends. Quietly, Baelial infused his soul fragment into the blood pact vial. Nurtured by the powers of the pact and love, this fragment of soul would gradually coalesce, ultimately giving birth to another complete Baelial. With his soul's presence, the awakening of the pact's consciousness would also hasten. With his intervention, the course of destiny would surely deviate once more. He returned the blood pact to Gellert. Yet at that moment, he noticed his hand starting to become transparent. Baelial blinked, looking to Tom, whose dark-haired form was also gradually dissipating. "It seems we must return, Belle." Baelial surveyed the gathered individuals one last time, finally setting his gaze upon Dumbledore and Gellert, and smiled. "Until we meet again in the future, Daddy." Fought. In the primary world, within the Slytherin dormitory, Baelial sat up, rubbing his still dizzy head, and upon raising his eyes, he beheld the familiar emerald green drapes. "Back." Tom also rose, gently embracing her from behind, nuzzling against her neck with affection, finally back. I never want to see anyone else holding you again. Baelial, slightly annoyed, swatted his hand away, only to suddenly realize a momentous fact. She had transformed back into a girl. How splendid. Not splendid at all. The Dark Lord sighed gloomily, his tone heavy with lament. Epilogue, the modern era. Previously, many had expressed a desire to see the modern chapter, and now it has arrived. The setting sun bathes the clouds on the horizon in a splendid golden-red hue, while the gentle afterglow envelopes the entire city. The streetlights along the avenues gradually illuminate, heralding the quiet onset of urban nightlife. The sweltering heat of summer recedes with the sunset, and the tantalizing aromas wafting from the night market stir the appetites of passers-by. Wow, skewers. Senior, I want this. Mo Qingyan exclaimed, tugging at the hand of the dark-haired man beside her, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed toward the source of the enticing scent. The man possessed a strikingly handsome British visage, his features exceptionally refined. Most captivating were his rare red eyes, which at that moment reflected the joy of the dark-haired woman beside him. Beale, don't forget that your aunt has arranged a family dinner at home tonight, he gently reminded her, his tone laced with indulgence. So what? Mo Qingyan pouted, still yearningly gazing at the barbecue stand. Your aunt has always been quite strict about your dietary restrictions. I fear she would not allow you to indulge in these. He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Skewers. She immediately deflated, conceding, all right then. By the way, have you received your degree certificate? It would be quite embarrassing if my father inquires and you have nothing to show for it. Rest assured, Tom replied with a light chuckle, confidence radiating from his gaze. Am I not capable enough for you to be aware of? The subjects of Muggle biology, chemistry, and potions are not vastly different. Securing 2 O-levels would be a breeze. He turned to his beloved, softly inquiring, what about you? I have received an offer for a Master S in Life Sciences from Harvard University. Obtaining a PhD is merely a matter of time. At the Mo family estate. As Tom and Mo Qingyan stepped into the courtyard, he couldn't help but quietly exclaim, honestly, I have always felt that the architecture of the flower-growing nation exudes an air of solemnity and power. The weight of 5,000 years of civilization is not to be taken lightly. There was a hint of pride in Mo Qingyan's voice as she added, moreover, our Mo family has been a distinguished lineage for generations. Indeed, the nefarious capitalists. You had better not utter such things in front of my parents. Fear not. My dear, I am not so tactless. The heavy black wooden door creaked open, revealing a typical Chinese-style decor, cleverly interwoven with some European elements, elegant yet imposing. Madam, sir, the master and mistress are on the 2nd floor. Miss, this gentleman must wash his hands before ascending. The caretaker spoke respectfully. As they ascended to the dining room on the 2nd floor, they found only 3 individuals seated at the long wooden table, a kindly elderly lady, and a pair of middle-aged couples exuding a refined yet stern demeanor. Grandma, uncle, aunt, Tom slightly bowed, his tone humble and proper. The young man seems quite well-mannered. Come, sit, the elderly lady beckoned with a smile. Grandma, Mom, Dad, now you can no longer press me about marriage. I have found a boyfriend. Mo Qingyan cheerfully announced as she nestled next to Tom. Mo father's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Tom for a moment before inquiring, your Chinese is quite fluent. What is your name? Tom Riddle. Mo mother interjected, her tone gentle yet unable to conceal her scrutiny. You still appear to be a student. Where do you study? Harvard University, majoring in life sciences, currently pursuing a PhD. Mo father and Mo mother exchanged glances, their expressions lightening slightly. Harvard? Not bad. Xiaoyan is also studying there. Are you in the same field, classmates? Indeed, Tom replied, turning to Mo Qingyan, his red eyes shimmering with tenderness. I have adored her since my freshman year. Very good. Very good. When shall we arrange for both families to meet? Asked Grandma Mo with a cheerful demeanor. I am an orphan, I apologize. As the words fell, the expressions of Mo father and Mo mother darkened slightly. What of being an orphan? Mo Qingyan immediately interjected, her voice imbued with a protective stubbornness. Senior has achieved such high academic qualifications all on his own. That is truly remarkable. Qingyan, Mo father's tone turned grave. Our Mo family upholds the principle of matching social status. If you marry him, what support can he provide for your career? What resources can he bring? The academic realm is not easy to navigate. Without a background, it is challenging to rise solely based on ability. My mentor is Professor Alson, Tom stated calmly. Yet his words instantly shifted the atmosphere. Professor Alson? The renowned tenured professor from Harvard, a Nobel Prize nominee? Mo father was taken aback. Indeed. Professor Alson recently mentioned he had taken on a promising student, exceptionally gifted, the youngest associate professor at Harvard. Could that be you? That's the senior. Mo Qingyan beamed, linking her arm with Tom S. She leaned closer to him, whispering through gritted teeth, Why didn't you tell me your mentor was him sooner? You had me worried just now. It's a surprise, he chuckled lightly. If I had told you, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant, replaced by the warmth of familial harmony. Tom, an Mo father, and Mo mother engaged in mutual admiration. The elderly couple growing increasingly satisfied with their future son-in-law. Seeing her granddaughter find a suitable partner, Grandma Mo beamed with joy, and the dining table was suffused with an ambience of warmth and approval. As dusk gently enveloped the city streets, Mo Qingyan linked her arm with Tom S. And the two strolled along the street like any ordinary young couple in love. Despite having shared a century of companionship through the currents of time, they were once again in their 20s, and the warmth of their affection seemed to be reignited, every shared glance and smile tinged with the thrill of newfound love. As they passed a pet store, Mo Qingyan unconsciously halted. In the display window, a vibrant green snake coiled quietly on a branch, its golden eyes gleaming under the light. At that moment, time seemed to rewind, and she suddenly recalled the little snake that used to curl around her wrist, the cool scales brushing against her skin. Memories surged like a tide, interwoven with reluctance and longing, wrapping around her heart. She gently tugged at Tom's sleeve, her voice dropping to a whisper, "Senior, shall we buy a snake, please?" Tom looked down at her. A century of companionship had made them each other's soulmates, and he needed no further inquiry to understand her unspoken yearning. He caressed her hair and simply replied, "All right." Inside the shop, the lighting was soft. Lizards rustled across the sand, and snakes lay silently within their glass enclosures. The staff greeted them warmly, but Mo Qingyan's attention was already captivated by a display case in the corner. There, coiled a small, emerald green snake, its eyes reminiscent of the twilight. Unlike its lethargic companions, it raised its small head, motionless and gazing at her. As she moved to the left, it turned its head left. As she shifted to the right, its gaze followed suit. It seemed to transcend the crowd in time, waiting solely for her arrival. Mo Qingyan felt a warmth in her chest as she approached and softly asked the staff, "May I see this one?" The staff opened the case and gently took out the little snake. As soon as it was in her hands, it eagerly slithered up her wrist. The familiar cold touch intertwining with her skin, evoking a wave of emotion in her eyes. She lightly brushed her fingertip against its small head, her voice choked with emotion. "Is that you, Kai Kai? Have you come to find me?" The little snake seemed to comprehend, nodding in response. "It truly possesses spirit," the staff remarked. "It usually appears listless and ignores everyone, but today it seems to have recognized its owner. Perhaps it truly is Kai Kai." She could not fathom how it had traversed from the HP world, nor the hardships it had endured. She could almost envision countless days of solitude. How it repeatedly raised its head only to lower it again in the vast sea of humanity, waiting for a figure that might never appear. Thankfully, she had not made it wait its entire life. Mo Qingyan cradled it carefully in her hands, pressing it to her heart, as if embracing a long-lost friend. "I will take you home, Kai Kai." The end of the text. If you enjoyed it, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.